And that you have to read those standards and be familiar with them. You're familiar with those standards. The next thing is for you to conduct what you need to do. Your information, you can get from sources. Detailed review of the analysis of your HSE data, your near-miss risks, and so on, and formal consultation with people across board will give you answers to those questions. Answers to those questions will tell us where the risky gaps are. And it can guide us to formulation of policy, strategy, and for the establishment, for the implementation, and for the integration of risk management into your business. And we'll give you priorities. What do you need to do first? And how fast? In what order? Having done that, you now have to look for management commitment. The management commitment must be there. If management is not committed to what you are doing, the team will never work. And how to do that, communication is the key. You must discuss value addition and protection and show that risk management is going to be an asset, is going to be a profit center, not a cost center. You can use the elevator pitch. Know exactly what you want to do, everything you want to do to say. Take it, let it be able to say it in 1 minute. So that when you meet the MD waiting for the elevator, you can quickly, or when you are networking, is a cocktail, you can quickly put in everything that you need to say. And then you must get a policy developed and approved. Otherwise, when you leave that seat, the thing will die. So continue the implementation, you must build the teams. You have put a risk management, risk assessment team. Two options you have. Either you want to appoint a standing team, or you want to do a ad hoc team. Remember, customization, depending on what you have. The team composition will take from all the relevant disciplines, and as a matter of fact, as a rule, the officer in charge. You must avoid large teams because too many cooks spoil the broth. When you are doing risk assessment, there will be too many ideas, and it may be impossible for you to take decision. You must train the people to ensure that they have common understanding of what you are trying to do, and your course content must include the risk language. You must be able to talk about risk appetite, risk averse, risk tolerability, risk this, risk that. They must understand the risk management framework and the risk assess process and tools they must understand. When you get to the field, when you start by doing the risk assessment, please select your tools carefully. There are so many tools. The standard ISO 31010 gives everything, gives a lot of tools for doing risk assessment, from the most simple to the most complex, depending on the kind of risk you are assessing. So choose your tools carefully. Choose the ones that are simple and easy to do, to use, and to deploy. And by the time you start, you do it, start from the plug low-hanging fruits first. Make sure that you do the ones, start from the friendly area and do the risks that are tangible and that can give you quick results. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that risk management is a veritable tool for decision making. It enables individuals, businesses and organizations, communities, and indeed any entity of occurring, the potential of occurring potential consequences them or to position your organization in such a way that they can take advantage of that risk. And organizations such as MSMEs, they cannot recognize the obvious hazards. They don't know the warning signal. MSMEs become aware. And they learn how to. They can customize risk management, all those things that big organizations do in a very large scale. They can scale it down and do it at their own level, and then they can enjoy the benefits of risk management. MSMEs are therefore encouraged to adopt this approach to their business. And SMEDAN, the Nigerian organization that has responsibility for dealing with but small organizations, are invited. Risk management can become a key element in the effort to grow MSMEs in Nigeria. That way, we will have contributed in no small measure to public safety. Thank you very much for your attention. They will not allow me to take questions. If they will. Okay. Any questions, please? They will not allow me to take questions.
We would allow you to take questions, sir, because it's actually a learning section. We will take questions. Just one quick question. One quick question. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kocha Chidi. Dolapo, thank you very much for that
You're welcome.
Brilliant expose. My question really is around, having gone through all you said, if the focus is on small and medium-scale enterprises and risks management in that field, you are a consultant managing risk.
Yes.
And we are an association of experts. How are we actually bringing this message to those who need to get the message? Like you rightly pointed out, all the big organizations are already doing the right things. Yep. But even listening to your presentation, it's still at that high level above the common man. You're not going to tell a small enterprise to go and hire a HSE expert, together some risk experts and all of this. It's not going to work. So what can we do in practical terms to actually help them appreciate the risk, which will therefore help us translate to public safety? That's really the message I'm looking at getting across. Response from you. Thank you very much.
I hope I heard you well. You're asking me, what can we do in practical terms to contribute to public safety? For small and medium scale enterprises? Exactly. When we circulate those slides, please take a look at those 7 steps. They are looking like impractical, but they are the simplest steps, in my opinion, that you can take to ensure that you manage your risk. Very simple. Just know what you want to do, even as individuals. Just know what you want to do, look around it, ask questions, call from experience of people, consult, and you will see 1 or 2 impediments, stumbling blocks. Once you see that, then you are home, free. Once you know the problem, the solutions are coming. It's a thought process. That diagram that I put, that is for individuals and small organizations. For the collective people, that's why I put it on the doorstep of SMEDAN. If they partner with us, it's not something that we can elucidate within this 1 minute that we are giving. Maybe we need to sit down and talk in details about it. I have more than 60 slides there waiting to be talked. It's a pity.
In addition to that, sir, if you have more questions, you can actually note your questions down, write them down, give it to the media section here. We will, in ASSP this tenure, we have this learning program that we usually do, knowledge sharing that we usually do. So if you bring your questions in, we could actually push them to knowledge sharing and try to actually do justice to them very, very well during our knowledge sharing classes. So thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you for the wonderful lecture. Please, can I call on my elegant president, Justina Okoro, to come and help us present this certificate of appreciation to our speaker.
Why do you have to come and bully me?
Say what, sir?
Why do you have to come and bully me?
No. She wouldn't do that. That's our past president.
Yeah. On behalf of ASSD, President and the executive, we want to appreciate you for your wonderful presentation. It was quite effective. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good.
Please, can we give the speaker another round of applause? So we'll be going next to the next speaker. He is no other name by Engineer Joshua Mubo, who will be taking us through on improving safety culture and behavioral safety. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage?
Good morning, all. Please permit me to stand on an existing protocol. Nonetheless, may I just use the opportunity to say thank you to the ASP Nigerian chapter team who worked tirelessly to put up this year's PDC in spite of the challenge of the pandemic. If you don't mind, I don't know if I can go out with this, so you can hear me well. Sorry. Please permit me. So I wish to say thank you to the American Society of Safety Professionals Nigerian chapter team who worked tirelessly to put up this year's PDC amidst the pandemic. Well done. I also want to use the opportunity to say thank you also to all the safety professionals who keep flying the flag of the safety profession everywhere they go. I also want to say well done to you. And to you, seated here, and those of you who are watching via the online platform, you are very well appreciated. We appreciate you so much. Thank you as well. You deserve a round of applause for yourself. Right. Albert Einstein, the renowned physicist, once said, not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. How does that affect us? Without a doubt, safety counts. And that's why we are here. If other things do not count, we must always realize that we as safety professionals, we count. And wherever you find yourself, make sure you always count there. That's the call to duty. I want to begin the presentation, which I'll try to run through because I have a very limited time and there's quite a lot to cover. So the learning objectives are seen on the screen. I won't want to take so much time going through it, but basically the thing to highlight there is we'll be talking about safety culture. I'll be looking at this, in a very, very detailed manner, as much as time will afford us. Right. So this is the outline. We'll be looking at these different aspects. I've tried to make this as easy to remember with the eye, just starting that across, basically. So we'll be looking at insight into the concept of safety culture. We talk about safety culture, safety culture. What's this safety culture all about? So we're looking at that. We'll look at the importance. Why is it so important for us to have safety culture, a positive safety culture in our organization? And then we'll also look at what are the features, identifiable features that characterize or distinguish organizations with positive safety culture. We'll be looking at that. And then we'll also look at how do we get about instilling or ensuring that we have safety culture in our organization or any organization we find ourselves. And then we'll conclude by looking at how do we improve and measure safety culture in a practical way, basically. Right. Talk about culture. And all of us, we come from different kind of culture. But when we talk about culture, what's culture all about? Some people say culture is the way of life of a people. Some people look at culture as the way we do things around here. And basically, I've just tried to put that in this simple way, saying that the concept of culture really, oftentimes it talks about the prevailing way a group of persons do things. And basically that defines the culture. That defines, what goes on. Their attitude, their behavior is determined by the culture they find themselves. And culture is reflected in so many things. It could be in your dressing. It could be in your language. It could be in your belief. It could be also, excuse me, it could also be in your dress, like I said, language and all other things. These are some of the things that define the culture of a place, basically. Now, I want to dwell so much on some of these preambles so we could get into the meat of the discussion. But just to say that every organization, whether you recognize it or not, has a culture. It could be a positive culture, it could be a negative culture. But every organization has a culture. And that could also be extrapolated to say a people, whether you look at it from a small unit or a bigger unit or a larger unit, a people, every set of persons gather together for a particular cause. Some kind of culture exists there. And those things, we'll be looking at how those things could influence the individual members, their behavior in that culture they find themselves, basically. So I need to say that when you talk about organizational culture, safety culture is just a subset, or if you like, call it like a sub-facet of the bigger organizational culture, which has to do with the corporate value shared by that people, which affects and influences their belief system, affects their behavior, affects their attitude, basically. Now, but coming to talk about culture, we talk about, safety culture. That term, safety culture, how did we even get to begin to use it? From research, we realized that the term safety culture was first used by the International Nuclear Safety Advisory Group in their reports for the 1986 nuclear disaster that happened in the then Soviet Union, the Chernobyl disaster. That happened on the 26th of April, 1986. And following that very, very huge disaster, because it had huge consequences, very huge consequences. Following that, during the report of that particular event, eventually, it happened, during the report, they talked about safety culture because they underscored, or in the course of the investigation, they identified that the failure or what led to the disaster had to do with organizational issues. And so in trying to explain that, the term safety culture came about. And so we'll be looking at this. So that was actually what brought about the safety culture. And since then, the term safety culture is now used as an international currency. Of course, most of us use that, and it has cut across not just nuclear industry, the oil and gas, the medical industry. You have that used, across several industries, basically. So that becomes the norm now. Now, having said this, what is safety culture. Like I said, because of time, I'm going to run through some of this, so we get into other things. But basically, there are different definitions of safety culture by different, experts, as it were. We'll look at some of them. So as I said here, the term safety culture is loosely used to describe the corporate atmosphere or culture in which safety is understood to be and is accepted as the number one priority. That was the definition put up by Lord Collin he put that in his report and in explaining during the public inquiry of the Piper Alpha disaster. And so he came up with that concept or that definition of safety culture, Lord Collin. But you could also look at safety culture as the sub-component of an organizational culture, which alludes to individual, job, and organizational features affecting health and safety in an organization. Now, basically, what that tells us is that safety culture has different components, which we're going to talk about later on. There are different elements that make what we call the safety culture. Even though it's not a tangible thing. You can't go and say you want to touch safety culture, but you can sense it in the environment based on certain parameters, which we'll look at as we go along. Now, there are other bodies that actually came up with this definition of safety culture. But what is important, and what I want to just talk about strictly is I want to go to what is perceived today as the working definition of safety culture that we've come to accept. And that was a definition that the advisory committee for safety in nuclear installation, came up with, which was actually adopted by the Health and Safety Commission. Today, the Health and Safety Commission is now known as the Health and Safety Executive in the United Kingdom. And it's something I want us to pay attention to because we will be referring to this in the course of our presentation or in the course of this presentation. It says it's the product of individual and group values. The key word there is product. Product is something you can relate with. We'll get to talk about that, but it's a product. Oh, sorry. Okay. It's the product of individual and group values, attitude and perceptions, competencies, and pattern of behavior that determines the commitment to and the style and proficiency of an organization's health and safety management. We're going to look at this and dissect this as we go along. But I want to just put up this for the time being. Okay, what is the safety culture? When we talk about safety culture, why are we even emphasizing about that? Just like I said, safety counts. And so because safety counts, and it counts across. As a business owner, safety counts because what safety does, when you have that in place, and of course that translates to your safety culture, people begin to take, whatever they do it with that sense of awareness. And of course, what you do, what happens is that you avoid things like losses, disruptions, things that could impact your bottom line. In fact, the very heart of the survival of your business hinges on safety. And so that's why it's important that you have a safety culture, because that will help for the sustainability of your business, basically. So we look at that. So there are a lot of things that having a positive safety culture can do for a business owner, and indeed for everyone really who takes to it. So some of the benefits: fewer accidents, losses, and disruption, improved employee morale, increased productivity and profitability, lower workers' compensation and insurance claim, improved compliance, and improved compliance with regulatory agencies, improved reputation improve reputation to attract new customers and employees and retain existing ones. So better brand and shareholder value. So and so many other things. When you have safety culture, when you have this as part of your corporate value, as part of your corporate, as part of your corporate culture, you would benefit across these different points. Now, about how do we go about instilling? How do we go about, okay, before then, let's do a quick I'll try and manage my time. I know I'm really pressed for time, but I want us to just do this video. It's going to throw some light before we talk about how do we go about identifying the characteristics that make it clear for everyone to know an organization has positive safety culture. So let's watch this video. Can that come up? Okay. Okay, well, is that coming on now? All right.
Leading a positive.
Right. And so sorry about that. I don't know if we can, if it's not coming on, we'll go on.
Leading a positive safety culture is important to achieving excellence in your business. Leadership comes from the top, and it's about ensuring that people understand that safety is important to your business and that everybody values safety. It's about living safety every day, and that leadership comes from the top.
Central to our workplace culture is good communication and recognition of everyone's contribution to safety. I really believe that in a positive safety culture, safety is embedded in management systems and processes. It's a core part of running a good business.
Certainly here at Holden, we don't see safety as being a tagged on part of our business operations, and it's an integral part of what we do every day, and our leadership take it very seriously. In fact, part of our slogan is it's personal, and we expect all contractors, visitors and employees to take safety personally.
At ACH Group, we've created a really positive, proactive safety culture, a wellbeing culture. By working with our leadership group, we have a work health and safety leadership group, and that group works across our sites to generate initiatives to contribute to the wellbeing of our staff.
Showing leadership in safety as a CEO of Multicultural Aged Care involves connecting with the MAC team members, so that they are aware of the policies and procedures and practices of a safe workplace, and working as a team in implementing those policies and procedures, so that both in theory and practice we have a safe workplace.
The first step in any safety commitment from leadership is setting up a safe workplace.
Success at step one requires everyone to understand their responsibilities and how to meet them. A written safety policy developed in consultation with your workers helps identify everyone's duties and responsibilities. It also demonstrates a clear commitment to working collectively to ensure a positive safety culture.
Step 2 involves consulting with your workers to ensure that there's a shared understanding about what the safety issues are in your workplace. Step 3 is about managing the hazards in your workplace. This is about identifying hazards and ensuring that you fix them before they become a problem.
The SAFE, or SAFE approach, is a good model to follow when managing hazards. Spot the hazard. What could cause injury, illness or damage? Assess the risk of each hazard. How likely is it to result in an injury, illness or death? Fix it early. Prevention is the key. Fixing or eliminating hazards is the right approach. And when not possible, find ways to minimise the risks.
Sharing information, training and supervising your team complete step 4. It's important that people have the right information to be able to do their job safely, and training and supervision are critical to achieving that outcome.
Training and supervision of your team also includes the proper induction of new workers.
Maintaining a safe workplace is step 5. To achieve this outcome, this will involve regularly carrying out safety checks, maintaining tools and equipment, providing information that is easy for everyone to understand, training people how to do their job safely, having a reporting process in place for all incidents, and planning for emergencies. Step 6 is about keeping records. This is about keeping records of incidents or injuries that may occur in your workplace. This helps you to monitor the safety performance of your business and helps to meet your legal requirements as well.
In step 6, it's important to keep records of incidents and injuries. Register for hazardous chemicals and asbestos if they are present at your workplace. And registration documents for items of plant as well as maintenance and inspection records. We always recommend people retain copies of risk assessments, control processes and training records.
Okay, I think we'll just stop there. The reason I put that up is to get you to also see some of the things that define organizations with positive safety culture, and some of them have been listed. We're going to look at some of this basically, but basically what that has done is that in pictures, we've been able to cover a number of the things we'll just be sharing here, basically. Now, so it's possible for you to know an organization with a positive safety culture based on certain things they do. And so that's why I called it, so we're looking at the characteristics. I remember we talked about the fact, and we'll talk about that later, in the working definition of safety culture. Remember we said it's a product. Product is something you can relate with. So it is relatable. Safety culture is not just something vague, even though it's not tangible, but you can relate with it. And so some of the things that define organizations with very good safety culture, senior management's leadership and commitment, and that has been talked about. In fact, that is at the heart, really. The moment you have the head of the organization not demonstrating that, a lot of things go down the drain. No matter what, you have to walk the talk. Because of time, I cannot share some personal experiences, which I would have loved to, because we're running, I really need to walk with the time. But basically, these are some of the things that define or make you know an organization with a positive safety culture. So the leadership must be there, effective, committed leadership. You must also have safety as part of the company's value. It must be part of the company's value. It's not just that you talk about safety. It must be enshrined in the company. In fact, it should be like a working, it should be involved across the entire organization, basically. You also need to have a system that allows for transparency. People can report incidents or hazards, and it's well taken care of. No one is being punished for reporting an incident or being involved in an incident and all of that. So it's about openness. It also involves that you have very good communication across all levels of the organization. So people should be free to walk up to their supervisor, to their boss, and share. Say, I observed this and this and that. And the boss should also be able to openly interact, and that way, that shared value of being able to look out for one another is instilled, it's built within that system. Also, the organization must be concerned and show that in the way they deal with their employees. So you must show care and concern. And then also, you must also have the workers involved. There must be engagement of everyone within that organization. It mustn't leave a set of people. Safety is everyone's responsibility, and all of us should. So in your organization or in such an organization, safety is, everyone is involved one way or the other at different levels. Okay, let's move on. How do we go about instilling safety, positive safety culture? I decided to look at this, or looking at this from three angles. So you have, first of all, what I call the immediate action or immediate level of effort. And then you also have the intermediate level of effort. And then you have the ultimate level of effort. We'll just run through this, not so much time, so we'll run through this. What do you mean by the immediate level of effort? And these are the ways you can begin to check. As we go through this, begin to look at your organization. Begin to look at where you have your sphere of influence as safety professionals. How much of these are in your organization? Or how much of these can you say that your organization actually is practicing or exudes? And so it's a way to self-examine or to reflect how well we are doing in our corporate spaces, and basically look at how well our culture, safety culture, is within our sphere of within our organization and our sphere of influences, basically. So first of all, is the presence of quality and effective leadership. We talked about it, is at the heart of it. The moment the leader or the management cannot demonstrate by practical ways their commitment to safety, either by the way they speak and act safety, their involvement in safety activities, basically, these are things that basically so the leadership determines to a large extent how well the organization fare when it comes to issue of safety. Because the employee, the guys lower down the rank, they're looking up to the leader and say, okay, this guy has said this. Is he supporting it with the resources? Is he supporting it by his action? Or is he just talking? They say talk is cheap. So you must, as leaders in whatever sphere, ensure that you drive that basically. And then you have a plan. You must have safety objective. You must have safety plan. And that must cut across. Everyone should have some kind of objective that has to do with safety. It's not about the HSC department. No. Whether it is the human resources department, whether it is finance, whether it is legal, they must have a contribution one way or the other when it comes to safety. And they must have objectives. And those objectives must be monitored. And of course, at the end of the day, they should be appraised by that. That's one way you could have that. And of course, safety is integrated across the entire business. Risk control system. You must be able, for every action, the business, the operations, everything, you must have a structured way of having risk assessed and recorded. Of course, because you need to document that process. And then from time to time, you review it to see how well you're faring in checking and bringing your risk under control, basically. Also, the intermediate level of efforts. Basically, here we talk about communication, the information system within that space. And here we talk, so what's involved here is that basically you have a way to ensure that you have proper communication across the entire business. You must have a way to have, for instance, when you have events like an accident or a near miss or significant event, you must have a way to learn from that event and put the knowledge from the learning of that event across to the organization. So it must be open. You must have a management system, information management system, which will help or facilitate organizational learning. And you should also have an audit system. Of course, that simply means you also have a safety management system, which you also audit, basically. And the ultimate level of efforts, basically, at this point in time, we're looking more at the human elements. So you need to ensure that after you put up your management system, whatever you have, you must train people. You must have a proper way that you bring people up to speed. Whatever happens in the organization, people come in, they must have induction, they must have follow-up training. You must have people trained before they take on a task. Before you won't say, oh, this guy is experienced, and because he's experienced, he's just coming to business. Even when they come into business, they must have some kind of orientation. They must have some kind of training to enable them, integrate with the organization properly. Then you also have a good safety climate, basically, which basically talks about having to change people's perception, people's attitude, because some of those things they really determine how far the organization goes, how people perceive the organization. And it's a function of the employees there. So the perception is important, which is safety climate. And of course, putting up some behavioral safety initiative, basically. Now, we want to round off. Improving and measuring safety culture in an organization. Actually, I come back and I'll quickly run through this because I'm pressed for time. But what I want to say is that safety culture can be measured. Like I said, it's a product. I want to look at how do we measure safety culture, basically. Now, it goes back to the definition, the working definition I had mentioned earlier. And we'll look at that again, which is the definition. Okay, so I'll go with this first. So I want to just go on to this. Again, considering the advisory committee for safety nuclear installation working definition of safety culture, which is that it's the product of individual and group value. Now, take note of some of the things I've underlined in that. So first of all, you have, okay, so individual and group value, attitude and perception. Now, actually, that talks to something. I want to quickly look at that. So I've dissected that definition into 3 parts, and we'll look at that quickly, which now gives us the elements that make up the safety culture. And these elements are measurable. So they are things you can measure, and in fact, to help you in terms of comparison between maybe a particular department and another department, or even between organizations, basically. So first of all, the first one I want to mention here is the individual and group value. That talks to members' perception about an attitude towards safety, the safety goals. And then you have the pattern of behavior, which is this, because it says here, It's the product of individual and group values, attitudes, perception, competencies, and pattern of behavior that determine the commitment to and the style and proficiency of an organization's health and safety management. Now, so breaking that down, when it comes to issue of individual and group values, attitude, perception, this is about the individual, the members of that organization, basically. And then basically, you have the pattern of behavior, but the pattern of behavior has to do with how you relate with the job, your actions, basically. And we'll talk about that. And then you talk about the health and safety management system, assuming that that organization has a health and safety management system, basically. And basically that affects, the health and safety management system could impact on the behavior, basically. Now let's run through this quickly. So now this is how I've tried to illustrate this. So the culture actually is in three parts. Those are the three elements that make it. The individual, the person, the job, and the organization, basically. And for each of these, we can measure it. So now how do we go about measuring? So for the person, when it comes to the issue of perception and attitude, the way to go about it is to measure it via having a psychometric survey. So you could set questionnaires in your organization and ask them questions basically relating to the organization, how they perceive the organization from the point of their safety perception of the organization. And then for the behavior, some safety behavioral initiatives that can help check day to day how people go about their job. Do they go with the right procedure? How they go about doing things? And finally, for the health, for the safety management system, of course, you have an audit to help you measure that. So this way, you can be able to have, in a tangible way, measure safety management. I'll conclude with the saying by Kevin Bridge, the former VP of I. He said that a positive safety will no doubt produce dividends in improved safety performance with fewer lost time incidents. And without a doubt, like we said, safety counts. And because it counts, when you have a positive safety culture in your organization, you not but excel and ensure, and you get, of course, good health and safety performance, which ultimately impacts on the bottom line of the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give him a round of applause again? I want to call on, we have had one lady today presenting. I want to call on another lady so that we can actually get this thing crossed. I want to call on Fatima Jubrin to come and help us present this certificate to our distinguished speaker, a certificate of appreciation from Assp Nigerian chapter.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of ASSP and all of us that are listening to your lecture, both in the class and virtually, we say thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Joshua. Next speaker, who I'll be introducing immediately, is no other name by Julius A. Akpong. He'll be talking on exploring the business continuity philosophy to implement a sustainable health and safety. Can I give him another round of applause as he approaches the stage?
Thank you very much. Our president, distinguished invited guests, and other school members and members present here. I'd like to thank ASSP I'd like to thank ASSP for blazing the trail against all odds to organize this conference. There are so many reasons why you'll be criticized after this conference. But you didn't think about the criticisms that will come when people say, there's COVID-19 and this and that and face mask and went ahead. And after this, now a lot of other groups are now going to start organizing because they've seen that it's possible. So thank you very much for blazing the trail. And I feel very delighted for this opportunity to speak. When I saw this topic, public safety, making a difference through awareness, intervention, and compliance, what came to my mind was, how can we do that? And then I saw two things. The first one was I reminded myself that safety is the conscience of every organization. And then the other one was that you cannot achieve anything different if you continue to do business the way you used to do it. And it was from that point of reasoning that I said, if we continue to do our HSC the way we used to identify hazard and do risk assessment every day, we might not really be able to cause that intervention to happen. And it was based on that I decided to say, let's look at how to explore the business continuity management approach and reasoning and thinking in ensuring that we get, sustainable health and safety. So I thank the previous speakers that have come before me and the beautiful things they've said. I'm just going to build on that and say that we cannot reach the public if we have not done justice at home, like it was said here yesterday. First of all, a lot of people, even I was part of those when we were discussing yesterday, when we were saying, well, a lot of what we are presenting here is high level. How then do we reach the public? But our best tools to reach the public is every one of us here. So as we empower each other, we'll be better placed to reach the public through awareness and intervention as we go. So while I believe that all of us here have conquered home safety, there is need for us to improve safety in our organizations so that from there we can move out. And the best way to improve safety within our organizations is to win senior management. So to start by winning senior management, they need to see us not as a cost center, but as partners in progress in the business of making the business work. So how can we be seen as partners in progress? When they keep hearing us talk about money to service fire extinguishers, put safety signs, do this, train people, do this and that, the only thing they see is the amount of money that is going into that. But when we begin to talk from the business continuity approach, we'll be talking to them about the life of the business. We'll be talking to them about how to continue to do business when something happens. And I think, all thanks to COVID-19, this message is easier to understand now. If you tell them, what if something like COVID-19 happens? Because when it came, a lot of organizations had no preparation. They had, in fact, business continuity plan was not heard of by so many people before COVID-19 came. So it's important that we talk about it. I'm sure we've seen our objectives for today. So basically for this presentation, I'm looking at these three things. The first one is our traditional HSC and the reasons why we used to do it. We can see there the moral, the legal, and business reasons. And then, of course, sustainability. Sustainability is talking about the need to not just talk about naira and kobo that you are making from your business, but to let business leaders know that you are making gains only when the people are safe at the end of the financial year, only when you can check that your impact on the planet, on the environment is positive at the end of the financial year, and only when, yes, there's still profit. Because at the end of the day, if you impact people positively and you impact the environment positively and you don't make profit, are you in business? You are not in business. So we are trying to strike a balance between these three key points, that the business must make profit in naira and kobo. The business must make profit in improving the health of the people who make the money come. And then, of course, the business must save the environment, because if not, by tomorrow, there will not be an environment in which to transact. And we are saying that to be able to achieve these fantastic things, we who are the advocates must talk to those who have the money to spend, those who own the enterprise. We must talk to them in such a beautiful manner that we sit in their brain and be foresighted enough to control how they reason. Yesterday's keynote address was very fantastic because it was talking about machine learning, was talking about artificial intelligence, was talking about how to, positively forecast into the future by looking at the mindset of our leaders and try to change them. I was smiling all through that presentation. But the bad part, the sad part is that you even need senior management commitment, first of all, to raise the resources to start machine learning, to start artificial intelligence within that organization. So first of all, before we get into that, we need to start telling them, instead of going to say we need fire extinguishers for when a fire happens, we need to start saying, if a fire happens and we're having board meeting upstairs, what's going to happen? Do we have a second place where we can relocate that board meeting to? Management needs to start seeing you as a partner in the business rather than a cost center who needs money to buy fire extinguishers. So business continuity planning is the creation and validation of that practical logistical plan that you have put in place first. When an emergency happens, to plan has passed. So the time to plan is before it happens. So just be looking at COVID-19 and be asking, what other things, like I keep asking every meeting we have in our organization since after COVID-19, my question towards the end of the meeting is, please, who has an idea what the next pandemic will be? We want to know. We want to start actively looking for the next bad things that will happen to us, because we are safe when they happen only after we are so very well prepared for them. So that is very, very important. So a good business continuity plan will help us restore the organization. And what this is, after this slide, I'm going to skip 5 slides, because the next slides just talk about details of what each of them is. So what a good business continuity plan is first of all, it tells you what are the threats and the vulnerabilities of your business. So you carry out a risk assessment to find that out. A good BIA, a good business impact analysis, helps you find out the impact of all of those threats that you're exposed to on your business. And then it tells you things like, what is your recovery time objective? So, for instance, I'm not sure there was a time that you ever entered google.com and you saw that the website is not available at the moment. Has anybody ever seen that? If you ever saw that it was because your network provider, you didn't have network, that's because Google has a very good business continuity plan that has done a lot of good business impact analysis, so that if the servers in Nigeria go down, they will be automatically backed up by the servers in Singapore. If the ones in Singapore go down, they will be backed by the one in Ghana. There is a smooth loop that helps the organization to flow. So you can ask, you go back to your business and begin to ask the business leaders, in case this one fails, which one is the backup? And it doesn't have to be IT. You can be into the business of anything else and still be able to plan it, to back it up that way. And what helps you discover those things that can go wrong and what to do is a good business impact analysis, from where you can now design your response and recovery strategies, and then, of course, develop and distribute a wholesome business continuity plan and carry everybody across the organization along, including the security man at the gate. I'm sure now we see how very important security men can be. They are the ones distributing sanitizers now. Even if you're a medical doctor, they have to check your temperature before you get into the hospital and all of that. So it's important to carry each and everybody in the organization along, then carry out drills, test, and maintain the plan. So this is what the business continuity management and business continuity planning does. Now, today's presentation is saying, let health and safety professionals explore the business continuity psychology to implement a sustainable occupational health and safety culture within their organizations. So I'll skip all the next slides and let us try to answer the question, how can we utilize the business continuity strategy psychology, thinking in implementing an occupational health and safety management culture within our organization. It's very important to me because I've been fortunate or unfortunate, as the case may be, to work in places where every company I've worked, I was the one that started the HSC department. And I've worked in 4 companies now. And for each of those fantastic opportunities I've had to fight people that are very senior to me in almost every aspect. And I found out that the winning point is when you begin to talk what is disturbing them in their head. That's when they come alive to you. When you are talking the safety you went to school to learn, all your risk assessment, all your hazard identification, making sweet reports and graphs and submitting, they are just watching. And that they are using that as reasons not to fire you yet. But by the time you begin to talk about what is bothering them, like stop telling them about things that they will immediately see how much is leaving the profit margin. Talk about, first of all, we are talking about building a plant somewhere, let's say a power plant. And you come there and you're saying, for us to finish this power plant, we need to do this from the beginning, we need to do a risk assessment, all the contractors are coming, we need to inspect their tools, all of them must get permit to work, and that's normal. So begin to talk about, what if government decides to construct a road somewhere very close to this place and something changes in our EIA, or there's a big problem with the gas line and we cannot have gas at that power plant because of ABC reasons? What if there is gas line vandalization in the Niger Delta or anywhere else, and for 1 week, for one reason or the other, there's no gas supply, we're out of business? What are the alternatives? This is what they want to hear. And business continuity management helps us look at the bigger risk within that business, so that whenever it happens, whenever things go wrong, we are balanced. We have seen it before, we saw it coming, and we took plans. So a good occupational health and safety culture takes care of sustainability. Gone are the days when we just write our safety plans and we just do only based on what we are talking about. When you say we want to carry, somebody once asked me, all these fire extinguishers you are every year you are recharging fire extinguishers and we are not using them. How do we justify the expenditure in recharging fire extinguishers that are not being used? And I answered in our Nigerian way. I answered him with another question. And I said, sir, would you rather we use them? And the question struck him. Then he noticed that my own question was more difficult to answer than his own. And then he said, what do you mean by that? I said, no, sir, because for us to use a fire extinguisher, we have to have a fire. And so would you rather we use it? The man just looked at me and said, take your time, take your time. So at the end of the day, he saw it that question was not well thought out. So what am I saying? For us to have a sustainable culture, we need to think about taking care of our own needs as individuals right now, and then think of the needs of the generation that will come after us. But if you want to succeed in talking to chief executives, tell them that everything you are doing is because in the next 20, 30 years, you want to still hear about this organization. You want to still hear that among the few organizations who are making it in this field, this one is still standing. And that is because when we did HSC, we didn't just think about today, we thought about tomorrow. That is how we can begin to implement sustainable organizational, occupational health and safety management systems. Now, the principles of corporate sustainability are very well enshrined, even in our ISO 45001. In fact, in clause 4.2, it talks about, that slide refused to stay. I don't know why, but I had a slide on that. In clause 4.2, it talked a lot about identifying the needs of interested parties. That means that if you have a contract in Sapele, for instance, part of your interested parties are the area boys in that area and all of that. These are people that you need to consider their own needs. So that by the time maybe you're taking your containers to site, and things like that, you have factored in what can prevent that container from reaching site. Who are the people that can, seize it or capture it and all of that? You take care of that. So it helps us look ahead. The business continuity psychology helps us look ahead of things that can go wrong and make plans to take care of them. And this is an example of a sustainable organization's plan for a year. As if we knew that COVID-19 was coming. In November 2019, when we sat to prepare for 2020, this was the plan that we made for 2020 in my organization. And in January, we did refresher HSC induction. We treated every staff as if they were new staff. We gave them induction afresh. In February, we talked emotional intelligence for resilience, as if we knew that problems were coming, so people needed to be resilient, but we had no idea. We just did it because we were thinking in a sustainable manner. And then we talked about sustainable development goals, corporate social responsibility, and individual social responsibility. I'm sharing that plan because we're talking public safety. At the end of this conference, ASSP will be so happy to hear from members that we are now doing public safety through ISR, that's individual social responsibility. So, for instance, you've moved into your community at the playground, you're organizing safety meetings, or for every landlord and tenants meeting you are giving your safety inductions and the rest of it there. That's the focus for a sustainable culture. A sustainable occupational health and safety culture goes beyond what you are practicing for money. It goes beyond what you are doing for your salaries every day. It's a lot about what you are doing outside the sphere of the economic reasons and the legal reasons. It's so much about the moral reasons for doing HSC. The fact that we owe each other a responsibility to contribute to our sustainable existence is something safety professionals must take very, very seriously. So in April, we joined ILO, and then all the other things you see there were part of those programs. So that should be an example of a good program that we should have to manage HSC sustainably within our organizations. For me, there's nothing as important as moving safety from the traditional region where we have been to the sustainable region where the whole world is going. 195 countries met to sign the SDG 2030. And the rest of the world now, if you are on the media, on mainstream media, you see everybody is talking about the Agenda 2030 and how to achieve it. The best way to achieve it is for all of us to go sustainable and join in this kind of programs. So another way to do it is to also follow the Vision Zero ideology. I'm sure we've all heard of Vision Zero from ISSA. A lot of countries are launching it. Yesterday, there was even a Vision Zero conference somewhere in the world. So the programs, example of programs we can set in place to achieve that is to organize quarterly safety leadership summit for all our leaders in the business. Our leaders, business leaders, are very critical to the success. Like my brother said here, they are very, very critical to the success of any safety program you have in place. And we found out that a lot of our business leaders have no idea at all when you are discussing safety. I was talking to a friend last night, and he said that in their organization, it's now become compulsory for the GM of any country's branch to have NIBOSH IGC. I told him I wished him good luck. And actually, it's a very serious plan, because at the end of the financial year, they report safety as part of their profit. So they would be expecting that for that year, the GM has to report as part of the profit that he is now NIBOSH IGC certified. So if the GM is not NIBOSH IGC certified, the bonus that is supposed to be paid to his country for that year will not be remitted. That's the penalty. So they've made it really, really serious. And I laughed about it. If you bring it here where GMs have the power, they'll step on the head of that kind of thing. But that is the right thing to do. So we have to encourage our managers to do periodic walk around for safety. I know companies where Some managers have never been to their work site for the past 2 to 3 years. Their own is just being in the office and having meetings. I'm not talking about safety managers. I'm talking about finance managers. I'm talking about HR managers. I'm talking about logistic managers. All of these people should, as the HSE manager, take their PPE to them like a birthday present. When you finish handing it over to them, tell them you are giving it to them because they are a very critical part of the success of the safety initiative in that organization. You will appreciate the outcome of their site visit when they go. They should identify the hazards. Give them a short, I have an example which I didn't bring here. There's a small card, just give them. Let them identify what they find that is wrong from site. Let them go there at least once in a month and give feedback. You will see that next time when they bring things for them to approve, those of them that are in the finance department, they understand what they are approving. Those that are sitting in the HR department and refusing to do appraisal for people to move them up, next time when you give them an appraisal form, they understand the reason why that guy will be, promoted or feel better if his appraisal is better. That is a sustainable occupational health and safety management system. Ensure that QHSE compliance, all our hazard identification and reporting are part of every staff's KPI. Every staff, no matter the department, even if he's a cleaner. The fact that his duty is to identify hazard. I mean, let's go back to what we said from the beginning. Safety is the conscience of an organization. Anybody that is not taking part in it is working without a conscience. And human beings who exist without a conscience, if you are not part of the solution to any problem, you are part of the problem, isn't it? So if you are working without a conscience, you are part of the problem of that organization. So develop different social media groups dedicated to safety within the organization and ginger everybody to be part of it. As the HSE guy, do your best to encourage people. Don't be the one that is always involved. We've seen a lot of our safety people. All we do most times is just fight with people. Fight, quarrel with this one. Immediately after this one, another one has done something wrong. You quarrel with that one again. Once in a while, take time to appreciate people. Like I wrote in one of our WhatsApp group last week that I caught somebody doing something and I'm going to report that person. Everybody was quiet. Nobody was typing on the group anymore. And they waited for me to report the person. So I got the photograph. I was writing something over the top of the photograph that I took of the guy. And when I finished, I posted it. I said, I caught this guy doing this. He was doing something right. He was on his complete PPE and he was maintaining the site. He was doing a lot of good maintenance work. I appeared on site without informing anybody and I took the photograph. So when I came to the group, I wrote that I'm soon going to report somebody. Everybody was waiting for me to implicate somebody. Then I posted the photograph and said, this guy is a safety hero for the month. And I spoke to management and we sent him 10K just to encourage him. And I refused to tell people. He was the one that went around to inform everybody that he didn't know what he did, but they have credited him 10K. It's not usually our culture, but it's spontaneous action that is taken. So everybody will now be working for that 10K, but there's no law anywhere that you'll get 10K for that. So at the end of the day, that action is spontaneous and everybody is hoping and praying that one day, spontaneously, he will get 10K. People will even later on do bigger things like that and may not get anything. But at the end of the day, we are just trying to help people wake up to their responsibility. Because if they don't, if one person drops the ball, the rest of us will die. That, for me, is the business continuity way of saying, let us look beyond today and look forward to the future. There are some, too, that on a particular Saturday morning, somebody woke them up. And when they came out, they saw somebody from Domino's Pizza waiting at their door. And I didn't order any pizza. I said, no, this is from the HSC people in your company. And they say we should appreciate you for what you did on so and so day. And then he would just call us immediately and say, oh God, this one shocked me. I say, yes, we shock people. The same way when you don't do it right, we shock you like that. So it's very, very good that we help. I mean, nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Care takes people unawares. Care breaks people's defenses. So for us to be sustainable, we have to do that. We have to break their defenses. As against, even somebody who didn't go to school will form a very good argument with you on why he's doing the wrong thing. If you insist on always arguing and fighting and arguing and fighting, he will get a very good argument and may win you most times if you keep, staying on arguments. So we always need to ensure that all open items are reported, and there's a very good relationship between business continuity management and our occupational health and safety management system. I don't know why some of the slides are not showing, but what I showed here were the different elements of the occupational health and safety management ISO 45001, and it was showing us the relationship between that and BCMS 2301. And so what I was trying to say there is that all of them, since they have a high level structure, all of them represent essentially the same thing. It's just that what you will see as leadership in HSE is different from what you will see as leadership in the BCMS 22301. So if we implement a good occupational health and safety management system, what that will do is that it will help us get disruptive technologies. As the world is becoming a more technologically advanced world, we will be able to fit into that system as health and safety professionals, because the human beings will still need to run these systems. But this will have to be human beings who are sane. This will have to be human beings who are knowledgeable in what they are doing. So you, the occupational health and safety professional, your own duty will be to take care of that human being who runs the automated system. We have to brace up and wake up to that responsibility. And to move ahead, we need to ask ourselves, where do we want to go? We want to implement BCMS and run a sustainable safety culture. Where are we currently? You need to do a gap analysis to find that out. And then, of course, how will you get there? Put control measures in place to arrive there. Now, how do we know if we have gotten there? Let us understand what the system is like, how it feels to get there. So if we effectively implement all of these things that we have talked about, if we have a good business continuity plan and we combine it with sustainability and a good occupational health and safety management system, we will have strong leadership that will lead us to achieve PDCA in ISO 45001 and 22301. That will help us to put in the right processes in place, bringing a lot of cultural change towards the right things, like Engineer Joshua said earlier on. Then, of course, it will engender commitment from both staff and contractor. The soul of that business will be alive to survive centuries to come, because the reason why there was no resilience and a lot of organizations died is because COVID-19 took them unawares. So we will be able to overcome organizational politics, which is still a very strong part of succeeding. If you don't know organizational politics as a safety professional, it will be difficult for you to succeed, except in organizations where everything is set out already, and there are very few in Nigeria. They're over the tip of our fingers here. So when we put all these things in place, we will be able to prevent and prepare for fire outbreaks, plane crashes, armed robbery, building collapses, terrorism, IT downtime, road accidents, and the rest of them, which are the major crux of the public safety we are talking about. So the point, the long and short of this presentation, is that public safety is not achievable without, first of all, a good personal safety understanding, and then, of course, a balanced occupational safety management system within the organization where you have worked. What shows that you have understood safety, let me challenge us now, is what you have done where you are working. When we look at safety in your organization, we should be able to immediately say, oh, this person he has understood safety. Because if you are complaining every day, management is not listening. Management is not listening. When management does not listen until they employ you, there has to be a sign that you know what you are doing by the way they have started listening. So let us go back and stop complaining too much and start trying to see what we can do by joining management through the BCMS ideology and carrying them along to see that, we change the face of safety. You cannot get your company to join you in running a CSR, for instance, in a secondary school to advocate for safety. if they have not seen the need inside their company. So for us to go public, we have to start from private within the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc, for this wonderful presentation. But just one question that we have here. We proceed to the next season. So somebody's asking from the virtual side of this conference. The person is saying, I see emotional intelligence, ETC, on your plan. What was the basis of the plan? How did you set it up?
Thank you very much. As most other plans are, you set up your plan by looking at your leading and lagging indicators for the previous year. So we looked at these things and we found out that in some plants, we run like 15 plants in Nigeria. We found that in some plants, people did not know how to handle each other. We found that people did not know how to have a good relationship with each other, because that good relationship was very important to the safety of the plant. I give you an instance. Somebody knows that somebody suspects a slight gas leak on a particular part of the plant. Now, as he's ending his shift, he's supposed to report that there's or the sound of the generator, because we manage power plants, the sound of the generator has changed from what it used to be. And this is because it's not just load dependent, it's because of ABC. But for certain issues that he has with the senior guy who is coming to take over from him, whom he thinks does not know as much as he knows, he is going to not report it to the guy. Okay, since now you the collect salary pass, go sabi that to make I see. That kind of thing was going on. So, and then a lot of those also who were very open to discussing, who wanted to discuss, didn't know how to manage their bosses and be able to effectively pass that. We reported it to HR when we found out, hoping that HR will handle it, but they started warning the guys. And when people saw that they were being warned, they said, which one will be my own? Let me stick to my job line. And we were having incidents. Things were happening. So we took it upon ourselves from HSC and said, okay, let's get these guys emotionally intelligent. Let's help them manage each other's egos and still achieve success within the work. So we did a lot within that period. I even got a psychologist in, and the topic was mental hygiene. So he talked a lot about what the people need to know in overcoming themselves and managing other people so that there will be safety in the way they did their work. It was a big program that made so much sense, so much sense, because we in the HSC team, we are still enjoying the alert that we got from doing that program. So it's a very good thing. If you want more details on that, if you reach the ASSP team, they can reach me. We can chat over it over WhatsApp and all of that. So, but I tell you, it's one of the things I did that I would still like to do till tomorrow. Thank you very much.
So just hold on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, can we give him a round of applause again? So I want to call on Engineer Green. Engineer Green to help us present this certificate of appreciation to our speaker.
Yeah, you actually did a home run on this. And we sincerely appreciate that. And on behalf of ASSP, we congratulate you for your in-depth discussion on this topic was quite apt, and we benefited so much from it. Thank you.
we are still going to present another certificate. We had a thank you very much, sir. We had a wonderful presentation yesterday. Our first lecturer yesterday gave us a lecture that lingered till the end of yesterday's lecture, because I saw so many references being made to what he actually taught us. So we want to present this to our Professor Akpofure, engineer. I want to call on our brother Alalibo to please come and help us do this presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Prof, on behalf of ASSP, Nigerian chapter, for the wonderful lecture you presented yesterday, we present the certificate in appreciation of the knowledge you gave yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all. Before we go next to the next section or presentation, please, I just want to confirm if the next speaker is available in person of Ajiri Ogene Angela, CSP. Okay, she's here with us. So on this note, I will want to introduce our next speaker, who should be talking on knowledge management as a mechanism for accelerating human resource capital and organization productivity, in person of Mrs. Ajiri Ogene Angela. Please give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage. Okay, and just an additional information. We've been having this session for the past 2-3 hours. I think we've had 3 lectures. So I want each and every of us to just have a 2-minute stretch break. So we can just stand. We're just going to stand, please. We're not to go out, okay? Just stand and just shake your waist, all right? For just 2 minutes while she gets prepared to give her lecture. Thank you. Please, no one should go out, please. I can see some people still sitting down. Please, can you stand up? Thank you. So you can stretch, please. There is no any modal, please. I don't want to go ahead and say, let's stretch. Just listen to your body and just move around, okay? So that somebody's back will not record an incident here. So please just listen to your body and just shake up the legs, shake your hands, right? Also your neck, very important too. You can go clockwise and counterclockwise. It's very important just to allow the blood circulation around the body. It's very key. There's actually, do you know that there's actually a disease called sitting disease? So I think if I have enough time before we play, I will play a video and you see that it's actually a sitting disease. And you see the effect of sitting so long, apart from the fact that it reduces the blood circulation. It has also been researched that it's also led to people that have saggy backside. Okay, I was not the one that said that. It was a video and then researchers. Okay, thank you very much. We can all have our seats while we take the next lecture. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I'm Angela. I'm going to be talking on knowledge management as a mechanism for accelerating human resource capacity and organizational productivity. The table of contents is there. But before I go ahead, I want to say something. Have you ever imagined an association? Most of us here in ASS, we came into this association through one man. How many of us here can call the name of that person? If you, Ambassador Napodia. Imagine 10 of Ambassador Napodia in an organization, in an association. I met him 17 years ago. The same passion he had 17 years ago is the same passion he still has today. And I now ask myself, why is it that we don't have his type? Why is it that over these years, we've not replicated another Ambassador Napodia? That is what knowledge management is going to be handling. Since the emergence of knowledge management as a scientific discipline in the early 90s, and Thomas A. Stewart's publication of a cover story in Harvard Business Review, highlighting the importance of intellectual capital to social entities in this post-industrial information age, it has attracted much attention amongst many organizations and practitioners. The study highlights knowledge management processes, models, and causes of limitation in the application. Secondary data was the data collection methodology utilized for the paper. The research findings, among others, shows there is a significant correlation between knowledge management and the degree of a firm's productivity and encourages the adoption of community of practice. Oh, sorry. So, as an introduction, the fast technological change has made organizations to be in constant rescue to maintain competitive benefits by any means possible. Every organization is in a competition with sister companies or sister organizations. And knowledge is an important asset for developing productivity of any organization. In order for you to stand out in your organization, in order for your organization to stand out among the community of organization, knowledge must be properly managed. Knowledge is considered the principal tool of competitiveness and innovation in the composition of commodity chain to the broader process of regional and national economic development. It stands at par with total quality management and business process re-engineering. You can't do without knowledge management if you have to grow as an organization. What then is knowledge management? It is the explicit and systematic management of vital knowledge and its associated processes of creation, organization, diffusion, use, and exploitation. What are we saying? Knowledge has to be created. Knowledge has to be shared. Knowledge has to be diffused. Knowledge has to be stored. Knowledge has to be easily retrieved. And knowledge has to be audited. That is all what this definition is talking about. You can't say your organization, you are managing knowledge when your knowledge are in silos. You must have a place where everybody can go to, just like what we do. I remember starting my career in Sheridan as a contractor staff. We have a lot of policies, especially these MSMEs. When the first presenter was talking about, you have very good policies packed. But when you ask the man in the field, do you have a policy for this? We say, okay, no. Because the person that is meant to use that particular knowledge is disconnected from the source of the knowledge. So, another definition of knowledge management is the entire set of practices and activities which are involved in manipulating the stocks and flows of knowledge in the firm, starting from how knowledge is created and continue to how it is harvested, stored, shared, and reused in new and related situations. What then is knowledge? It's a collective of insights, understanding, beliefs, behavioral routines, procedures, and policies, which are concerned about your market, your product, your technology, your services. Then organizational performance refers to what the organization does to improve efficiencies, how the organization plans to excel against the competition, and how the organization plans for the future to find out the gaps of performance occurrence. I'm not going to dwell more on human capacity development. The speaker of yesterday did great justice to it, so permit me to jump that. So every organization has people, technology, process. Then why is it that some organizations are more productive than the others? What is lacking is that strategy to get the right mix of people, technology, and process. And that is just what knowledge management is out to handle. And knowledge management help you to get that right mix of people, technology, and process. And when you get that right mix, there will be improved knowledge utilization, there will be fewer mistakes, there will be faster decision making, there will be faster response, and that will increase stakeholders' and community satisfaction, and invariably lead to improve progress, improve product and service delivery. Knowledge management is rooted in the concept of organizational learning and organizational memory. When members of an organization collaborate and communicate ideas, teach and learn, knowledge is transformed and transferred from individual to individual. So now let's talk about the life cycle of knowledge management. The first step is knowledge creation. Every organization, we have two types of knowledge, tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge. All of us here, if you go through your ASSP website, we know how to become a member. How come a lot of us are not good in membership drive? Because there is an element of that knowledge that is individualistic, and that is tacit knowledge. It is only in the mind of people. And for an organization to be able to progress, you have to harvest the various knowledges that are deposited in the minds of people and make them explicit. Bring them out through your intranet, through your internet, through your processes, through your procedures, so that everybody can share from that knowledge you are creating. As we are here now, knowledge is being created. A lot of us here were sponsored by organizations. But believe you me, over time, we know that when we go back, a lot of our organizations may not really benefit from this knowledge. Because when we get back, there is no accountability. People are not brought together to share the knowledge that they have gotten. And there is really no procedure in place to manage that knowledge sharing. So every organization that wants to be productive have to put systems in place to manage knowledge sharing. Knowledge sharing should also be rewarded, just like every other service, just like you reward good HSE practice, just as you reward every organization like us. We should reward people when they share knowledge. This evening, we are going to have an award night. And many organizations, they have award night. Most of our award nights are based on what people can give. You can see someone that has the knowledge. How many of us really reward knowledge sharing? You have some people that have laid down their life to volunteer to ensure that young professionals are being brought to par with their international counterparts. How many times do we go up ahead to reward such person? The society always, over time, reward monetary gain over knowledge. And the truth is that knowledge is now the currency of wealth. Any organization that undermines knowledge is going nowhere. So how do we share knowledge? Through social communication infrastructure, talking one-on-one, community of practice, the technical communication infrastructure, using your intranet, using your internet in the workplace. Then knowledge structuring. When you share your knowledge, you should be able to store your knowledge in such a way, map it and store it in such a way that every person that needs to use that knowledge can easily retrieve it. if I'm working in a remote site, there should be a mechanism for me to be able to get access to any policy that I need, any procedure that I need to work with. I can't be in site in Maiduguri and my headquarters, you send me to a site in Maiduguri and all the documents, all the procedures, they are still domiciled in Lagos. And you expect that I will stick to the procedure as outlined by my company. It's not possible. So at every time, the users of a particular knowledge should be able to have access to it. Then knowledge using. After structuring, that use, I've already handled that when I was talking about knowledge structuring. When knowledge is properly used, it will show in the product and service and process. Then you now go to knowledge auditing. This knowledge we brought, you came to this program, you've heard a lot of speakers, you go back, you share, then you structure such that people can retrieve, you use it. You should be able to have a mechanism to audit the impact of that new knowledge you brought into the organization, how it is affecting your activity or how it has improved your services. And when you know that is either not working or is working, you go back and either delete or create a new knowledge. Organizational productivity. For an organization to be set to be productive, our last speaker talked about it. It's not just that you are making money. You should be able to look at your environmental impact, your access to your suppliers and your viability, your employee skills, are they improving? Are they improved over time? Your worker safety, employee health, water use, company, all this leads to company productivity. There are factors in company productivity. Organizational productivity is a set of organized and planned steps to strengthen the program and to make effective use of talent, equipment, spaces, and locations. Although some persons have over time tried to understand how knowledge management affects organizational productivity, we have come to understand that it's really not, most times it's just like management of HSE. It's very, very difficult to quantify, except there is a system in place for you to be able to have your baseline and to gauge where you are and where you are now and see the impact that, because a lot of factors lead to productivity. You must be able to intentionally measure the impact of knowledge management, of HSE management, and every other process that affects your productivity. So you should have a good knowledge management procedure plan and will I say, a resource person that will be able to monetize the advantage that you get from knowledge management. So what are the benefits of knowledge management? It provides professionals of an organization with the knowledge they need to do their job efficiently. When organizational knowledge is not just in individuals, it's now in an organization and everybody can access it and everybody can have the same, almost all of us are speaking the same language. We are moving towards the same direction. Believe you me, there will be improvement in your job. And it can also empower creativity and drive competitive advantage. You can't compare an organization where only one individual is a superstar and another organization where almost everybody is a star. You can't compare them. It can also eliminate information bottlenecks if applied effectively. We have all worked in organizations where people, they intentionally hoard knowledge because they want to be seen as the star. But when the organizational structure is such that knowledge sharing is rewarded, knowledge sharing is made a part of your organizational process, there is no way that there will be bottleneck in retrieving information and utilizing same. It can also facilitate learning. I wonder when some people, especially those of us that have gone up in the profession, you see a younger colleague coming to meet you and be like, I want to get this, or I want to become a CSP, or I want to become a CMAYOSH. And you find it difficult to assist them with the very little knowledge that you have. It is so bad because if we have to become where public safety will become everyone's business. All of us have to. Only way we can do this, so volunteer to assist. We all should hold each other's hands and move up the ladder together. That way, people down below, we envy the profession and they will want to come into it. Look for an opportunity to be able to help someone in this field. Because I don't just want to talk about organization, I want to bring it back home. Look for someone along the line, maybe your junior HSC officer, a middle career manager, and look for to become that which you are today. I tell people whenever I make presentation, qualification I have. If you are interested in it, feel free to call me, because there are no superstars. The sky is too big for all of us. I would want a Nigeria where almost every organization, you can say this person is a CSP, this person is a CMAYOSH, this person is a fellow of Institute of Safety Professionals. There is no limit to what we can become. I remember growing up in this profession and I saw that everybody was international member of ASSE. And my desire one day was to become a professional member. And I thank God that it came true. And that is what I desire for everybody. Let's learn how to share knowledge, because if ASSP must progress, it lies in our hands how much we help each other to progress. What are the barriers of knowledge management? Lack of formal authority on the part of the innovator. Most times, people that have the right knowledge, they are not connected to the leadership of the organization, and they are not even empowered to share knowledge. I know some of us have worked in a place where we are not allowed to talk if you are not in a particular cadre. So what we are saying is that knowledge management experts in every organization should create an atmosphere where people can be heard easily, where people can be allowed to voice their opinions, to voice their innovation, to be able to share their experience irrespective of their rank without fear of intimidation or bullying. Then lack of fitness between knowledge and important organization goals. It happens a lot, especially in all these government MDAs and parastatals. We send people for trainings that have nothing to do with our organizational goals. People go for training, and the training, they are disconnected from the direction of the organizational goal. Training should not be at the instance of just anybody. People come and make presentations and you say, oh, that person is my friend, I want to send my team there. You have to sit down and analyze how relevant that knowledge is to your organizational goal. Then lack of web-based access may also restrict access to information. Believe you me, this is a very big limitation, especially when we send people out to the field. Let's try and help them to get access to information. And internet shouldn't be a thing that we will be holding in organizations. A lot of us send our contractor staff in big organizations like Shell, Chevron, LNG, all of them. You know how it is. There is a big difference. The staff have access to internet. And you see the contractor staff that is doing most of the work. You tell him that he does not have access. And he goes there and make mistake. And probably they are even in some remote places that they cannot even make calls. Please, if there is no way to send knowledge across to people when they are in need of it immediately, every organization look inward and see how that can be corrected. Because the truth is that sometimes just a minute or a second can prevent an accident from happening. Then lack of understanding by top personnel who were not properly trained in knowledge management pose as a barrier to effective knowledge management in an organization. Slow returns on investment, like I said, by knowledge management. You see most of your organization will tell you, this your knowledge management cycle is taking so long. I don't see the impact. I guess the answer that Mr. Julius gave to his boss should come handy. There are some times that you just need that right wisdom, because a lot of our organization, they want what they can easily quantify in naira
and dollar. So as a HSE or a knowledge management champion, look for ways that you can easily relate your goals, your gains in Naira and Kobo and translate it into a system that they will understand. So what are the techniques? I'm going to be concluding shortly. What are the techniques for effective knowledge management? Information technology is the key, whether we like it or not. No knowledge management procedure can be effective in this today's world without information technology. Knowledge management involves 3 techniques: making the knowledge available for use, that cannot be over-invested, sharing and making use of knowledge. Another thing I want to say is this community of practice. Please, as an organization, let's make available. I thank ASSP for this, their knowledge sharing program that is in place. I want us to continue with it. Even in your organization, make our time. As you are going from here, those of you that attended the conference from the organization, find out time to sit and compare notes so that when you go back, you come out with a definite report from this program. You won't believe with me, there are some people that are supposed to be here. They are even in the facility, but they are not seated here. And in your organization, their mind is that they've come for training. So you can come together, bring out the gains, bring out the knowledge learned, share it among yourself. Then when you get to your department, get out time. So that all of you that share the same interest, even those that are not here, they can easily gain from that knowledge. Community of practice cannot be overlooked. It's just like what we did. I know during that panel session, most of it was just like a recap of almost everything we are doing now. It's an informal way of communicating so much value at such a short time. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give her another round of applause again? When I saw Monica yesterday speaking as a woman on this podium, I said, well, the women are trying. But when my own sister came on board today, they are not just trying, the women are already there. So let us give them a round of applause again. So thank you very much, Adjiri. You have done noble. You touched the core areas that we're actually looking at. And I'm very, very sure we would have learned enough from this particular lecture. You must share knowledge. You must share knowledge. We cannot be selfish with knowledge. You must share knowledge. And anything shared gives you a much more better result. Thank you very much, Adjiri. We appreciate you so much. I want to call on Engineer Ibrahim, Engineer Idris, our EDS from KRPC. Is he here? Okay. I want to call on Engineer Assp-Nc. Is Engineer Assp-Nc in the hall? Engineer Assp-Nc from LNG. It's not around. He's outside. Don't worry. Okay. While we are calling the guests that will present this certificate of appreciation to our lecturer, okay, it's almost here. But can we take that question? There's one question that is coming. Let us take this question, or else I would have said that she has actually dusted and did justice to this particular topic. But let's take the question. Question?
Yes, sir.
From Prof.
Thank you for your presentation. Specifically, you in your organization, you are aware that if your duty is such that you are the only person who is capable of doing it, and you are due for retirement in the next 2-3 years, and there is recurring occurrence in that organization that if you show that there's nobody that can take over from you because of what you are doing. And you are due for retirement. And you know that that company has that policy or that kind of understanding. Will you advise that you train somebody, or would you want to remain on the job?
Like I always said, that any leader that is afraid of exiting with the mindset that if he leaves, the business will collapse, is already a failure. For every Nigerian, I'm not just exaggerating. I have my CSP mentees here. I've had people that will wake me up at 12 o'clock in the night to ask questions. I want every leader here to go home. If you feel indispensable, please, it is time to quit. You are not making impact anymore. Thank you.
When we are coming from the village, I know you will make me proud. She's my sister.
Mr. Dan, sorry, just permit one more question from the people viewing us from the other side.
Write the questions out. We'll take them in our knowledge sharing classes.
Okay, it's for her.
Okay, you can bring the question.
Okay, so I want to read, can I read it? Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. So the person is asking, research has shown that greater percentage of knowledge reside in the heads of individual, and is one of the vital resources for their influence in an organization. How can that resource be easily and willingly be shared with the knowledge seekers to maintain organizational memory and prevent colossal memory loss?
I think what he's asking is the same thing with what Prof have said. Every organization to ensure that they put system in place to encourage knowledge sharing. Is it that when you notice that your organization, they are holding knowledge, you could put a reward system in place so that when people share knowledge, they are given awards. Then when people turn themselves to semi-God, you should also put a system in place to let them go when they should go.
Her name is actually Angela, but I like to call her Adjirogene. President, you want to ask a question? A contribution. Okay, let's take the contribution from her, because I was just called by someone who said the questions that have been asked here in this PDC actually directed just directly to the lecturer. Knowledge by contributing. So, President.
Good day, everyone. Yeah, my contribution, she answered, if you are indispensable, it's time for you to quit. From the I reviewed the papers. When the very first time I saw the topic, I without, you can't mentor, without giving you generation, whatever you have with the organization, if you don't, you should put something in place. It is only you that knows the capacity of what you know and what you have. So the willingness to be able to give it out had to start from you at first. Whether the organization has something they put in place to make you bring out, you can, if you have 100, you know if you have given out 40 and you are left with 60 to give out. But the truth is that when you impart on people and you build generations, you are learning, you're not just learning, you're bringing forth new future people that will do better than you. And that's your reward. For those of us that are teachers, the amount of money cannot equate that job you do to impart knowledge. But if you have the passion to always talk, to always give, to always empty, to always make research, know more and to impart more, you will be willing to teach and teach. I had an experience. There was a boss that he was very good. He was trained abroad for investigation of drugs. And then there was this training that I had concerning drug abuse and control. I knew he had so much material and I wanted to do research. I kept begging him, sir, please, can you please help me? Now there was no time. And then he had materials he needed to give to me for this research. Sir, please. He said, okay, I should buy. He gave me the first set that I paid for. And then and I used it and I needed more. And when I came back, he said, no, that if he gives me this one, that this one is what he uses for training that brings him money. So if he gives me now and releases it now, he has just given me everything he has. And I said, okay, I won't share. I will just take it and use it for the purpose it was meant for. Not quite long. He died. And everything that he knew went away. He pained me that I couldn't tap so much because there was that knowledge gap I needed to fill. But the materials now he didn't want to give me. Who knows where they are at the moment? So what are we holding on to? Whatever we know today, if we pass it on, the fulfillment is more. So we are encouraged us in our places of work. Someone is working under you. Please don't hoard knowledge. Try to build and be a good leader and share your information. If you're not there, they can work without you. When you leave tomorrow and you see the people you are imparted knowledge for, the joy can never be equated with any amount of money. That's my contribution.
All through this PDC, I have not seen a discussion session that has actually taken this lot of questions. So which means, actually, let us give her a round of applause again. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Ajiri, thank you very much for that presentation. That sparked everybody in this forum. I think there are two things I want to add to this. First of all, one of the aspirations of this body, which the president has initiated, the e-learning program, is just towards knowledge sharing. Is it not? It's just towards that. So that is one point. Then the second point is organizations should have a place, like where I work. There's a platform we call SharePoint. The SharePoint is a place where all the knowledge presentations and every other things are posted in. So if you want information, you just click on that SharePoint. You will now search whatever knowledge you want. The only problem is that not everybody has access to that SharePoint. So organizations, like she said, should be able to provide a platform where information that are delivered are made available. Because it started from a point where I was investigating a particular incident and I requested for some data. I could not find any data and I was annoyed. I said, how can an organization of this repute do not have data that can help us to progress in what we are researching on? It was very impossible. So one of the things that I advocated was for us to have a SharePoint forum whereby anybody that needs a particular information should go to that SharePoint and then search for that information and get it for use. It will help us instead of just siloing your information and you die with it. God, I think she has given us a better insight on this. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are going to call on our brother, Engineer Asian from LNG, to help us present this from Assp to our speaker, who is my sister. And
Angela, on behalf of great society, American Society of Safety Professionals, I present this certificate to you and to say you held us together as audience, and we've learned a lot, and that has shown in the number of questions and contributions that came into your presentation. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Angela, don't get too excited because we are going to watch this presentation that you just gave today. This is just an information. We need to actually let our distinguished guests and participants at this PDC know that today, by 1800 hours, we'll be having an award night. We have said it's an award night, but I know it's an award night to remember. There will be a lot of activities during the award night. And one of that thing that we should expect is that there will be a very quick raffle draw. So which means that we'll be having some tickets shared shortly. If you have yours and you're coming, the stores will be put in a particular bowl. Somebody will go there, do a lucky dip, and if your number is actually picked out, you get a prize from ASSP Nigerian chapter. There are lots and lots of activities lined up for this evening. So please be in attendance because there will be so much to do this evening. And I also want to use this medium to ask and request, because if a man has done very well, you need to tell the man thank you. Then if somebody is going to his personal farm and is coming back, you still tell him thank you. So what are you thanking the man that is working for himself for? A man that is working for himself, you're saying thank you. So we're actually saying a big thank you to ASSP, firstly, Nigerian chapter, and we want to recognize, especially at this PDC, all our members. If there are no members, I am not aware right now, but all our members that have attained the position of a certified safety professional. Please, if you are in this hall or you are in the overflow hall and you have just been awarded or you have had your CSP certification given to you, please, can you be upstanding? Let us celebrate you. All CSP holders. You know, I am the first to stand, so, because I'm intending anyway. No, I like that. I like that applaud. I like that round of applause, please. I like that. But we just have 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if there's anyone online, but if there are anyone online, yes, they are recognized also. But these 4 persons that we are seeing here, there's no around. Okay, 5. These 5 persons that are CSP certified persons, 6, 3, 3, 6. And I'm sure a lot of them are online also. Please, can we give them a standing ovation, please? For a job well done. Thank you very much for making Nigerian chapter proud, for making Nigeria proud. It's not easy to be certified as a safety professional. Thank you, and God bless you all. Please, can we be seated? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rito. I'm also hoping to move to become a CSP so that somebody too can be clapping for me. With this, in fact, I feel so jealous, but it's an eye opener for me too. That the next level, next time we'll be holding such conferences, so I will come in as CSP by the grace of God. Without wasting much of our time, thank you. We'll be introducing the next speaker. who is also grounded in the oil and gas industry. He actually gave us a good lecture yesterday, and we also deem it fit that he needs to give us another lecture today. I'll be introducing to you Okudo E. Emmanuel. He will be coming to give us a lecture on managing risk and reliability of gas processing plants. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes to stage? Thank you.
Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Once again, thank you, the ASSP, the executive, the president, and everyone seated here. I'll be taking you through managing risks and reliability of gas processing plants. A lot of the things I'll talk about here can also be applied across industries, pipelines, storage tanks, and all that. My presentation, I'll be looking through the natural gas industry, what gas processing plant is all about, risk management, then the CCPS foundational blocks, through reliability, safety, and maintenance. The natural gas industry is another hazardous facility that most of the operators, they face a lot of risk in terms of managing the activities. It's complicated because it involves high pressure, high temperatures. And one of the things we need to ensure is the fact that these parameters need to be monitored, prevent this process deviation that will lead to an accident. And that is why we need a very good process safety program, also occupational health and safety program. As at last year, December, DPRO declared Nigeria has proven gas reserve about 203 trillion cubic feet. And that is why we say Nigeria is a country full of natural gas. And in many years to come, I mean, it's even booming in terms of utilization. So we'll be expecting to see more gas processing plants, CPF, across the country, especially when the gas master plan is realized in terms of the plants through all the geopolitical areas in the country. Typically, we have natural gas composition. When we talk about natural gas, it's predominantly maintained, which is about over 85% maintained. And now, how do you get this natural gas? It has to go through the processing sections. And this also involves a lot of energy in terms of temperatures, high pressures. Typically, when you look at this, you find out that this is what we are talking about. And because there's a whole lot of gas flaring, the reason why we have gas flaring is because the utilization of the C5 plus and above the heavier commodities are not being utilized properly, except with few natural gas plants that have emerged few years ago. And when you start doing that, you start utilizing further and you get your propane. And that's why we're still importing propane, butane and all that, except the few industry that have emerged. What do we mean by natural gas processing? It has to do with the treatment, removing what is not needed, but can also be utilized in other industry for petrochemical, for manufacturing of plastics. We have the NGL. The first thing is to remove your oil and the condensate remover. And that is why for many companies that into oil production, immediately they hit the gas well, the capital, because they don't have that infrastructure to utilize the gas. They cap the gas wells and they move on because their basic production target is oil. They don't have the gas processing plant to utilize the gas. So the first thing, if you're looking for gas processing, you should be able to knock out the oil and condensate remover. The next one is water. All reservoirs, they come naturally with water. Some you have some aquifers related to oils. All these, you need to take them out. Then you need to run through what we call the associated gas in this case, because it's mixed with oil. It goes through the glycol dehydration unit, which you can see on the left right hand side. When you pass this gas through the glycol unit, it kind of absorbs the water. So you are trying to knock out water from the gas, because what we need for the end users to use your natural gas is what we call the sweet dry gas, free of impurities like the water. The next stage is solid desiccant dehydration, where you need to pass it through the reboiler. Okay, this is the tower. As it trickles down from the top to the bottom, before it gets to the bottom, where it's going to pass out through, you have the desiccant that will also absorb the gas, and you make it dry. Then there has to be a separation of the natural gas liquid. After the separation, you have the extraction that you need to pass through a reboiler. So you have the fractionation column. When you have visited the process plant, more of gas processing plant, when you pass this gas through the reboiler, when you heat, that's why we call it fractionation. The lightest one, which is natural gas methane CH4, comes out. Then you utilize that, inject it into the natural grid. Then the question is, what about C5 and above? Your propane, your butane, your ethane, what do you do with it? For those that don't have the facility, the flare, and that is the flare you see. The flare will not stop until we start utilizing the likes of ethane by bringing in what we call a cryogenic plant, and you need to start putting in equipment like depotenizer, deethanizer, depropanizer. It means you are knocking this out for another purpose, which is also what the country uses in terms of energy, your butane and your propane. Now, again, we are lucky to have very few sulfur in the natural gas, in our oil here. So you won't be seeing things like the close process. But when you go to the Middle East, the Saudi Arabias, the Qatar, the Dubai, you see the close process where it has to do with removal of sulfur. And that is why here in Nigeria, we are not expected to spend much in terms of cost when we are doing gas processing, because the close process is another very massive plant that extracts sulfur. So sulfur is one of those things we need to extract, because it also aids corrosion. It is the component of sulfur that actually also lead to rapid corrosion of our pipeline, and sometimes these we degrade to such an extent it affects the mechanical properties, and that will lead to leakage. This is just a summary of a gas processing plant. Because of time, I'm not be able to go through it. All what I've talked about, this is more like a process flow diagram to extract it and before you get your gas. Risk management. How do we manage the risk when you are processing your natural gas? You have to identify first the risks, you assess, you put some controls in place, then you review the controls. If you look at this pipe here, there's a visible indicator here. My friends in operation will tell you it's discoloration when they start putting on the fence, but it is not. It is corrosion. It's a visible indicator that the lifespan of this very pipeline is degrading gradually. It gets to the extent where the mechanical integrity of this pipe, we start losing the strength. With constant pressure on when you do pressure, process operation, increasing the pressure, what will happen? You will have this line ruptured because it has exceeded the design limit. You start seeing things like these leaks, which is very dangerous to the plant. So these are one of the things we need to look out for. What are the controls? You need to ask yourself the controls you have in place. That's what we call barrier analysis. These controls, what we call the safeguards, are barriers. How do you analyze these barriers? Over time, if you don't maintain or replace barriers, they fail. and the whole program in terms of risk management will collapse. And the next thing is accident. Here, you need to have an inspection. If this is clouding, how do you check? If the main bed part that is clouded is still intact, and that's what brings us to what we call the location corrosion monitoring, where you need to put the nipple and you have an inspection program to check the process parameter. We call it condition monitoring. Another thing you need to do is to ensure the fact that you do a 5-yearly vessel classification, which also DPRO is encouraging the operators. We're going to look at various risk management programs. One, there has to be policies and organization, and that is the starting point. Yesterday, I mentioned the fact that if your risk program does it take into consideration of technical or what we call design integrity, which is part of process safety, and you focus only more on occupational health and safety, then you're not going to achieve some of the process safety hazard. You cannot use occupational health and safety program to address process issues. They are quite two different things entirely. And that is why we're encouraging everyone here working on organization, consultants, stakeholders, you need to integrate that element of process safety into the safety management plan. I talked about the policy. If you look at this, we have the personal safety, which a lot of us are used to. But we are encouraging you to look at the process safety aspect, which I'm going to talk about. Here, I'm going to share with you the 4 foundational blocks of the process safety as issued by the Center for Chemical and Process Safety, which is a technological and research arm of the American Institute of Chemical Engineers. 1, process safety management is the key. How do we manage process safety? Learning from experience. I talked a little about that yesterday. Commitment to process safety has to be management commitment to that, understand hazard and risks, then manage, you have to manage the risks, looking at everything here. There's something I need to mention, management of change, root cause across is the most, or what I would call the least element that is not obeyed or not respected. But again, it's one of those elements when disobeyed and when rejected, it causes a lot of issues in the industry. How do you manage change in the plant? It's very important. First, you need to have a policy on change management. And oftentimes when companies put policies and procedures on change management, they never considered personnel. They considered more of the equipment. But we have seen situations where people are deployed to another department without training, and they engage them in some technical assignment, and you're not doing right, because the question is, if anything goes wrong, I work in an organization, I'm also a QA/QC engineer and a gas engineer. I worked in an organization where I pre-qualified welder many years ago in Lagos. I got to another company, I saw him doing the right thing, but the main guy supervising him is a civil engineer. He's not a quality control person. You have now engaged a civil engineer to supervise mechanical work, no prior training. To cut the long story short, I took this to the management, I made a presentation, and I told them, if there's an explosion in that line, who is to be blamed? The guy that you never trained? I would say you indirectly forced him to start signing films, radiographs, where he doesn't know whether it's correct, whether there's a failure, or the management that sent him to perform that job. The management should be blamed. And this is exactly part of what leads to the Flixborough disaster that brought about the management of change, because they never considered human beings, what we call people with safety critical responsibilities or roles. Risk management through plan design. Risk management starts from the conceptualization of project through the commissioning. And there has to be a business case. Sorry, because they are just too small. Let me come out a little. The first thing you need to do here is process simulation. I was in a project where the project manager says, in this project, we need 10-inch pipe. And I said, why 10-inch pipe? He said, because the other project we use 10-inch pipe. We should work as an engineer. We should work as a responsible organization, not because you are placed in power, you want to use your power, your position to bring down or to undermine engineering principles and programs. You need to do a simulation, what we call pipeline sizing. Everything should be sized, and there should be a basis for design. If I come to your plant and you are using 5 horsepower generator, I will ask you, why 5 horsepower generator? You should be able to prove that. The next thing here is process flow diagram that need to be developed, safety engineering. I'm just going to pick 1 or 2 areas because of the time. Plant layout, it's very important. That is also part of the safety. Spacing equipment far apart, electrical design, equipment drawings. Lot of us don't have drawings. I'm currently developing a safety case for a company. I'm having a lot of issues. No drawings to work with. We want to carry out simulations, we want to carry out studies, no information. And this also has to do with the knowledge management stuff the last speaker just talked about. The knowledge, the information is resided with the guys that designed that plant in Belgium. Nobody was sent there to go and review the design. No, the information they sent were just drawings. There were no simulations. It's possible that they did them there, but along the line, they are missing, and they never saw the importance until we start requesting for this. So there is a gap here, and this gap will translate into leading issues in the future. I'll talk briefly about the basic control process. For you to have a very good risk management program, there have to be layers of protection, independent layers of protection. This is your plant. Before you have issues leading to community response, all these barriers must fail. Now, there are instituted safety instrumented systems across. One is the design, then the basic control system, where you have your control rooms, you have the softwares. Today, because of safety, a lot of companies are using modern software for their process control system. For those of us that works in plant, you might be aware of the Delta V, the Honeywell, the Siemens, Brian Duncan, Hadley, and all that. So they are spending much money to ensure that rather than leaving this plant for people, because of human error, they are bringing in instrumentations. So all these must be in place. So you need to ensure they are functional at all times. The risk-based process safety, one of the things you need to look at is focus on what? High major accident hazard and high range. Talk much because of this. I won't talk much on this because of our time. Here we're talking about the key principle of essential features, upgrading operating procedures. One, you need to maintain a dependable procedure. Establish your controls. There have to be a set point for every process, for every vessel. People must keep to it. We have standard operating procedures today that are like mini Bibles. The truth is nobody will read it. It has to be as simple as possible. Come up with algorithm or what we call a process flow chart and put it there. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Don't blame people sometimes for not reading them, for not reading this procedure. I'm not saying or I'm supporting them. If it's too voluminous, they lose interest. So develop procedures, develop matrix, controls operations, activities, follow written procedures, follow safe work practices, risk-based inspection. Gone are the days where you want to inspection for high critical, what we call high pressure equipment for a whole facility. You start doing the traditional way, do a total inspection. There are times you want to do that. But today, there's this advocacy for ROBI, risk-based inspection. Every 5 years, depending on the frequency, you focus more on what we call safety critical equipment, like pressure vessels, transmitters, pipings, and all that. When you look at this picture, this guy is carrying out an entity, looking at wall thickness measurement, usually of the bench. They use rope access to reach it. They feel ordinarily you cannot have access to. Because if it's corroding and gradually you don't have access to it, the day you're operating, you'll hear the bang, boom, and pillage, the fire, the accident, and people start running around. So that is why the risk-based inspection talks about high risks. We are looking at high risk area, pressure vessels, certification. Every 5 years, you are supposed to look at that. I led a team of engineers to carry out an ROBI in the Gulf of Guinea in a production platform. They just painted the platform. One of the vessels looked very new. But when we carried out the non-destructive testing, the 12 and 6 o'clock position and the 12, 6 and 3 o'clock have gone close to 1/10 of the original wall thickness. When they get to the 1/10 of the original wall thickness, API 580, 581, and other code and standards says you should replace immediately. So they have a very good process vessel separator. Looking at it, it's very okay. But the wall thickness is gone. So you can also do what we call your plant life calculation with that. And you will know how long that will last. So we encourage those guys to change it so that it's left for them. It could still take 5 years. But if you have a very good culture in terms of safety, you should start looking at replacing those vessels within the shortest time. Process hazard focus on studies. We talked little about that yesterday. You carry out hazard when you have frozen up your P&IDs at the start of your project, design phase, operations phase, and also decommissioning. The reason I'm using the word some companies are doing hazard is because of regulatory compliance. Many companies in Nigeria, I'm sorry to say, it's because of regulators. Somebody once said in a conference, and I agree strongly with her, that since local content starts, safety is almost gone. And that is the truth. The safety culture in the country, especially in the oil and gas, is gone. When the locals get the contract, they go into other things and they leave the safety out of it. Human factor engineering and risk management. I have facilitated design review for many companies. I've also participated. This is an area that is missing almost 100%. There's no subject matter expert representing human factor engineering to integrate issues into design. Unfortunately, when this accident happened, when you start investigating, you trace some of the contributing factors, the latent failures to what? Human factor engineering. So what do we mean by human factor engineering? It's the application of knowledge to the design, construction of equipment, product, work systems, management systems, and tasks. I'm not going to go through this. I'm trying to work with time. The life cycle has to do with the select, define, execute, and operate phase. I'll give you a typical example. For those of us in HRO and also user department, how many times have you emphasized on color blindness for the operators you employ? These operators, they work in the DCS, distributed control system, the control room, where you have so many colors, and the red color comes up means there is an issue, process deviation, you need to shut down. What about if that person has color blindness? What will happen? Because sometimes you just need that response to save life, to save your asset, to ensure safety. The report from the hospitals, for those of us that are management staff, have we ever seen that report and look at it and say, oh, because it's your brother and he cannot see very well, let's just manage it? You are a kind of endangering not just your life, because sometimes your third brother will be in that same plan. So what we're trying to say, you need to design to ensure that people can work freely with this equipment. Is there any price for safe performance? The rules changes, we spend a lot of dollars, reactive management. And that is what a lot of companies are into. Something happened, we go back and start running around. Up to today, we've not addressed the tanker explosions on the road, even though a lot of institutions have provided the solutions. Tomorrow it happens, the government starts. Sometimes I'm discouraged carrying out investigation because everything is there, has been said. Plan, think, and get right the first time. If you look at this, if you put human factor engineering, considering, I'm going to talk on just one aspect here, which is workload and shift management. People are stressed beyond their capabilities. Now this will impair their judgment, especially if you work in the plant. You have 5 operators reduced to 2. The truth is, I had a serious argument with the manager. He said, we reduced a lot of the guys. The plant is still running. We are still making money. And I told him, on the long run, you will shut down that plant, and the money you think you are making, you will spend it back. That is just the truth. And the truth is, those 2 guys instead of 5 are not doing a lot of things. There's so many process indicators, condition monitoring that they are not doing, especially if it has to do with dipping of sticks on tanks, the falsified figures. We've seen that. I'm tired. You are used to this figure and the range. You just punch the calculator. The day the accident will happen, you find out that you trace it back to that. Again, the question is, do you blame them? So you should need to look at. I remember when we have a very low, the oil price, I was working as a process manager at one of these companies. When they came up with cutting down costs, the Geneva office said for safety, don't even go there. Every department, but let them justify why they needed such fund for IT. That was the direct instruction for Geneva office. Even for that department, when you're cutting down costs, you need to look at what? The safety aspect of it. Start with the user. What users want. If you are developing your processes and procedures, please, you need to engage the guys on the shop floor, especially those that are working at the plant. Oftentimes we come up with procedures in the head office, we conclude it, we send to the plant. I'll tell you exactly the mockery making of that procedure at the plant. I have gone down to a lot of them, have one-on-one discussions. They make mockery of those procedures. And they will tell you, you are there seated, you didn't even consult us, and you think this program will work. We are waiting for you. Not because they intentionally, excluding people, just like the prof said. I learned that is bullying, right? Excluding these people. When you are developing a process that should work, the truth is it will not work. It will never work. I have sat down one-on-one with them, and they tell us who are the guys there. They have, because the question, the response you always get is, I have worked in the plant. I'll give you a typical example. I carried out a study where I work as a process safety manager. In the office, I told them, the production manager, I need XY information. He gave it to me. I said, why not talk to the guys in the field? He said, no, I've been in the field. I worked there before. I said, okay. I did my calculation. I came up with this. I traveled to the field. I met the guy. I dropped the P&I. They look at this drawing. The first thing somebody said, "Oga, where did you get this drawing?" I said, your manager. I said, don't mind that. Those guys don't know what they are doing. That you see pump, we have upgraded it 3 years ago. So I used their own calculation, and you know what? We have 22,000 storage of fire water. And by the time I do my calculation, the whole plant, when there is fire, if you on the pump, it will not take 8 minutes. There is no water to fight fire. Not because there was no water in the tank, but because of the piping simulation. When I use the ones in the information given to me in the head office, it will last for, we have fire water available for about 20 minutes. But we never knew they have upgraded it. So that reduced from 20 minutes to 8 minutes. You can see the difference. So there is no connection between the head office and the plant. And it's still happening up till now. Until you recognize those guys, let me use the word of Kozigla, those of us that have worked in Shell, we know that name. He said the most important people in any organization are the people at the forefront of everything at the plant. So it's very important, design and development, objective testing, subjective, user evaluation. You need to go there, meet with them. Why do we need to look at human factor engineering? If you look at poor human factor engineering design, led to 45% of this accident. That's why we need to resolve this. BP 2005 Texas refinery, there were so much issues with human factor engineering. And so many plants. Even where I work, I'll quickly share this with you. We lost $1 million in less than 1 day. I was part of the investigation, drilling slick-like operation for those that are into wellhead interventions and all that. This crew, we are supposed to be 2 crews. No, 2 crews. At the end of the day, they changed it to 1 crew. Nobody knew. Possibly 1 or 2 pages must know in the head office. They want to make more profit. You know, contractors. That is why one of the elements of process safety, contractor management, is very key. They change the crew. So what happened? What's the implication of this? They changed the crew. They changed the process. There was additional. So, and that process involved, I understand, I'm not good at drilling, but in summary, when you start that process, you cannot stop until you complete it. So the other crew was meant to take over. Now they were very tired. They were walking and sleeping up to the extent one of them said, I will not work. If you want to fire me, you fire me. They have worked about 14 to 18 hours non-rest. The drilling supervisor that was supposed to intervene, he told them to go back to work. And they were working and sleeping. And the wire, something fell into the hole, and we lost it. The $1 million is exclusive of other expenses. They fired over 15 people. We start making investigations. So long you know about it, that procedure was changed and you did nothing about it, you are gone. The same thing with AREMO fire in Share. So long you were called that something was happening, There was gas cloud. What did you do? Nothing, you are fired. Somebody said yesterday, you hear it, you see it, you need to act. So it's very important. Engineering design. Here you have a whole lot of things. Gone are these days where you design for people to be confused. The likelihood of human error coming in is much, much high. If you have been to Barab, UBA, the gas processing plant, it's just few persons. It's automated, simple, and that's why our children, they even know the computers and a lot of things more than us because they are user-friendly. And that is how a modern facility should look like. What are really the issues? Poor design equipment, out of date on working procedures. You have obsolete procedures. You have upgraded the system. You are still using the same procedures. You have not changed procedure. It's only in this part of the country I will see that you are designing a plant. The operations procedure is not even available, and they are starting the plant. It is only in this country I have seen that the design guys are the one developing operating procedure without involving the operators. If you are an operator, if you have a system, that's why we need those systems where I can stand boldly and reject. And I said, no, I will not accept this plant because there's a time to hand over. It's in this country also that we will celebrate the handing over of a plant, and 6-7 months later, we are still battling with a lot of issues because the main guys are not involved. Inadequate training, competence, inappropriate time pressure, frequent distraction, unclear roles and responsibility, poor situational awareness. These unclear roles and responsibilities, sometimes you load people too much with different jobs. The facility, the company I'm working for right now, I asked the guy, can I talk to your instrument engineer? One guy came out. Can I talk to your process engineer? The same person. Can I talk to your rotating equipment? I said, excuse me, what's your discipline, sir? He said, he's a mechanical project engineer. You are just a project engineer. What did you read at school? He said, mechanical. I asked him questions on the mechanical area. It's not even sound. So these are the issues. The guy is doing everything. Right now, I needed the information. Everything is centered around one person. So if you have issues like that, then certainly you'll have a lot of waiting to happen incident. Now, let's just look at this. Which one do you think is the correct design? This is a valve. Let me explain. This is a valve, usually a wheel valve that you need to turn either to open or lock. Which one will you think is a good? The first one. Apart from having issues, physical issues and all that. One, I'll show you the best one. What do you think will happen here? This is overstretching, overworking this guy. When I saw this picture, one of the likelihood, something that is likely to happen, especially when there's an emergency. If you ask this guy to close this valve, it's likely that he's not going to close it 100%. And in design, when they start installing, constructing, they don't look at this. I went to an offshore production platform in the Gulf of Guinea. I was carrying out an inspection where we have something like this. The rail was just too low. If you miss your balance, you are going to the sea. I just used barricade and taped it around, and nobody should operate that. And I sent the picture direct. And they have celebrated the project guy bonus for constructing an unsafe platform to work. So these are some of the things we see. Unfortunately, it's very expensive to correct it when the oil starts flowing. And that is why during the design phase, we need a subject matter expert to look at human factor engineering, not just the design, the construction, because sometimes what is on paper is not what is constructed in the plant. Reliability and safety, the last part as I conclude. Reliability engineering is in summary, is to ensure that all the components of a plant or an equipment works within the prescribed or design limit, not just the design limit, within that time. And just one thing to do is to ensure you have maintenance. It's tied into maintenance. No matter how good your plant is, if you don't maintain it, it's not going to work when you are required to respond to demand. One thing I need to mention here is bypass. How many of us have witnessed situations where something failed, and after investigation, you find out that the bypass state is so much leakages. Rather than addressing the leakages, you go and bypass the alarm, because the alarm is going to trigger the whole plant and shut down the plant. I've even seen situations where people will even take off the alarm completely. Let's look at temperature set point, speed set point, flow set point. For those of us that are involved in incident investigation, we need to take note of this, especially when you're investigating incident that has to do with process plant. If you don't know about the operations and the nitty-gritty of operations, the process plant, they are going to bamboozle you. I led an investigation in an FPSO in the Gulf of Guinea. They have covered up a lot of things. They never knew our acts of what they call the event log. When I got there, immediately I asked of the event log, I looked at their countenance. They were all looking at each other. I knew something was wrong. What happened? There was a shutdown. And they told me the shutdown happened so time. Intervention, nobody could intervene. And before we knew, there was fire. I said, no, something is wrong. For an FPSO like this, something is wrong. One, in terms of alarm management, the first alarm comes up. Before the second alarm comes up, it takes a short time. Between the first and second alarm, there's a space for operator's intervention. So I knew something was wrong. For me to confirm it, I don't want to rely on them. The event log is just like your black box. When the plant shut down, it's going to tell you the time. So by the time I request for it, I found out that they have altered the set point. So I saw it and I asked, why did you alter the set point? He said there was issue some time ago. They used that to correct it, but they never addressed it. Now it has led to another issue. There should be authorization for any override. I was in a design review, some guys in Weatherford and all that. I was telling my colleagues, my very senior colleague, he happened to be the guy that brought me to the plant, helped me in the company, and I challenged him openly. I say, with all due respect, I'm sorry, sir. What you're saying is not going to help the organization, and something will happen. He said, why did you say so? Before I could respond, one of the white guys he said, the manual is right. In short, it's a criminal offense to override in the US. You will be jailed. You have, especially without authorization, which means the bypass. So your procedure, again, ask yourself, do you have what we call override or bypass procedure? If you don't have it, then you're going to have some issues. People work any way they like. But good thing, we have what we call the new softwares for process control system. You cannot override. It is set. Before you override, your supervisor and one person must agree before you can do it. Otherwise, and it's going to log the time and all that. And you need to do a risk assessment before you override. And the rule says you cannot override more than some procedure, more than 7 days. Otherwise, you start having all your system on override. which is not the normal way of operations. Okay, then lastly, we talk about predictive maintenance. A lot of companies work based on a reactive, run it till it's damaged before we respond. It's not a good way. If you want to have a very good process, system reliability and safety, you need to predict. And for you to predict, you cannot do a predictive maintenance without data. You need to have all this data, checking condition monitoring, oils, time it runs. For example, you need to listen to how these generators or pumps. I won't be able to go through because of our time. Okay, performance monitoring is very important. Then data, okay. For very good condition monitoring, the guys even in the home office, we also be able to monitor your plant anywhere it is. We had an issue where an American, he helped one of the guys to US, one of the black guys, and he said, you know what, I can shut down your plant in Delta State from my house. He's a guru in instrumentation. What he did, he replicated the process control system in the US. And he said, I can send virus here and shut down your plant. And that is why developed country, we are talking about cyber case issues. At the time, do you know, I wouldn't quote US. These guys were accusing US, the Iran, that they are trying to attack their uranium system to destroy. We should start looking at cyber, putting some anti-cyber procedures, especially if you have a process control software. It's very important. So all you need is just to go into the internet. So we have some of this software we can use for vibration check to monitor the health of your condition. I'm not going to go the slide will be given out. I'm not going to go through that, but we have a case study here. In summary, here, the case study one, a failed pump causes a refinery shutdown. Now, for a pump to fail, one, there has to be a vibration. There are a lot of things that will lead to that. But sometimes when you construct, people will tell you, no, it's a new pump. But have you forgotten that over time it's going to break down, vibrations will come in? So why not at the inception put some dampers and all that? So one of the most issues with pump, it has led to a lot of fires issues. When you read your radar, offshore reliability data and the CCPS reliability data, you see how frequently this pump have caught fire in the industry. And that is why we really need to have a very good design. Component classification. One, you need to look at the definitions of critical, potential critical. All these are used in reliability when you're carrying out studies for plant. Okay, as I wrap up quickly, you need this decision tree to carry out the consequence of failure analysis. One of the things you need to look at is the component potentially critical. If it is yes, then you need to do everything. Let me quickly see if I can go through this. This is a worksheet. It's a study we carry out for plants and all that. It's similar to failure mode and effect analysis. Now, this is a pump, centrifugal pump. The location, you put it here. Function of the component recirculates contents of primary digestion tank. This is the name of the tank. You need to have the failure mode. What is the failure mode or what can cause it to fail? Power loss, failure mode detectable. If it is not detectable, then there's an issue. There's what we call undetected dangerous failure, especially when there's a failure, you cannot detect it, it can shut down the plant. Preventive maintenance task flow chart. Preventive maintenance, you need to have a program for that. This should be the last slide, if I'm not mistaken. You need to have a program for preventive maintenance, avoid breakdown. And that comes together with that predictive. Okay, then this is the work chart for predictive. Okay, it's still the same work chart with another example. Because of time, I won't be able to go through it. The last slide, preventive maintenance tasks, periodicity consideration. Okay, one, you need to look at the time. When you have a preventive maintenance, one of the things I have found out that people don't actually keep to it. So for those of us that are in the HSE department, the last slide, please, and others department also, when you're carrying out inspection and monitoring, there's this code and standard API 754 that talks about process safety and performance indicator. There's a spreadsheet where you need to find out, work in line with the operators, have their maintenance plan for the year, then you need to monitor it. If I have said I'm going to calibrate my PROD, what I call the pressure devices, reducing devices, reduction devices, transmitters, PSV for every 3 years, transmitters yearly. You need to go back and ask, out of the 5, why haven't I calibrated all this? So people should be held accountable. You need to look at the backlog. You need to develop what you call efficiency matrix and KPI. You find out that sometimes we did that where I work as a process safety manager, and management saw that it is them not releasing funds for all this job. We were able to come back with the breakdowns, the minimum time to repair, the losses, and all that. So they had some change of mindset, and they start releasing funds for all this maintenance. If you don't put this thing and plot a graph and do a presentation, they would think it's business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Every time you come on stage here, we have a lot of things to learn, and we see a lot of new insights in how it happens in the industry. And for those of us that are actually very vast with these situations we have learned here, it's a good refresher. And for those of us that have not heard of it before, this is the time to start putting those things properly so that you can actually get working correctly. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Kodo. We have a question from is it Dr. Yusuf Magwe? I almost called you doctor now.
Not
doctor.
almost. No.
Exactly. So Dr.
If
Yusuf
you want me
Magwe.
to give you the certificate, I'll give you.
No, just go ahead.
It's not what I want. What I want is to be me. But those ones are names. What I really want is to appreciate Emmanuel with tears. You know, I was listening to him and was following. The tears is this. How many operators are here, please, that are in operations? Downstream sector of the oil and gas. I have worked for 32 years in the refinery, right? From scratch. I can understand why my tears is flowing. A lot of safety people, I can see some of us here. You can understand why a lot of accidents keep happening over and over. You see, in time past, the refineries we have in Nigeria are all analog refineries. Gradually, some modifications kept coming on. And you find out that most of the reasons why we are having problems is because there are disconnects. Information disconnects, change management disconnects. In fact, what I had wanted, one slide should be on change management, because it's very important that when you tick that, you pick it up together, because approvals come on change management sheets. So you find that most of us that are safety professionals are sitting in courts and oil and gas. There is a disconnect in operations and what is expected of you, because you are supposed to be jack of all trades, actually pass through all the departments. You're supposed to have clear knowledge, a helicopter view, of all, this knowledge. You might not have details, everybody should have at least a fair knowledge, helicopter view of what's going on. And if you don't, it is very easy for them to dribble you. When there is an incident and you want to start anything, they will dribble you. But when you have a helicopter view of what is going on in the process, it becomes easy for you to relate. Again, those of us that are chief executives here, you should understand that a safety professional need to be in most of the courses that are technical. Because if you that, okay, this is not safety, it's operations, or this is electrical, they need to be there because the hazards that are in there, they also need to understand. And therefore, you also need to seek knowledge as a safety professional. Don't say this is not my field. All fields are field. You should have that interest. So the safety professional, you need to have that interest in all the areas, especially the process safety. And we are lacking this very well. I can understand the last place I exited in NPDC, we were talking about process safety. And my brother there, Alalibu, I know you'll be laughing. You can clearly see gaps. And the last plant, I am not sure that we were able to address. So it is just clear before me that we are just wasting a lot of our projects, a lot. Because at the end of the day, those that are interested in the details of technical will not be there. Those that are politically oriented will be there. And at the end of the day, no, I can tell you the truth. Those that are technically interested in what is going on will not be there. And then the people that are politically associated are the people that will be given that place. And at the end of the day, what you will expect is a complete total loss. And colossal loss is awaiting us. Let us pray and help ourselves. I have told people I'm still in practice, not because I needed anything. I'm thinking of what the future of my children and the children's children will be. So let us help ourselves. Make sure that those that are politically there, let's help them. I always tell people, I say, yes, I'm not jealous that somebody else is there. But that he is there, I need to help him so that it doesn't repercussion shouldn't come on me. So that he is there, please, let's help them so that all of us will be alive. Or else, if you say, okay, you're technically sound, he is not, and so you don't have problem. When the problem comes, it will fall on you. So all of us need to work together. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you very much, my good friend. I have the first question. The first question is, how is it possible for all of us attending this PDC to know the different types of the programming and the softwares that we can easily use to simulate some of the design you have just given, the programs you have just given? There are a number of programs on the sheet, on the direct programming and the stages, start, stop, and up to the last one. Fundamentally, whether or not you are a mechanical engineer, chemical engineer, safety process engineer, and mechanical particularly, you need to understand the working of these softwares to be able to simulate the about to happen disasters. If you don't understand the working of the programming, it will be difficult. I am one of those ignorants of those softwares, I have to say here, because I'm here to learn too. So we need to understand this. And I believe your next assignment, should we meet anywhere, should be the development and presentation of these softwares and the simple programming languages, not the algorithms. None of us is interested in the algorithm. We need the application. So let us get this clear. That's your next assignment. I'm not saying now, but you need to explain to us and then let us understand how many softwares can we get and what job can we do with them and how friendly are they? That's the question. And then my second addition is on the human engineering, ergonomics. Most of these accidents are as a result of this human engineering, lost focus, don't understand the workings of, even in our cars. Why do we have the steering adjusters? They are ergonomical. Why do we have the seat adjusters? They are ergonomical. As vertically designed as I am compared to my person, I need to ride the same car is riding. So the only thing I do is to adjust. Those are ergonomical. He gave us a picture there. That guy is hanging, trying to adjust the bar. So you can ergonomically now design to see that his elbow, his back, his eye, everything is trained. So he cannot do the job perfectly. That's why he concluded to say that even if you ask him to cross the bar, to tag in or tag out, there will be issue. So fundamentally, we need to understand if we are in a workstation, the ergonomical consideration is the first thing you should do. The first thing, am I up to? Can my size be able to perfectly fit into this workstation? Can I do this? These are certain considerations that we need to be exchanging with colleagues so that we can be able to understand that this is what it is. And then finally, if you are a safety expert, you are jack of all trades. Even if you are not, but you should know your area of strength. But you should be able to understand you're a chemical engineer, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer. So you should know something about it. And that's the only way you can help somebody out there. If you don't have that knowledge, I'm sorry. Please, you need to read time and time again, like a doctor, a medical doctor who read every day, like a teacher who recites every day. If you're a safety person, please, my advice is read every day. Read anything. Otherwise, you are challenged. Or what the sociology, industrial sociology will simply say, you are a safety left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate your question. First, before I respond to that, I want to take permission from Madam President and Dr. Yusuf. You don't know exactly what I want to say, but the question you asked, how many operators are here? I also want to ask another question. We that are safety professionals, we are coming here to pass knowledge, to also harness knowledge. Essentially, most importantly, sometimes the people on the front line, but they are not here. So how do we really harmonize all this? The message is, you're head of department, whatever your position is, we need to let the management know that this organization, gathering like this, is not for safety professionals alone. Many of us, we know a lot of things, we keep on seeing ourselves. You are driving a message across to save lives, to prevent accidents, but the people are not here. So we need to do everything to bring them here. Additionally, why I mentioned Dr. Yusuf, I trained some guys on behalf of Nigeria Society of Chemical Engineers on HAZOP. Most of the people he brought were operators in Kaduna Refinery. And one of them walked up to me. He said, help me thank Dr. When he said it's safety, he said, which kind of safety? Safety people. You didn't tell me. I'm just telling you this. He said, but he made sure they all come. And they thanked him and they said their eyes were open. I'm sure if he was still there, he will find it seamlessly to a kind of implement some of this program. Thank you for that. I think we should mimic that. Okay, to answer your question, just like Prof. rightly said, I'm not a chemical engineer, I'm not a mechanical engineer, but I'm so privileged to have gone through a lot of trainings and all that, using some of the softwares. I don't use all the softwares. Some of them I have just a basic knowledge. I might interest you to know that some of the engineers working for me, if they do mistake, I know, because I have basic knowledge of it, because they are all human beings. Sometimes they are freelance, I don't employ them permanently. They might have another project, they just want to rush this and give you something that is not correct. If you don't know about it, then you are at their own mercy. I talked about risk-based inspection, right? I led the team. They never knew, they thought because it's my company, but they never knew I have those competencies on NDT. All the package, I've done them practically and all that. So one of them was doing the wrong thing right in my presence. And I told him, next time you repeat this, the next boat off like you are living here. He said, what did I do? I said, if you don't know what you did, that means it's my fault because you are not supposed to be here. I used a term and I said, you should allow the dwelling time to cure before you do anything. Much later, I came to me, he said, okay, it's like you have undergone. I said, don't ask questions, do the right thing. It is because I have some of this basic knowledge. For the software, some of the software are not to be used by safety professionals. Like the HISIS. HISIS is mainly for process engineer. But who says there's no law that says the safety professional shouldn't use HISIS? One, it depends on your dream. What are you looking at? In the early days of my career, when I started, I've seen myself as a consultant, more of the technical sections. So I attained, the person that is working for me as a process engineer, just to encourage, I paid him. He said, no, I can't teach you for free. I said, no, I paid him to teach me. I said, don't be afraid. I'm not taking your job. I don't see myself simulating all these things. I need this knowledge. Himself, I correct him. He will just laugh. The truth is, there are so many softwares that so many organizations run the training. For the safety softwares, we have what we call the process hazard analysis software too fast. We have the FRED. We have so many of them. I'm not a patent. Those companies run it. Also, for those that are interested, we do one-on-one, but we are not a patent to that. I also learned through someone that sat me down. I actually met the person. I want to know these things. And I have challenged a lot of process engineers during the design phase. I'm sorry to say that a lot of them is cut and paste. They carry a plant that doesn't belong to you and they come and drop it there and you start having issues. Lastly, I'll give you this case study. We have a tank farm project, but a lot of the things I'm seeing is for LPG and it's for crude oil. They are two different things. Now, when I looked at, I was supposed to do the fire water demand calculation, right? And they took it off me. There was politics. I didn't say anything. Somebody was doing it. I never knew he got one guy from Data Africa on the background. Very experienced to do it for him. So I met him. What is the fire water demand calculation? He said, don't worry. I said, no, don't tell me, don't worry. I'm the loss prevention consultant on this project. Give me your fire water demand calculation. If you want to look for trouble in any project, ask the project engineer, demand for the calculation sheet. You will not see calculation sheet, especially in this part of the country. Abroad, they will release everything, formulas, how they arrive at that. So to cut the long story, there was discrepancies in terms of volume of water. And what does that translate into? The volume of water the guy used in terms of the variance was about, I can't remember, was too much. So I now looked at it. I said, you know what? We will have a very big tank that translates into cost to the asset owner. The truth is we don't need that water. Why? The application of code and standard was just different. And I asked him what code and standard. He said API 2510. API 2510 is for LPG tank, and we are doing crude oil storage tank. So they are two different things. So just like Prof said, we need to go out of the thinking cap, just learn some things, even though you don't want to become an expert, just get the ideas. That will also help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think we can say that Africa has actually done justice to his presentation and to the questions being asked. On this note, I want us to also give him another round of applause as he goes back to his seat. Thank you, sir. So next on the agenda is lunch break. And this is how I want us to do it. Because we have our Muslim brothers and sisters that will be going to the mosque. So please, I will create your indulgence to please allow them to go first, to pick their tickets and go to the hall, the other hall, which is the Moremi hall, where they will sit down and eat their food so that they can meet up with their prayer time while we join them later. So please, I want to just create your indulgence for them because they need to meet up with their gender preference. They get their tickets and they proceed to the hall to eat, and they can now go for their prayer. So we can start proceeding now. Others will follow, like I said, but please, let's just give them the preference. Thank you. So you can pick your ticket just at the registration booth there.
Ojoojúmọ́ ni mo wọ́n tù, owó lè pé, mo ṣàpìlì sọ pé mo ṣàbúrè, owó tó pẹ́, mo lówó tán mo wá ṣòge, àwọn ọmọge wọn ò fi mí ṣeré, wọ́n béèrè ọpẹ́ máa fún wọn ní dọ́ọ̀bù, ìṣẹ́ bí ilé kò lè sí trọ́bù. Man like me, we know they go down. Man like me, we know they slow down. Man like me too scarce, man like me too bad. Oh yeah, man like me too tight, man like me too cash. Oh yeah, ara fẹsán, ojo fẹrọ, kiri o na Sunday, Mùsùlùmí everyday. Pẹ̀lú gbogbo làlá kókó fẹ̀fẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni tó mọ judgment day. But today na Friday, thank God it's Friday. 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 Báwọn sọ́kọ́ máa gbọ́n mú owó ti dé. We ain't complaining every day, every other day, happy day. Try go to go, go to float, they go, we dey walk, we dey play, we know the gist so low. Lálẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n bá mi délé, lálẹ́. Man like me, we know they go down. Man like me, we know they slow down. Man like me too scarce, man like me too bad. Oh yeah, man like me too tight, man like me too cash. Oh yeah, I flip the music.
And it goes like my mind is for you, my hobby is for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know, I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. When they all say I can't have you, I prove them wrong. I came for you. And you are not anyone too. Mama, you know I still come through. Give me love, yeah. Girl, yeah. Thanks for your love. My mind there for you. My heartbeat for you. My heartbeat every time when I think of you. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel love again. I don't want to wait. Let me have you in my arms again. Please. Good morning, my love. Oh my God, it's our wedding day. I'm so glad I found someone to hold till eternity. I don't want you more and I'm meant to be. Honeymoon far away from here. I did best for your love. Hey, my darling, I did for you. Off the question, and yes, I do. My melody to strike a clue. God, I want you and only you. Hey, my darling, I did for you. Off the question, and yes, I do. I go fight though. I go fight though. I go fight for you. I'm ready for you. I'm happy for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again. Please. Hey, my darling, I did for you. Pop the question and yes, I do. My melodies will strike a clue. That I want you and only you. Hey, my darling, I did for you. Pop the question and yes, I do. I go fight though. I go fight though. I go fight for your love. Yes, I do. Yeah. And my darling, I did for you. I go fight, I go fight, I go fight for your love. And it goes like
Shakara do endo. Aye. That what you wanna, yeah. Vanessa, you done the cast. Your fine face no matter again. Shakara do endo. Before now you the hot. Living la vida loca. Money don't finish, you remember. Shakara do endo. Don't let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuits. Then go finish your speech. Shakara do endo. Don't let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuits. Then go finish your speech. Shakara do endo. Batman secure the back. So the money can go like back. Cause it like a to ballet to the jack. Tori and you broke any goddamn time. You know, say before no be property. You don't know before no be celebrity. I say make you take picture you got security. Now Shakara don't handle. So don't let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuits. Then go finish your speech. When Shakara don't handle, say don't let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuits. Then go break all your speech. When Shakara don't handle. Finish, then go finish your biscuits, then go finish your sweets. Shakara do endo.
see you finish, then go finish your biscuits, then go finish your sweet. Shakara
Vibe boy. Díẹ̀ ló kù, wọ́n bá ti ṣe mí kan. Níwájú mi, wọ́n tún fẹ̀yìn lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n lẹ́yìn mi, wọ́n tún bínú kan. I thank God pé mo lárí mọ́. Let's leave it one love pẹ̀lú inú kan. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹnì kejì má lọ finú tán. Cause too much talk and make you lose it all. In case you don't know, aráyé burú gan. I got my eyes on me, they only eye service. I respect, I be vibe, I'm a catalyst. I be speed up the rate of the vibe as in. No go boy your sound standing for my guy. Waiting me, I get to dog. Ilé ayé yìí, o máa see if any come. Kò sóhun tá mú wá, kò sóhun tá máa mú lọ. Oh Lord, take my sorrows away. Listen to waiting me, I get to dog. Ilé ayé yìí, o máa see if any come. Kò sóhun tá mú wá, kò sóhun tá máa mú lọ. Oh Lord, take my sorrows away. So I pack on my load and I face my fears. Fight on my demons and I conquer them. I told myself I no go back to that previous life. Really make my hands stress. So I pack on my load and I face my fears. Fight on my demons and I conquer them. I told myself I no go back to that previous life. Really make my hands stress. I got my eyes on the only eyes on the I respect, I be vibe, I'm a catalyst. They speed up the rate of the vibe and sing. No go boy your sound standing for my guy. Vibe boy.
More music at ninjaloaded.com.
Ain't nobody talk about that love tonight, yeah. And I pray say me nobody quench this fire, yeah. Say so many things that I wish tonight, yeah. And I wanna know if you want wait till the morning. She said yes to me. She tell me say she don't go lie to me. She tell me say she no go shy cause see me, oh. She tell me say she no go shy cause see me, oh. I swear. Money let nobody dance you out. Say the money in my mind. All my love for the past this life. Oh, whoa, whoa. Why not till morning? No, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. I've been needing your love in the pop, pop, pop. Yeah, go pop, 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 pop. Girl, show your mercy, girl, don't be so, whoa. Oh, yeah. I've been needing your love in the pop, pop, pop. Yeah, go pop, 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 pop. She tell me when you leave, come back. She said nobody make her move like that. She said she want it from the night to the morning. I'm holding your face down when I push down back. Say I they give you what you need and you know it. Ain't nobody touch like that. She said nobody give her loving like that. She said she want me tonight, that's fair. She said yes to me. She told me say she don't go lie to me. She told me say she no go shy cause see me, you. She told me say she no go shy cause see me, you. Oh, I see. Money let nobody dance you out. Say the money in my mind. All my love for you past this life. Oh, whoa, whoa. Why not till morning? No, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. I've been needing your love in the pop, pop, pop. Yeah, go pop, pop, pop. Girl, show your mercy, girl, don't be so, whoa, yeah. I've been needing your love in the pop, pop, pop. Yeah, go pop, 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 pop. Oh, let's talk sex with it more time. I got right to you, kinda feel all nice. I never knew you could do it like that. Like two peas in a pod, that's right. Counting all of my blessings. See, I got you from my life, they make me thank God. Every day you came into my life. Make all of them go, baby, please, baby. Oh, you know I'll be one call away. You got me to on, I want some. You got to get on it up. Take me up. I wanna hear you say my name. I say, oh, you've been on my mind like all day long. Why not till morning? No, whoa, yeah. I've been needing your love in your pop. Jacob pop. Girl, show your mercy, girl, on me so, oh, yeah. I've been needing your love in your pop. Jacob pop. Hold me tight, you hold me tight, you hold me tight, come you hold me tight. When you need me, baby, call, baby, ring on my phone line. Once you call me, I take run to you. Now this kind chance I no one lose. I don't need your body person, I don't need your body make it in my yard tonight. I'm on wine for the way they pass yo. Body of face, say something I get for you, get the pass my own. I'm on make I do life to go back to the bones of body of face. Give me a love, I treat you like precious stone. Body of face, I'm on nobody wine for the way they pass yo. Body of face, say the loving I get for you, get the pass my own. I'm on make I do life to your back to the bones of body of face. Give me a love, I treat you like precious stone. Yeah, your body good to me, I stick to you like glue tonight. Like glue tonight. Make me link up, make me rendezvous for my crib tonight. For my crib tonight. I'm on many things I really wanna do tonight. Come on, just come follow me, make you know. I'm on nobody wine for the really pass yo. Body of face, hold me tight, come hold me tight. When you need me, baby, call, baby, ring on my phone line. Once you call me, I take run to you. Now this kind chance I no one lose. I don't need your body person, I don't need your body make it in my yard tonight. I'm on nobody wine for the really pass yo. Body of face, say loving I get for you, get the pass my own. I'm on make I do life to go back to the bones of body of face. Give me a love, I treat you like precious stone. Body of face, I'm on nobody wine for the really pass yo. Body of face, say the loving I get for you, get the pass my own. I'm on make I do life to your back to the bones of body of face. Give me a love, I treat you like precious stone. Yeah, your body good to me, I stick to you like glue tonight. Like glue tonight. Make me link up, make me rendezvous for my crib tonight. For my crib tonight. I'm on many things I really wanna do tonight. Come on, just come follow me, make you know. I'm on nobody wine for the really pass yo. Body of face, say the loving I get for you, girl, you pass my own. I'm on make I do life to go back to the bones of body of face. Give me your love, I treat you like precious stones. Days when I'm not with you, babe. Ooh, your love keeps me warm. Unconditional.
something I want. You wanna give me something to feel. You wanna give me something that's real, so true love. At the end of the day, this is true. True love. Deep in my soul, you're dangerous. I cannot trust, still I want more. True love. Girl, you be number one. Girl, I love the way you made the thing go round. Now me and you go there as the song go on. Now me and you go there till the sun come up. Inside she control me. She did tell me, baby, boss, don't you fool me. Hot fuck every day, she did consume me. She want it every day, we make it movies. My baby with me. Every day you with me. See, every day they with me, they with me. My baby, they complete me. Say my baby know the juicy, da. Say the love you she give me, I know. Say if I do time, she don't leave me, my love. Say now the love you she give me, I know. Say not true love. My days when I'm not with you, babe. Your love keeps me warm. Unconditional, prisoner, number one. Your love give me something I want. You wanna give me something to feel. You wanna give me something that's real, so true love. At the end of the day, this is true love. Deep in my soul, you're dangerous. I cannot trust, still I want more. True love. Bang, 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 whoa. Baby girl, I want make our soul to feel like one. Baby girl, I want make our love to feel like one. Hold on to me tonight for life. Bang, 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 whoa. Baby girl, I want make our soul to feel like one. Baby girl, I want make our love to feel like one. Hold on to me tonight for life. My days when I'm not with you, babe. Your love keeps me warm. Unconditional prisoner, number one. Your love give me something I want. You wanna give me something to feel. You wanna give me something that's real, so you love me number one. You know the man fi do you no wrong. You wouldn't die so if I never you say you belong. Me never get a love so strong. But hell where you get that tongue from? Shift the tongue, sit down on the thing well long. Me love it when you whine and go down. Beat it up like a conga drum. True love, man. Y'all wind up your body pan a top. Get the thing tough, your pum pum buff. Bust a wine turn round for your fuck. True love. At the end of the day, this is true love. Deep in my soul, you're dangerous. I cannot trust, still I want more. True love.
Flip the music. Jackie,
And it goes like
my mind deep for you, my heart beat for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. When they all said I can't have you, I proved them wrong. I can't for you. Anywhere without anyone to. I'm all you know, I still come through. Give me love, yeah. Bye bye, yeah. I do this for your love. Have you be. Honeymoon far away from here. Got your grace for your love. Hey, my darling, I did for you. Pop the question and yes, I do. My melody should strike a clue. That I want you and only you. Hey, my darling, I did for you. Pop the question and yes, I do. I go fight though, I go fight though, I go fight for you. My mind deep for you, my heart beat for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again. Hey, my darling, I did for you. Pop the question and yes, I do. My melody should strike a clue. That I want you and only you. Hey, my darling, I did for you. Pop the question and yes, I do. I go fight though, I go fight though, I go fight for your love.
And it goes like
It's 12 a.m. in the morning. I still get for your call. Don't do me like this, oh yeah. Arami Tiwalano. But I don't wait, oh. I don't feel so yeah. And I still the pray, oh. I still the pray, oh. Oh my ego now for you. Oh my ego for you. Oh my rabba now for you. Oh my rabba for you. Go me now for you. Yeah, for you. All the water for my carrot for you. Yeah, the carrot for you. Yeah, oh my ego now for you. Ego now for you. Oh my rabba now for you. Go me now for you. All the motor for my garage for you. The motor for the garage for OBO. Nothing really for you. All the best for you. I put my life on the line for you. Nobody else but you. Baby, 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 boo. You don't say you be my boo. If I'm gonna be your baby, baby, boo. Baby, I be boo. Say I want to show you my world, my girl. I say I'm not gonna do you, I love you. I want to show you my world, my girl. Cause all my ego now for you. All my ego for you. All my rama now for you. Rama for you. Go me now for you. Yeah, for you. All the motor for my carrot for you. That's for you, yeah. My ego now for you. Ego now for you, yeah. Oh my rapa now for you, yeah. Oh my rapa now for you, yeah. Oh me now for you, yeah. All the motor for my garage for you. All the motor for the garage for you. Badass. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Oh shit. It's 12 a.m. in the morning. I still wait for your call. Don't do me like this, oh yeah. Ara mi ti wa lọ́nà, yeah. But I don't dey wait, oh. I don't dey wait, see, so yeah. And I still dey pray, oh. I still dey pray, oh. Hold on now. Oh my ego now for you. Oh my ego for you. Oh my rapper now for you. Oh my rapper for you. Go me now for you. Yeah. There for you. All the mother for my carrot for you. Yeah. The carrot for you. Yeah. Oh my ego now for you. Ego now for you. Yeah. Oh my rapper now for you. Yeah. Go me now for you. All the motor for my garage for you. All the motor for the garage for you. OBO, I guess. Nothing really for you. All the best for you. I put my life on the line for you. Nobody else got you. Baby, 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 boo. You don't say you be my boo. If I'm gonna leave you, oh, baby, I be fool. Baby, I be fool. Say I want to show you my world. I say I don't go do you, I don't do you. I want to show you my world. Cause all my ego now for you. All my ego for you. All my rama now for you. Rama for you. Go me now for you. There for you. All the motor for my garage for you. The motor in the garage for you. Yeah. All my ego now for you. Ego now for you, girl. All my rama now for you. All my rama now for you, girl. Go me now for you. All the motor for my garage for you. All the motor for the garage for you. Badass. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Oh shit. Dr. Dollar Entertainment.
Music. Hola. Olúwa ló ṣe yí o. Vibes. Finance kí ló ṣe bí tìǹda. Tí bá dáwọ́lé àṣelà, ẹnìkan ò bọ́ mi ṣọ̀tá rárá. Ló gbà òní ló gbà mí mọ́ gbà ó. Èmi ṣàmì àdúrà rẹ̀. Ajé mi ní ìṣòwò short. Small work kì í make my money plus. Èmi ṣiṣẹ́ kì í rere jẹ́. Èdùmàrè èmi pẹ̀pẹ̀ o. Èèyàn lásán ni mi ò mọ̀ra aṣọ. Many times I dey lose guard o. Àdáyé má fi mí ṣẹlẹ̀ yá. Anything I do make it prosper. Ayé iye.
Our next lecturer will be this Oba. I am sure he's around in the hall here. Please, if you're seated in the hall here, okay. So this Oba will be talking to us about safety culture. She'll be looking at a tool for human capital development. So please let us give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure we enjoyed our lunch. All right. I would like to stand on all the protocols earlier observed and handle this presentation on safety culture, a tool for human capital development. Some of us may wonder, how come we have more accidents and near misses in some organizations as compared to other organizations? The reasons are not far-fetched. It's as a result of two key factors. First, is as a result of a weak or a poor safety culture, or lack of competence or incompetence by the employees. And that's why we'll be looking at this important topic to know how to prevent accidents and how to ensure that organizations do what they're supposed to do to ensure they have a positive safety culture. In this presentation, I would like to define the key terms and give a brief background of those terms. We'll define human capital development, and then we'll also define what safety culture is. We need to know what these terms are and what they mean before we can go ahead. And then we'll look at the safety culture ladder. We cannot talk about safety culture without looking at the assessment of where organizations belong. Then we'll go ahead and look at steps to safety culture through human capital development. Next, we're going to talk about behaviors. Why do we have violations in the workplace? Why do we have employees doing the wrong thing or failing to do what they are expected to do? So we'll look at different kinds of behaviors, and then we'll go to action points. What do we need to take out of this event today? Going forward, how can we do things differently in our various organizations to achieve a positive safety culture while developing human capital? And then we're going to wrap up the presentation with the conclusion. At the end of the presentation, we should understand the benefits of safety culture in human capital development. We'd also need to understand how an organization can move up the safety culture ladder up to a generative safety culture. We'll need to understand steps to drive safety culture through human capital. And lastly, we'll understand the role of leadership and management commitment, not just in promoting a positive safety culture, but also in sustaining one. Success in business is about people. People. Whatever industry a company is in, its employees are its biggest competitive advantage. Now, this is a quote from Richard Branson, who is the founder of Virgin Group. And when we talk about people here, we mean employees of any organization. It's important for us to know that the employees of organizations are very important because they are the ones who get the jobs done. They are the ones who interface with customers. They are the ones who interface with clients. So it's important to invest in these employees. It's just like a computer. We say a computer is a giggle machine, for those of us who remember. And it means garbage in what? Thank you. So when you put in valuable things into your employees, you get value back. So garbage in for the employees, you have garbage out. If you put value in, what do you get? thank you. So you put value in, you also get value back. Now, employees become your competitive advantage when they freely give out their discretionary efforts. And by that, I mean they give in more than what is required. You find out that some employees try to go the extra mile. So if there is nothing in them, if there is no value, if they've not been trained, if they don't have what it takes to perform excellently, they won't be able to do that. So that's why it's so important to invest in employees, to train them, to give them a conducive work environment so that they can be at their best. Now, people are your greatest assets, and they make the difference between success and failure. Like I said earlier, people are the backbone of every organization. People are the heartbeat of the organization. So if the heart, you know what happens, the organization fails. So the success of an organization depends on the people, and then the failure also depends on people. A research was carried out from University of Pennsylvania, and the researchers discovered that when 10% of the revenue of businesses was invested in capital improvement, there was about 3.9% productivity increase. Now, that same 10% was invested in employees, trainings, mentoring, coaching, and the rest of them, and the productivity increased to 8.5. So we can see the huge difference between investing in capital improvement. Yes, it's good to invest in capital improvement, but it's also very productive to invest in employees of any organization. So when you invest in employees, you find out that the human capital is developed. You find out that they perform better, they do better. What then is human capital development? We can define it as a process of improving an organization's employees' performance, capabilities, and resources. So whatever plans an organization has to improve employees' performance, it could be in form of training, it could be in form of coaching, like I said, it could be in form of mentoring, skills development, whatever activities are put in place to ensure that employees give in their best, could be termed human capital development. So another key term is safety culture. And what is safety culture? We've already heard from some of the speakers what safety culture is, but in summary, safety culture is how individuals or group of individuals within an organization carry out their activities. How do they perceive safety? Is there a right way to carry out your jobs following procedure? So however organizations carry out their activities, do their jobs, what do they believe? Do they have safety slogans? Do they have perceptions or attitudes that is collective amongst everybody in the organization? We can say that is the safety culture. Just like culture is the way of life of people, safety culture is also how individuals or an organization perceive safety. So this is a relationship. Safety culture cannot be achieved in a day. And it's not just one person's responsibility. The employer has his responsibility. The employee, who's the worker, also has his or her own responsibility. Now, we can also define safety culture as a pervasive expectation that employees will carry out their jobs safely. They will adopt safe practices as a prime concern when carrying out their activities. And not just them, the supervisors also, they have a duty to embed safety when taking decisions. If a supervisor has a choice to maybe meet up a target, some customers or clients are waiting to get some products delivered to them, will the supervisor consider safety first, or the first thing that will be in his mind is production? All we need to do is to deliver. Will he rather say, if somebody worked one shift, the person can work double shifts just because we have targets to meet? Or he'll say, no, we would rather look for other means to ensure that this job is done, but safety has to be intact. So in as much as the employee has his own role, the supervisor has his as well. And then the management of the organization also has a role to play. They must ensure that safety is part of their strategic visions and goals. Do the management set targets? Do they set goals? Do they set objectives without putting safety into perspective? And when that is done, the whole organization will achieve a safety culture. So safety culture, it's particular in every organization, whether it's a small organization or a large organization, everyone has a safety culture. Some are positive and effective, and then some are negative and could be really dangerous. But that's not to say that every safety culture is the same. No, some are positive and some are negative. So that will bring us to the safety culture ladder. Yesterday, I think Engineer Ejike mentioned this briefly about the safety culture ladder. So as we can see, it assesses every organization's level. Each organization will find themselves in one of these 5 levels, and I'll explain how we'll know where we are. For me, I know where my organization is already, and after this illustration, I'm sure all of us will be aware of where we are on this ladder. So the last step, which is the pathological step at the bottom of the ladder, there are some organizations who find themselves in this category. Now, how do we know them? They do not see safety as being important. They feel safety should only be driven for regulatory compliances. I'll give an instance. A few weeks ago, I was discussing with a professional colleague, and he told me he had some issues in his office. They usually fumigate their facility every quarter, but for 2 quarters, they were unable to do that. And then they got a notice of inspection from one of the regulatory bodies. So when he, as the HSC rep, he went to the management and told them, they said, okay, they are going to contact the vendor to issue the 2 certificates that for the fumigations that were not done. So he tried to discourage them, at least they could do 1. And the management insisted that they would issue those certificates. So you can imagine they feel the certificate is more important than even the fumigation, forgetting that fumigation is done for the health and safety of these workers. So such an organization typically belongs to such group. All they care about is regulatory bodies. Because of the visit, that's why we should get the certificates for fumigating the facility. But that's not the best place to be. There's another level, and the next level is the reactive level, which is the second level from the bottom. In such organizations, they only react after an accident. They do not have proactive measures to ensure that things do not go wrong. But after something has gone wrong, then they try to, run around to think of how things can be done. They do not have any process in place. There is no health and safety management system in place, and they only react when there is an accident. So those ones belong to the reactive stage. That, again, is not the best place for any organization. But there is a third stage, and that's the calculative stage. In this stage, organizations have their health and safety management systems in place. They have statistics, they have figures. Sometimes they carry out some activities like inspections, audits, and the rest of them, but it all ends there. If there's an audit and their findings, their recommendations, they do not go ahead to close out those findings. They do not go ahead to look for the responsible parties who have actions to close out. So they just carry out the audits or inspections and drop the reports. They carry out trainings and do not bother to find out if the employees actually follow with what is being done. So such organizations belong to the calculative group, and that also is not the best place to be. They do not walk the talk. But there is another better level, and that's the proactive level. So organizations who fall into this group, they have safety leadership, they have safety management systems in place, and they follow through. Such organizations they put measures in place to ensure that accidents do not happen. They have risk assessments in place. They have peer-to-peer intervention where workers can intervene in unsafe acts and unsafe conditions. There is also communication between the employer and the employees in such organizations. So the proactive level, which is the 4th level from the bottom, it's a good place to be, but that's not the best level for any organization. And the last level, which is the first at the top, is the generative safety culture level. There, like somebody mentioned yesterday, these are organizations that set really high standards and they try to exceed them. They have international best practices. They do the right things with or without people watching. They do what is right. They have the employees have a state of chronic unease where everybody just feels what could go wrong. They look around for hazard. They try to spot hazards. So those who belong to the generative safety culture ladder are quite few, unfortunately, especially in this part of the world. They are quite few, but that's not to say that organizations cannot move up the safety culture ladder. You can move from the pathological to the reactive and then improve on your processes. And as we can see from that illustration, from that picture, as organizations move up the safety culture ladder, there is more informedness. The employers or the management of these organizations get involved in what goes on. How many times do we have the leadership of the organizations moving to the shop floors, moving to the factories, into laboratories, and try to interact with the workers? If you have a good safety culture, you need to know what goes on. What are the hazards these workers face? What are the risks that are inherent in the jobs these workers do? I can imagine carrying out my job, and then I see my MD or I see a senior manager walk up to me and ask me, how's the job going? And all of that. It will give me some level of trust for the organization. So the better safety culture you have, the more informedness the employer would have, and the more trust the employees will have for their employers. So it's important for us to know where we are at every particular time. How strong is your safety culture? Where is your organization on the safety culture ladder? Yes, it's very possible to move up the safety culture ladder. It may not take a day or two, but over time, as you keep practicing, as you keep doing the right things, you move up the safety culture ladder. How then can we know the signs? Remember earlier I said some safety cultures are positive and others are negative. So how do we know the signs of a negative safety culture and a positive one? Now, for a negative safety culture, we have widespread routine procedural violations. The violations are not just one-off, but they are widespread. They cut across many departments, from admin to HR to operations, maintenance. Everybody is violating rules. Everybody is violating procedures. So when we see such an organization, we know that they have a negative safety culture. There is also failure of compliance with health and safety systems. When there are regulatory bodies who have their rules and regulations, such organizations do not bother to comply with those rules and regulations. And then management decision that puts production or cost before safety. Safety is priority. Safety should be priority in every organization. But when we have organizations that put production first, they need to meet up targets, they need to meet up their demands, then that organization has a negative safety culture. So what are some of the signs that organizations have a positive safety culture? There is visible management commitment at all levels in the organization. When I first joined my organization, I realized that there was a struggle for other managers, other team leads to adopt the safety lifestyle. It was really a struggle. It was like safety was for only HSE department. And I really thought of what to do. And I came up with something. I said every last quarter of the year, I would have managers of all the departments handle pep talks. We have pep talks once every week. So it was not so easy, but over time, over the years, I realized that they began to take ownership of HSE. It was not just about HSE department. So in week one, we'll have the plant manager start up the quarter, talking about the policies, and then every other week, every manager must discuss on health and safety. And after that, I really saw that things changed. There was more commitment by the leaders, by the managers to health and safety. So there should also be visible management commitment. You can imagine if there is a drill and the alarm signal goes off and the managing director is having a meeting with some senior managers. Is it expected for the managing director to join the other workers at the most point? Is it right? Exact thing to do. But you find some situations where when they realize it's a drill, they come out and they realize it's a drill and they go back in to continue the meeting. That's to show an organization with negative safety culture. Once the alarm goes out, everybody from the top to the bottom should respond to such an alarm. So there should also be good knowledge and understanding of health and safety throughout the organization. How is that achieved? through trainings, through retraining, through mentorship. Everyone from junior staff to the senior staff, they should all be trained, because if you're not trained, how do you now get the knowledge? How do you now understand health and safety issues? Then a clear definition of the culture that is desired. When the management has cascaded their mind, cascaded their objective, cascaded the policy, what does the management expect to achieve? Everyone in the organization is supposed to be part of it. And then there should be visible evidence that investment is made. Are the appropriate personal protective equipment procured for the workers? Do they have a safe working environment? Once they do, that shows that there's a positive safety culture. Then there should also be proactiveness in opportunities for improvement. I've talked about audits. When there are recommendations for opportunities for improvement, it's very important to take it a step ahead. It's not enough to have audits or have inspections. You should also follow through. If there are recommendations, you need to close them out so that such opportunities for improvement do not escalate into something more dangerous. And then good communication. We cannot overemphasize the importance of communication up, across, and down of the organization. From the top to the bottom, how does the employee pass on information to those below, to junior staff? There should be a means. Should it be through emails? Should it be through the notice board? Should it be through committee meetings? There has to be a means of communication for everyone within the organization. Then there should be a fair and just discipline system. Consequence management should apply sometimes, because we could have some black sheep in the organization. In as much as there's a positive safety culture, there could be some people who violate rules. Such people should be consequence managed when it happens. And then meaningful involvement of the workforce in all elements of health and safety. There should be a reporting culture. We talked about stop work authority. Everyone within the organization should know that they should stop work if things are not being done safely. There should also be a realistic idea of what is achievable while being challenging. Goal zero. Goal zero could be the target for organizations. Zero spills, zero injury, the rest of them. And then lack of competing priorities with health and safety. We've talked about that already. Safety should be priority. Safety should come first in every organization. Now, what steps do we need to drive safety culture through human capital development? I would like to talk about this in terms of recruitment and human resources. If an organization already has a positive safety culture, how does it continue? We talked about public safety yesterday. So first, we need to start at the beginning. When jobs are advertised, let's assume we want to advertise for an accounting role. Yes, you need to have ICANN, or you need to have ACCA, you need to have 5 years of experience, MSc in so and so is an advantage. How many times do we see any basic safety knowledge as part of those job requirements? You do not have to be a safety professional to know the basics. Now, we're not talking about certifications like NABOSH and the rest of them. There could be like general HSC, basic firefighting, at least something about health and safety. If that is part of the job requirements we get, I know that it's going to really affect the kinds of people who are employed in organizations. So when safety is part of job requirements, it could help to affect the safety culture in any organization. And after that step, during the interview process, can some safety questions, simple questions, basic questions, be asked to the prospective employees to know their level? You could give them instances. What would you do if so and so happens? That way you know their level of safety knowledge and how to go about it. And the next step, when you've finally chosen your employees, how do you welcome them into the organization? Is there a robust onboarding or induction process? Now, this induction process helps let employees know the hazards they face in the organization. They need to know the risks that they are exposed to. They need to know the rules and regulations. They need to know what is expected of them in terms of safety as they've come into the organization. It's not nice to have new employees coming to the company and they are not carried along. They are just left to move around. So the onboarding or induction process is very, very important when trying to drive safety culture. And the next stage is learning, development. How often can we train people? Training should be done regularly. Training and coaching and mentoring, once you have new employees, you have to train them on their job. Give them specific trainings that are tailored towards their kind of activities. That way you get the best from them. I saw something where a chief finance officer and the managing director were chatting. And then the CFO asked the managing director that what happens to these workers when we train them and they leave? And the MD answered him and said, what happens if we do not train them and they stay? So that's the value we are talking about. Some people feel if you train the workers, they'll become better and they'll have other opportunities and leave. And what if you don't train them and they become hazards to the workplace? So training is very, very important. Now, the next step is safety competence as a promotion criterion. How many times do we have safety as one of the criteria for promoting workers? Yes, you met your targets. Congratulations. During appraisals, do we think about how they achieved safety in the organization? If we have somebody who exceeded his targets and did all he was supposed to do, but then lost 3 workers in his team, is that person supposed to be promoted? Do we think that person should be promoted? 3 people died in your team and yet you met your target. The company would have lost money after that accident, after those people who died. They would have paid compensation, they would have paid lots of things. Other hidden costs must have been involved. So such people should not be promoted. Safety should be part of what a criteria for promotion. I once heard, I was discussing with somebody and he told me about what happened to his brother. His brother went to Qatar or so, or Dubai, one of these places. And he was working in Nigeria, so he went there and became a driver. While he was driving, because it was a new job and he was very enthusiastic, the journey was supposed to take him 4 days by the journey management plan to go to where he's to go to and get back. But it took him 2 days. He went there and got back within 2 days after the briefing. So his manager asked him, how did you do that? How could you have gone there and come back in 2 days? He was thinking they were going to commend him. He was thinking they were going to say, good job for doing that fast. But the keys were collected and he was released. He couldn't continue with that job. So he was trying to impress. That means he must have beat the speed limit. Maybe he didn't rest. He just kept moving on and on. So those are the kinds of organizations we want. We do not need to promote such behavior. If things are done wrongly, they need to be corrected. So for the senior leaders, how do you look at promotion when it comes to the senior leaders? You can check how they lead. How do their team members respond to safety trainings? How do they record accidents? How many accidents were recorded in that department or in that team? That's where you can know how to promote them. And then for the junior workers, were they available for trainings? Do they report on safe acts and unsafe conditions? So these are some of the things we need to look at if we truly want to have a positive safety culture across organizations. And then we have to incent the right behavior. People respond to incentives. Publicly give a pat at the back. Well done for doing this right, for doing that right. It could be through recognition. It could be through incentives. Whichever way you can commend workers for doing the right things is very important. It helps to spur them. It helps to make them want to do more and even helps others to behave rightly. And then negative behavior should be corrected and disciplined also. What behavior? When behavior, why they do? 2 things. It could be attitudinal. That means it has to do with their feelings, or situational. Something also happened in my workplace. On one of the occasions, I moved around and I saw a new face I hadn't seen before. So I walked up to him, to the guy, a young guy, and I asked him his name, what department is he in? He told me. I said, when were you employed? He said, yesterday, that was the day before. I said, have you been inducted? He said no. Although he was a temporary staff, but temporary staff should be inducted as well. So I walked up to his manager and then realized he was on leave. Somebody was standing in for him. And when I asked him, there's a new staff and he's not been inducted. And he said, oh, I never knew he was supposed to undergo induction. You know, so such a situation, he violated the rule without knowing. This behavior, motivation is one of them. Motivation or demotivation. When you are motivated at your job, you tend to do better. Demotivation is another thing. When workers are not motivated, they are not happy. Two things happen. A set of them could walk out of such an organization, and the other set check out. They are two different things. Those who walk out are those who resign honorably. They put in their resignation. I'm no longer interested. I don't find joy in this job. I need to go. Now, the more dangerous chunk of them are those who check out. And by that, I mean they've switched off from the organization. They do not really care what happens. Because they are not happy, they see unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, they do not report. They just keep going to their work, that kind of thing. So that influences behavior. Intelligence and experience, skills also affect behavior. Emotions, that's why they say a hungry man is an angry man. When you're hungry, sometimes you're angry. So it helps, it influences behavior, experience, attitude, and situations. We've talked about that. So when the reason for behavior is not known, you found out that this person is trained, this person is not demotivated, this person has all the skills, then why do you now behave the way you do? Check. Is there lack of training? Is there a training gap? Has that employee been adequately trained? Sorry. All right, so you also need to check if the employee has been adequately trained. If yes, then it could be for some other reason. If no, you need to find a way to arrange for training for that employee. Are the working conditions favorable? You find out that if employees are exposed to loud noise, for instance, over time, they become aggressive. Has anybody observed that? Okay, you have. Because if, for instance, there are lots of machines running at the same time, and before they have to speak to each other, they have to shout. You find out that when you leave the work environment, even when you go home, you're shouting. They're asking, why are you shouting? Because in the workplace, for your colleague to hear you, you have to shout. So over time, people become aggressive. And then personal problems. Imagine if you have a worker who's been giving quick notice. By weekend, you have to leave your accommodation. The landlord has given him quick notice. And you expect him to be at his best at work. He may not work that way. So it could also affect his behavior. But if it's lack of training, like I said, you need to organize trainings. If it's a working condition, try and make the work environment conducive for workers. If it's a personal problem, see if you can reach out to that worker. If you have a team member who's been delivering, who sends out his report as at when due without mistakes, and you realize that in the last 3 reports, there's been mistakes, you need to find out what the problem is. You could also help that worker. Now, when we talk about behavior, we say it's nature and nurture. People are as a result of nature, how they were born, and nurture, how they grew up, their experiences. I'll just run through the slides. So what are the benefits of positive safety culture? It creates awareness on the need to be safe. When there's a positive safety culture in the organization, everybody knows that we need to come to work and then return home safely. It also creates a state of chronic unease where workers look out for each other's safety. They look out for hazards, they spot hazards, and they try to report it. It makes compliance more achievable. It strengthens communication between employees and employers. It maximizes productivity. It promotes teamwork. It boosts employee morale and job satisfaction. They are motivated. And then it reduces attrition rates. That's the rates at which people leave organizations. What are the action points? We need to unblock communication. There should be free flow of communication in the workplace. That's how safety culture can be improved. The employers and the employees should have a communication channel where employees can say their minds and employers can also respond. We also need to be responsive. It's one thing for employees to say what they need, to say their minds, to say the issues they have. It's another thing for the employers to respond. So when you unblock communication, the employers also need to respond. Ensure health and safety systems are in place. Create a safety committee. Now, this safety committee is very important because you would have representatives of every level. You have the senior staff, you have the junior staff, you could have the contractors. So everybody has a representative there and things could be discussed to move the organization forward. You also need conduct company-wide self-assessment. Now we've known where we are on the safety culture ladder. How do we ascend? How do we achieve a generative safety culture? And then ensure your organization top management are on board. Please remember, it takes leadership to improve safety culture, and then it takes employees to sustain and live the life. In conclusion, a positive safety culture leads to a safer, healthier, and better motivated people. And when the business succeeds, if the employees are not happy, it's going to rub off on the customers. It's going to rub off on the clients. So once you make your employees happy by giving them the right environment to work in, by giving them the relevant trainings they require, by helping them to achieve their goals as employees, then of a truth, they are going to still pass it on to the customers. And at the end of the day, there's going to be maximum productivity. Thank you very much for listening.
That was a wonderful lecture. Thank you very much. We actually enjoyed that lecture. Okay, thank you very much. I want to call on our regional vice president, Camille Abiodun, to please come and help us on behalf of the chapter present this certificate of appreciation to our speaker, Mr. S. Oba, for doing real justice to this topic. Thank you very much. I don't want to say the women are doing very well again.
To our speaker, I want to say congratulations for this effort, and you've spoken excellently well. The audience appreciate it. You can see the applause. The fact that is coming from your voice, so wonderful, and it's so internalized at this afternoon after lunch. We really appreciate. Thank you for being part of ASSP and imparting knowledge to the entire team. Congratulations on behalf of ASSP Nigerian chapter. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
My regional vice president. That's one of our big shots around in Nigeria now. He calls the shots in ASSP right now. But our president is still here. Now, we'll call the next lecturer to give us the next lecture for today. We're actually running very, very, but please be reminded that we have an award dinner tonight. It's going to start from 6 p.m. And sure to be there. I don't want you to have all these wonderful lectures and you miss this award night because it's going to be great, really, really great tonight. All right. And at that award night, we'll also be celebrating one of our own, Miss Becky from the corporate headquarters of Abuja, NNPC in Abuja, who is having her birthday today. Coincidentally, today is her birthday. And Miss Becky, can you just say hi to the house? Hi. Yeah, we will celebrate you there. We'll celebrate you there. Don't bully her, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll be bringing up the next speaker who has actually given us a lecture today. Oh, just like being my own corner. Okay, so we are used to him. He has given us a lecture this morning. So we'll be calling him up again to come and talk on managing contracts for improved loss control. He's no other than Oyeyemi Dolapo, CSP. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, colleagues. This afternoon, we're going to be looking a follow-up of what we started in the morning. Managing contracts for improved loss control. In today's world, nobody actually work all on their own. In fact, organizations now just focus on very narrow, small aspect of their business. All the rest of it, they give up. They outsource. As a result of that, organizations are losing control. They are losing control on how the job is done. They are losing control on the quality of the work, the quality of their product, the quality of their service. They do not know, they do not follow, they are no longer so aware of the impact of their business on the environment where they operate. The consequences of their business on their workers. But you see, employees are becoming more and more aware. Workers are becoming more and more aware of their rights. And the regulations are getting stricter and stricter. So, because of this outsourcing, organizations tend to lose a lot of resources, plenty, as a result of poor performance. They incur so much cost that the company itself, the business itself, is threatened. So much so, many of them have gone under because of poor HSE performance. It is essential, therefore, that contractors take HSE seriously in every aspect of work, and the clients, the people who are outsourcing, should also ensure that the contractors they are giving their jobs to are competent and they can do the jobs, they can deliver on their targets safely and effectively. One way of doing this is for the clients to cause a contractor and client cooperation so that work can be done effectively, the risks that are inherent in the contracts can be properly managed, and therefore HSE performance will not be affected. So for this reason, this paper will be looking to discuss systems of management of clients and contractor relationships to achieve improved loss control for both parties through better HSE performance. And of course, raise awareness on the benefits of integrating HSE best practices into management of contracts. Key takeaways here. We'll do an overview of the process and the associated HSE tasks and the benefits for the contractor as well as for the clients. And because of it, we will be talking also of the role of the client, role of the contractor, both of them in managing HSE risks. Very quickly, we'll do a critique of the paper, a critique of the traditional contracting system. Now look at how to integrate HSE best practices into contract management. And then from there, we'll draw our conclusion, make one or two recommendations, and we proceed. Today, the contracts that we see they are all fraughted with errors, all kinds of errors, beginning from the scope. You see, with scope, all we are looking at is raise the chair, put it there, bring the pipes, erect them there. Specification of what you want to do, how you want to build the plant. Nobody is looking to consider the risks that are inherent in the concept. The scope does not include the risk mitigation processes. It does not take care of that. So in packaging the tender, the people do not look at risk mitigation measures. The tender does not take care of that. It does not scope that along with the work. It does not disclose the risks that are there. It does not look at how to mitigate them. So the contractor does not look at it in his tendering. It does not quote for it. When it is time to deliver the work, you start seeing, when you start to deliver the work, you start seeing the contractor complaining, sorry, this is not my scope. He's not going to do it. And that is left undone. Even with the selection of contractors, you will note that little or no consideration is given to the capability of the contractor to deliver those jobs safely. All we are looking at is how much is it costing. The jobs most often go to the lowest bidder. At mobilization, contractor often moves to the site without prior knowledge of the site safety. He does not know what occurs in the site, whether the site is safe or not, whether it is there to go to, if it's free to go there or not, whether the community are only waiting to see him there and get hold of him. There is no check on the competence and the quantity of personnel. So are we going to have enough people? Are they competent? Did you know the jobs they are supposed to do? The equipment, adequacy, and appropriateness. Compliance to requisite regulations. All these remobilization activities are not looked at. Only to get into the site, and then you start encountering problems. The contract starts to fail. Even at contract execution, supervision is faulty because of definition of roles. Who is in charge of what? Who gives directives? Who receives the directives? Who has the authority to stop work if things are going wrong? Are there permits to obtain? Who issues the permit? Who applies for the permit? Then, even if when there is an emergency, how do we respond? Who cooperates? Who coordinates? All these HSC related issues are there. When they are not taken care of, they will result in great losses to the client and the contractor and to the society at large. At demobilization, this is one of the most critical points, most critical phase of the contract. Because at that time, people are going away, machines, equipment have left, systems are shutting down, and so on and so forth. In some places, even the emergency response things are demobilized before the contract is finished. So, problem waiting to happen. A contract closeout, nobody looks at what job has been done. Nobody looks at the performance. Nobody takes record. Lessons from incidents are not recorded, let alone to be shared for improvement. So the consequences of this are plenty. This is why we see buildings are collapsing, road traffic accidents are increasing every day, tankers are falling by the roadside, fires and explosions all over the place, abandoned projects, so much loss to the detriment of the client and the contractor. How can we do that? The way forward is to build in HSE best practices into contract management, to manage the risks that are inherent and generated by the contract. There's always a need to make safety management systems of the client and that of the contractor to make them compatible. When that happens, then the work will go safely, and then we can achieve the target that we want to achieve. Now, let's see how we can achieve that. Every job starts with planning. And at the planning stage, we do the scoping, we do the initial risk assessment, we do the contract strategy. Unlike what is there in the traditional contracting method. At scoping, the client has the responsibility to develop the scope of the work to be executed. You should identify, as part of the scope, to identify such specific or scope-related risks, including risks when multiple contractors are on the site. You have a big job, construction sites, for instance. You have the masons, you have mechanical, you have electrical, you have civil, you have logistics. All those are working together on the same site, on the same target. When that happens, we have to be careful and make sure that all these are known, they are properly informed, the scope is shared with them, and the inherent risks are shared with tenderers. So, back to what I was saying in the morning, risk assessment. Even as you conceive the idea, you need to do a risk assessment to be able to know what are the problems, what are the challenges, what are the issues that are likely to occur, what are the consequences, how adverse will they be when the incident happens. Purpose is to enable the contractor, the client, and later the contractor to develop measures, produce barriers to ensure the protection of personnel and all the assets and the reputation of the organization, as well as the environment. The client, owner of the job, as represented sometimes by the contract holder, is responsible for identifying the inherent HSE hazards and other hazards, the impacts and the threats. Is also responsible for assessing the source and types of risk and opportunities that are involved in conducting the work. Depending on the issues that are identified in the scope, sometimes you may need to do specialized assessments. Example for social, health, and environmental and security issues, using specialized people who are specialists in these areas. Having done the risk assessment, the risk assessment will lead us into being able to determine the contract strategy. Generally, there are three types of contracts. The type 1, where the HSC-MS of the client is enforced. The type 2, where the contractor HSC-MS is enforced. And the type 3, where the contractor contract type will determine whose HMS, whose management system will be used. Yeah. This slice, of course, will be shared. So we will see this clearly. In the type 1, the contractor provides and is responsible for the people, for the processes, for the equipment, and for the execution of the contract. But the client will do all the supervision, give all the instructions, do all the management. In type 2, the contractor provides and is responsible for the people, for the process, for the equipment, for the oversight, supervision, and all the necessary instructions. The client is also responsible for assurance to make sure that things are done and they are done properly. In the type 3, the contractor is fully on his own. He brings the everything to do the job. The job is done, and he takes all the responsibility. The result of the initial risk assessment is very key in establishing the contract type. If the risks are so heavy, so high, you may not want to leave it for the contractor alone. So you will do it, you bring the contractor to your site or go to wherever the work is being done to supervise it. Now let's look at sourcing. In the traditional way, all you do is to put out the tender, and then everybody brings in all kinds of people. But here, what we are going to be doing here is that we will be looking at the capability assessment. We will do capability assessment to look at the contractors. Who is capable of doing what? What is their capacity to deliver the job safely and successfully? So the outcome of this will be a list of contractors that are safe contractors who you are sure can do the job, can deliver on the target, and deliver on the scope to time and still manage the risks successfully. The capability assessment protocol. The assessment should be commensurate with the level of the risk that is associated with the scope. How can we do that? For contractors that have worked before, you have records of their performance. You can use that record to judge their capacity, to know whether or not they are good enough for you for that job. For those other contractors, you may have to do a purpose-made questionnaire. Designed purposely for that, to give them to complete and return to you so that you can now assess those questionnaires and you will know which ones are good, which ones are good to go, which ones you cannot accept. So in this phase 2, for a summary, the risk management actions that we have taken is that the client will lead HSE capability assessment so that we can determine which contractors are suitable, are safe to perform these jobs. If necessary, you may need to do an audit to cross-check the facts that were supplied to you in the questionnaires that you supplied. We can also, from this phase, the client also has led the selection of the contract mode, whether it is type 1 or type 2 or type 3. Now, from this one, we go on and see how do we do the tender packaging. This tender is not done like in the traditional way, where somebody will just sit in his office, the contract holder sits in his office, he knows it all, he drafts the tender and does everything. No, this time, a tender team will have to be set up, which will consist of HSE professionals that are knowledgeable in that aspect of the business, contract representatives, the man who is going to manage that contract, and then all kind of suitable and competent subject matter experts that are related to the job that we want to do. These ones we consider packaging team. They will put the tender together, making sure that the tender is good, is compliant with HSE best practice. As part of the things that will be in the tender, the HSE policy of the client will be there, the scope of work, and the associated risks. The list of specific HSE risks and controls that you have from your initial risk assessment that you have determined, we will put it there. We will also put it there in the tender. will determine the mode of contracting, who is to be held responsible for HSC responsibilities, for HSC to close out HSC action points. And then we specify that yes, in this time there will be pre-mobilization, and then there will be mobilization. There will be requirements for those activities in the tender document, and this will be adequately communicated to the tenderers who are going to respond to this tender. Tender evaluation. Tender evaluation criteria also need to be in the tender package. You tell them ahead of time what they are going to be looking for, especially the HSE aspects of it, so that they can respond to it, and you can from there see whether or not they have fully covered all the grounds. So when the tender is given, the would-be contractor will respond. Everything that he does here is done by the tenderer, the would-be contractor. He will respond according to the instructions, the tender instructions, point for point. All the HSE requirements, he will cover them. Some of the things that we include, it will be his HSE plan. And this HSE plan must demonstrate how the project activity we are just warming up, my friend. Okay, never mind, we will get there. Having done that, when we have taken the tender, we have looked at them, we will need to sit together. This is where the working together of the client, the interface between the client and the contractor starts. So we'll do pre-award clarifications. Whatever is not clear to the tenderer, he will ask. The client will make responses. Whatever the client has left out in the tender, he will, at the clarification stage, he will spell them out. Then, after that is done, then the contract can be awarded. As soon as the contract is awarded, an award meeting a joint meeting is held to clarify HSE requirements and the final details of the HSE plan. The next table is talking about the risk management activities that we have done in this phase. Phase 4, pre-mobilization. Here, this is to ensure that the contract risk assessment and the requirements for HSE plan are clearly and properly understood and is communicated to all parties before the implementation of the contract. The contractor and the client, and to also know that the contractor and the client company are already shaking hands and they are already working together. The activity will include review meetings, audits, actions that are required to be closed out before mobilization to ensure that those actions are closed out and they are verified as complete. Here or there. That is 5 minutes of my time. So, pre-mobilization, pre-award meeting, the kickoff meeting. In that place, we will discuss all those things that we have missed in the tendering, in the pretender meeting, and the pre-award meeting. And then that will be followed by pre-mobilization audits for us to be able to be sure that HSE systems are already in place, the people are competent, equipment are there, they have necessary certifications, and the work site is safe. At this time, we also do another joint risk assessment to be sure that everything that we have missed before now, we can pick it up, and then we can finalize the contract. We can finalize the contract documents. Those documents that we have not finalized before, we finalize them, and then the contract can start to roll. One very important aspect of it is subcontractor management. At this stage, the main contractor, the client, has the responsibility, the role to ensure, to verify that the main contractor has robust plans in place to be able to manage his subcontractors properly. That again is risk management summary of what has been done in this phase. That's the mobilization phase. Now we move to site and work can start. Work can start. One of the things that we must do is to induct the people, train them, specific training on site. So to make sure that everybody knows clearly what they are doing. Joint actions between the client and the contractor. And of course, at the final stage, when we are executing the contract, all we do here, the client must monitor while the contractor verifies that what he does, what he is doing is according to plan. At the end of it, the contract will have been delivered and delivered successfully. And then we go to demobilization, where you are sure that you demobilize according to the HSE plan that has already been put in place. So that when you are restoring the site, you are doing waste management, everything is done and nothing is left to chance. All right, so let us conclude to say that I'll just run through what is left just for display. We are so short of time. Maybe we'll have another opportunity to do this again. Benefits are plenty. HSE best practices has been integrated into the system. It helps to proactively determine the risk, HSE risks, and to mitigate them ahead of time so that this job can be delivered and delivered successfully. HSE performance, with very, very good HSE performance, compliance with regulatory requirements, contract is delivered to time, and the contract is delivered successfully within time, within specification, and according to budget, and reducing costs and maximizing profits. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. While they are getting it together, let's have.
Okay. Well-rounded topic, and it's very critical for us as HSE professionals. And we've dealt with this in the past, but this is very, very detailed for us as HSE professionals. If you are going on to any facility or to manage any project, your first point of call is the contract and conditions. In most cases, project managers remind them to take away commercial, because the talking with the special guest we have here is the subcontractor that is attached to that project and the contract terms to manage subcontractor. If you don't get it right, the potential that the performance that you mentioned will be jeopardized in the life of that project as a professional. Secondly, if you are now managing a facility and contract needs to go voices ahead to give you the opportunity to make input on the HSES requirement in the clauses of that contract to be given to the subcontractor. That is the only time you will have the required rest and also have the required performance that you've always built in your contract. It's a good one. Thank you very much. So it's a paper I need to look out for in the course of this project.
Thank you. Okay. Another question. Sorry, sir.
Thank you, sir. A very wonderful presentation. Just to add to it, going to talk about I'm going to talk about scope, especially for the HSC professional. It's very, very important. A whole lot of some of the organizations I've worked for, when I receive a scope, I begin to wonder if those persons really understand exactly what they want the contractor to do for them. The scope, for example, a typical example is a safety case. You request for a scope, you put a tender across, quote for a safety case development. Now you don't know what a safety case is all about. And you have different people quoting for it. You don't have them itemized. A typical example, some uses software for some of these jobs. Definitely the cost will go up, right? And we have some that doesn't quote for software. Perhaps they don't even know that we need a software for XY simulation. You mentioned lowest bidder, it's very dangerous. We've got situations where we give it out to lowest bidder. 1 year down the line, the project is just crawling. I've done a lot of interventions, scrap the project, bring in competent persons. Additionally, one important thing I need to mention here is technical presentation capabilities. Before you start awarding, before you even start the commercials, you need to be very sure that these guys have all the technical capabilities. And how, as a lot of companies practice have been doing that, is to invite the key personnel to make a presentation. If it requires you get a consultant that will help you vet it, because again, it doesn't make any difference when they are telling you the technicalities and you don't know. There's no point to even try to call for that section. We've seen it's just that this part of the world, we take things very, very light, and it has really rubbed on us. For example, I've done a lot of presentations, and they will say, okay, that's fine, but they give it to lowest bidder. At the end of the day, sometimes they call me, work with that contractor to get this job done. So there are a lot of things as HSC professional, you need to liaise with engineers to get the right scope, not just your department alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the addition. One more.
Thank you very much, sir. Such a beautiful and very important presentation. Just to add, in managing contract, one of the things we always see is sometimes, when you ask for their experience in handling relevant jobs, it has to be something close to the time of the contract. For example, a contractor may have executed a job maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Is there in the document that they have done it? But you see, jobs are done by human beings. But if you ask them for document, they will submit it and say they have done it. Yes, company Z have done the work before. But the personnel that did the job, they would have left the company maybe 5, 6 years ago. So it's also important to check to know that the people that are present in the company are able to carry out such assignment. Then number 2 is what we discover most time is subcontractors. Because you see, your staff, you have managed them, you have developed your system, and your system is working. But the subcontractors that you bring, most time they are the problem in the job because they don't understand the system. They are probably professional in the field, but when it comes to safety, they may be zero. So it is very, very important as professionals to really look at these key areas. I enjoy your presentation, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate, sir, because of time, we are not going to take any comments. We are actually far behind time, sir. Sorry. Hello, sir.
I'm sorry to actually disturb. I'm just working. I'm one of the lead consultants on one of the programs in Kaduna State presently on the issue of FREELIA, this intensive agricultural project in Kaduna State. Only to look at the safety policy in Nigeria, there's nothing on agriculture apart from just one aspect. So what I just want to is just not contracts generally, it's contracts on everything. We are the nucleus of safety as we are here. We should begin to think of developing these procedures for the award of contract in all the aspects. As it is today, I am working on the kind of checklist that we're supposed to have in agriculture, the toolkit we are supposed to have in safety before we begin to think of even using safety in the agricultural sector. And we are very much aware of the chemicals that are being used in safety. Everybody is a fumigation expert. Every villager is everything, and we know what it means. So I am now working to see that at least let us have a toolkit, and then let us have a checklist that you need to have on the coming in agriculture. Everything we have in this sector, this is just agriculture. I was in public health and safety department in KEPA. We do not have checklists. We did not develop one. So all acts, if Kaduna couldn't, Lagos couldn't cover everything. He's here, he can tell us. They only have a contract on roads. Even all construction engineers I know, if they really have an expert, safety expert in the field, they are makeshift. They're makeshift experts. So we really need to work hard. That's why I say it's apt. And we really need to work. If I can develop the toolkit in agriculture and I share it with you, somebody should develop on road construction, somebody should develop in another contract. So, and then by that, we can be able to evolve a very formidable safety. This is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since I've picked Mr. Abubakar, please, can you quickly make your comment before we go to the next presentation? Just 60 seconds.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm not making any comment. I want to ask a question. First of all, I appreciate your presentation, and I'm sure if not for time, you'll have taken us more. In the presentation, you said in selection of contractors, not much emphasis is paid on competency of the personnel. I know that when there is an advert, part of the criteria is requesting the company to give the CVs of its employees. But the clarification I want, which I said maybe it is the time when you make it, I don't know if you are referring to the competency in the area of HSC. So I want for that.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, there are a lot of skills that are required in the delivery of a project. But with particular reference to what we are talking here, just the one line. Yeah, we are looking at a contractor who will be a safe contractor is somebody who knows what to do to deliver the scope successfully as specified, while managing all the risks that may arise in the course of delivering that contract. If he is to supply, for instance, petrol to this hotel, we know you have checked him, he has capacity, he has a truck, he has the license, he has the source of the petrol, he has drivers that are correct drivers who will not drive under influence. He's safety aware. He will not carry igniters along with him. He can bring the petrol and put it here successfully, no fire, no explosion, no nothing. That is the kind of capability we are talking about.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Please, can you give him a round of applause for that wonderful answer? So, Mr. Dolapo, we once again thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, because of time constraint, we are going to give the next presenter just 15 minutes to do justice to his presentation. I call him the Jagaban of Safety. Please, can you welcome Mr. Badmos?
All praises is due to the Almighty Wise Creator. The first, don't move for me, I move myself. The first without a beginning, and the last without an end. Every woman will live. Today we are burying one of the greatest persons that served Lagos very well. Alex Moroton entered the soil today. Anybody that plays in Lagos, administration for Agenda 24, we know the guy. He's the owner of the platform called Environmental Platform, the largest platform that decided for Lagos. And today is entering the soil. May God forgive you. Now, people have spoken. I've listened to all the lectures. But my own lecture is different because I don't work the same way people are working. Because we work the same way, just like my leader there said, Julius, you get the same result. For any business you do, health and safety professionals, you need to start moving out of HSC. The world is changing. In 2019, we celebrated 100 years of ILO, and they brought out a clip to us that very soon there's change of work. Before you know it, COVID-19 came, and they fast-tracked that change of work. The work has changed. Things are happening. Today, I'll be speaking on innovating OSH, enhancing behavior. Now, not the part to normal health and safety management system, but the part to smart. Let's start talking of smart system. Not just health and safety, what we do. Smart system. System, you sit like this, you get it done. And I celebrate ASE for one thing, ASE for one thing, SFP for one thing, which we have it as a professional body, and that is Innovation Awards every year. I wish you attend and see innovation. We see that sometimes when we discuss, we are still talking the past. When people have moved to the front, we are still talking about method. I salute you, leaders. I salute the president of ASE, a woman of substance. I salute the president of ASWAP, Women Association of Safety. Monica will celebrate you. Women, you are in charge. When they introduce SDG number 5 into SDG 17, they put 5, and they put woman, and they put in the quality. I say, men are in trouble. Because women will do it well. If I'm telling you, and I can prove it to you, the management of COVID-19 was properly done by leadership of women. Go and check Jacinda, the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Read about the actions they do. Go and check Angela Merkel of Germany. See the actions she did. Go and check the Prime Minister of Taiwan. See the action they did. These are women. Check the actions of men. It's palliative. You are only following. Palliative. Palliative. I'm sorry to say, I recognize the presence of the former DG of Lagos State Safety Commission, Honorable Hakeem Dixon, planning to become the governor of Lagos. And I celebrate my president of Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria, ISPON, Alan Guru, greet you. We salute every one of us present here. You all are leaders. Good job, Chairman Committee. 15 minutes you give me is not enough. I just play around and go. When we have time, this is a lecture that we need to sit down, that will take us back home and start rethinking. Not a 10 minutes, 2 minutes lecture. I don't do such lecture. Number one, we manage it. When people are wasting much time, we manage it. The future of work, understanding concept of innovation. I'm talking about ISO 56002, 2019. And I challenge that in Nigeria, we don't have just one practitioner. We are just learning now. And we are doing safety, ISO 45001. Safety has gone beyond that. 45,001 is there, yes. But there's some standard that will work with your 45,001 and change your system into a smart system. As of 2002, 2019, we'll learn it online. That's not a problem. That's innovation management system. And I will now go to part for health and safety. Point number one, future of work. Let's watch this clip. This is what ILO gave to us in 2019. ILO told us that the world is going to change. We should prepare. They put it to us. They said no job to take
health and well-being or your life. Sadly, every day across the
ILO
world,
gave us this one in 2019, celebrating
unsafe and
centenary.
unhealthy working environments.
They gave us the statistics of the world of accidents, and they told us that the world is going to change. All the place, all the work we are doing, any aspect of health and safety, they said is going to change.
1 million people
And they give us reasons for the change.
This has a major impact on workers and their
We'll share this video with us to watch it, 2019.
physically, and
2020, COVID-19 started, and the change of work, which IOSH called shape in the future of work, it started happening. No more theory again. One of the problems we have to start from, I will start from digital photography versus film-based business model, the Kodak experience. Health and safety professionals will talk more on your risk assessment, health and safety risk assessment. You are putting yourself low. I'm telling you today, we have enterprise risk management. If you want to play at the top, if you want to play as your HSC, you play your health and safety risk assessment is just one arm, just small thing in operational risk. When you talk of risk assessment, you are talking of ERM. The one that's moved from the level of health and safety hazard analysis of those ones. You go to talk of risk, enterprise risk, and you play at the board level. That's where you play your game and you can decide for health and safety in companies. Kodak. Where is Kodak today in the world? These are the thinking we should be having in our sentence. Where is Kodak today? Kodak was known as the best film producer. I want to take photography. Is it Kodak? Say, no, I'm not taking from you. I want Kodak. I want Kodak. Kodak became the king of photography, forgetting that technology, things can change what you are doing. And technology came with digital photography, and that is the end of Kodak today. Kodak, as I speak, Google it. They are looking for COVID-19 vaccine to produce. Google it. Because if you don't understand your risk and uncertainty, it takes you away from the business. And that's how you play at the top with the top management, not to play at the low level. Because when HSC people complain, I always laugh. I'm this HSC manager. It's good, it's good. Get more knowledge outside this HSC wall we are talking about. Photography. The owner of slot in Andy, he finished university, no job. He went to computer village, I want to learn computer repair. He started in Andy. That way, no job. He did. After some time, he opened a shop. They assisted him. He went to Nokia. True life story. Nokia, can you do 2 SIMs? I've looked at the future. Nigerians need like 3 SIMs to operate because network are not stable. They will buy MTN this. So he went to them, do 2 SIMs. Nokia was the father of GSM phone. Nokia told the guy, get out, we don't do that. We are already selling. The guy went back to who? Techno. He bought Techno 101. That will fail. Because when you fail, it's a means for you to plan and strategize. He strategized about Techno 102. Today, Techno is operating. Where is Nokia in Nigeria market today? you operate at the high level, enterprise risk. He who does not think of the future, supposed not to be living. Because if you don't have eyes, you are blind. But if you don't have future, you are dead. That is what it means. As professionals, we should know this very well. If you don't look at the future and see what is going to happen, then we are out of the race. Who tells us to go? Because digitalization is taking us to live in a different way. And COVID-19 has made it very fast. So therefore, we need to start innovating in health and safety. Everything we do, innovation. Because risk and opportunity are two sides of the same coins. That is why, as we are here today, COVID came, a lot of us started making noise, shouting, threat, COVID, you keep people, I'm afraid. Why you are being afraid and you are worrying, some people are becoming millionaires as a result of COVID. Where was Zoom before? Me and you. They call us to do webinar. Me and you say webinar, call, I don't have time. I'm going to physical training. Now webinar becomes very important to you. We need to start thinking. Future of war. People are working now. What are you designing as health and safety to make to make the work from home to be better than what we are seeing now? Economic issues. We start looking at our theory and start innovating and turning them into solutions. That is where we are talking about. The future of work shows and tells us that any organization which does not consider the future does not have a future. A lot of us, our company will go down if care is not taken. Because the shape in the future of work will change many things, and a lot of health and safety professionals, you will not be able to play because your level is the traditional health and safety that you know. Let's understand the concept of innovation. See drone. Drone is working in this country. A man was just used drone to detect armed robber. Those who came to steal his laptop, he used drone to get them. Just ordinary man. He picked out the drone and he traces the criminal. In this country, Ataja. So things are happening in the world. So we need to outperform business as usual. You just said it. Business as usual time is gone. One of the speakers who said it. Business as usual. The way you do your things and you're happy you are doing things and I get the same result. That time is going to go. Then we need to start to innovate. Innovation has to do with two critical things. Whatever you do must be novel, must be new. However, how new it is, it must realize a value. If it does not give a value, then it is not innovation. Innovation is different from creativity. Please take note. That guy is very creative, yes. He knows how to think, big idea. If idea has not been used to produce an output, it is still creativity. We are talking innovation. You create an idea, that idea is transformed into something useful that adds value to the business. That's the difference between innovation and creativity. They are two different things. And in line with what a very good leader said, that's Steve Jobs. He said, innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. A lot of us saw COVID-19 as a threat. And some people saw it as opportunity and they clean their mouth and they go. And we were still making noise. And COVID continued to say, some are praying today, COVID should not stop. Because it's from that COVID they made all their money they're making now. And some are saying COVID should go. So therefore, innovation, you must have an intent. What do you want to do? Get your insight, get a lot of market survey, get people, bring people to sit down. I always tell people when you say you need people to work with you, workers engagement, go back to ISO 45001 plus 5.4. Consultation and participation. Our standard is very clear. Please, professional, understand what is in this standard. It's interpretation. You don't need to talk too much. Plus 5.4 is very clear on you to engage your staff. Plus 5.1, very clear, leadership and commitment. While leaders are committed, then workers must also play their role. That is why if you look at all the standards we have in the world, they all have 10 clauses. However, for ISO 45001 plus 5, he put it as leadership and workers' participation. All others, they call it leadership alone. So you need to engage your worker to be involved. Then you ideate, bring idea. Validate your idea with a lot of people being involved. Develop a model, a concept, and do what we call proof of concept. Sometimes you can do a model to see what you are planning to do. Then you can deploy. And when you deploy, it gives you a value, the final part. As for 2001, 56002, you can check it. I can share the standard with us. That is the latest standard that talks about innovation management system. And it's being used. I'm telling you, some of us have started using it to pass through training, and we are using it to deploy health and safety solutions. And that has been done in the world. And it has some, eight principles. No time to explain those ones. It has 4 phases. You prepare, you implement. No more time to do those ones. But the most important thing is, how do we get smart health and safety management system? And that's what you can gain away from here today. Smart health and safety management system, not the traditional way we do health and safety. Smart one. Number one. When you see the way culture of businesses start increasing, organizations that have what we call feedback mechanism, they are those that can be innovative. Where you believe, tell us where you are getting it right, tell us where we are getting it wrong. Then you can be innovative, you can have a time to constantly improve. Technology has come, and technology is changing the whole world. Data, today, health and safety executive in UK can give you data of UK. In US, OSHA can give you data of US. Today, I repeat, there is no data in Nigeria that is correct on health and safety. There is none. And we are professionals and we are here. How do you form informed decisions without data? I'm telling you, if you sit at board, what we do in board is to use data to give informed decisions. Not just speaking English. It's data that will make us to know we are doing well, we are not doing well. What should we do as intervention? We don't have data here. Start innovating, please. Look at example. Assp-Nc. Assp-Nc was used in Indonesia with support of ILO. You know the Monopoly game. They turn Monopoly game and turn it into what we've been talking about, safety. So when you are playing Monopoly, you are discussing safety. You are learning safety. The same thing in Nigeria. Power play game. By Keja Electric is there. You play power play game and you understand electrical safety while having fun. Colleagues, put fun into health and safety. Don't make health and safety dull. Health and safety is not talking. Start putting fun. Innovate by putting fun and make people happy. Operators are happy. Staff are happy. 3 health and safety. Health and safety should not be bone to bone and not make it funny. It's not good. Start creating cartoons on health and safety. I call them safe tools. Some companies have started doing it. They create cartoons and we're teaching children and people about those cartoons. Do you know that today, in the world of today, you have what we call Immutouch? Touch was discovered by undergraduates. What is Immutouch? If you don't want to have COVID, all these we are putting here. I'm telling you, all these nose pass. Forget, you don't stop COVID. We can finish this and come and discuss outside. As a COVID-19 team, I'm telling you, you don't stop COVID. They can even give you COVID because you put your hand to touch it. This is your hand. It's one of major suspects for COVID. This hand has touched a lot of wrong things, and virus stays there. Do not touch men with unclean hand. Men is MEN, mouth, eyes, and nose. If you do this hand now, unclean, touch this, it will affect you. So what does the guy do? They did what we call Immutouch. It's a wristband. Put hand like this. Technology. The moment your hand is going up like this to touch your eyes, what happens? You check your hand. Say, don't touch eyes, so that do not touch men. Technology. You are telling people, do not touch your hand, but use technology. It's simple as ABC. Another good example. Do you know that today, this ad we are wearing in Nigeria, you can wear ad, and from your ad, you have a lot of sensors on your ad. You enter the mine area, it tells you there's hazard there, don't go further. If you are too close to me, it tells you, please don't be too close to this guy. It tells you, ad. How many of us have that in our companies now? We say things are changing the world. We are still wearing ad of 3,500 naira. And we are still procuring all those ones. When life is changing, you wear this ad, it tells you, do you know that in the electrical industry, you are going up like this? Instead of getting touched to power line, you have a sensor on your body. It tells you, you are moving close to power line. Please come down. And we are still here, still talking old method. Look at Amazon. Amazon brought in a different system whereby you go to supermarket in Amazon, you shop everything, you go out without seeing anybody attending to you. So this Amazon is there. 3D, 4D designs. You want to do scaffold. Before erecting scaffold, you've already done the 4D design. You know where hazard is. You are already predicting hazards. These are common things that we do. We don't know. Oga Okudo said it. Some things in the software you have designed, the risk you are going to know the risk before even getting to the place to start work. That is where the world is going, please. Mobile app. Mobile app is very important. Develop one for your company. You can use incident cost calculator. They say somebody died in an accident now. Use such mobile app. We have a mobile app in Nigeria. There is first aid app. Go and check it online. You have it like this. You can learn first aid on site without bringing staff to come and learn first aid. The world is moving. There is incident eye. Chatbot technology is there. We have face recognition. This is common for during this COVID. But look at what a company did with their own. Use the robot. You are a streamer, don't pass here. They are using a mask. See, use a mask. See technology. You refuse to use masks, that will tell you to use your mask. Internet of Things. Let us go and read more professionals on IoT, Internet of Things. Do you know that I can be in my office and know everything going on the site? And I can correct. I say, Kabir, what you are doing there is not good. Will you please just do the right thing? Must you do everything normal? There are lots of PPE. You don't wear PPE, the thing gets you. Internet of Things, the world is changing. Use of drones is there. They are working at that, climbing everywhere. I'm concluding. Climbing everywhere. Where you can use drones to go there and check those things for you. Take that camera and use artificial intelligence. Get to data and work. Let us go to the final video, and that is the end. Final video, the end. Look at smart health and safety. Look at the guy. Look at this guy now. See what they call smart health and safety. No people now see him. Yes, that is common for people. Safety culture they've taught us today. Use technology to drive safety culture. As he's coming, he's saying no gloves. You see the guy, no glove. The guy will get there now. If that's the guy from this world, you are not wearing PPE, go back. Technology to drive safety culture. The guy goes there now, he tells the guy, look, this is watching you. The guy at the other feet is looking at the guy digitally. Data Freak has a system for an national system for investigation. Data Freak. In Nigeria, yeah. And that system can show you, can get you data and analyze data. So this one, I can send the video to us, but this is the real smart health and safety I'm talking about. In line with ISO 45001 2018, because the standard will not tell you how to do it. Standard is generic. You are the one that develop how to do it. Let's learn more about immersive technologies. ASSP working together for a safer and stronger future. I celebrate you all. Thank you very much. If there's a way to do better, do it.
Thank you. I call him the Jagaban of safety. We thank you so much, Engineer Damin. You have done wonderfully well. I want to call on our Honorable Amos to please come and present this to our wonderful speaker.
Thank you very much. Very smart, Jagaban. We're very grateful with your passionate presentation, and American Society of Safety Professional Nigerian chapter wants to say thank you for your contribution, and we are grateful. God bless you, sir.
We'll take our last lecture for today. I'm very sure we are all conversant with what's actually happening. We have a lot of packages for you people, but the truth is that we have this time constraint right now. And because of the time constraint, we'll be taking our last lecture. So the last lecture is going to be taken by Akpabio Ensign, our brother, our friend, our colleague from L-Engine. Mr. Engineer Akpabio, please.
Thank you. Good luck. Yeah, thank you, the president of our Honorable Society,
I'll try and make it very snappy to give you back some time. So, behavioral safety, or some people say behavioral based safety, is quite important in ensuring that we reach the safety culture that we talked about. Lady spoke about the safety culture ladder from pathological to generative. So I'm going to look at the 7 items here before concluding. And in terms of introduction, how did we come about behavioral-based safety? It came from a study that was carried out by William Henry in the early 30s, who wrote the book Industrial Accident Prevention, a Scientific Approach. And his conclusion was 90% of all industrial accidents are caused by human beings. And so, if that is the case, what then did we need to do? Even though Henry's book did not really talk about behavior, but it helped a lot of companies to now look at accident investigation, data analysis, and systematical way of approaching safety. But in recent times, you cannot really say one person has brought this to behavioral safety to us. Its foundations were laid by different people. Frederickson, who had a handbook on organizational behavior management, safety management approach, and most recently, who wrote a book on the value-based safety process, improving your safety culture with a behavioral approach. These books laid the foundation to the modern behavioral safety. And so I'm going to look at them in these different factors that have some impact on behavioral safety. Organizational environment. How is your work environment? What do you accept? Do you accept accidents? Do you accept non-compliance and the impact of it? Managers' attitude. Are your managers applying the people first culture? If we say the people are the best resources that we have, how are you treating them? How does that impact on the behavioral safety? Commitment of management. The top management, like she said, how many times do your top management come around the shop floor to tell people you are doing well? What are those things that are impacting your doing well? Are there resources made available for issues of safety? Like our brother Batmos said, how many companies have put up resources to buy smart helmets when they know that it's important in helping the workers? Workers' attributes. is also very important. So looking at that slide, you see the different behaviors that people put on in the workplace, cause different kind of things that the workplace unsafe. So how can we change these behaviors? What should we do? I'll leave that with us to ponder and think of how we can improve that. The statistics, but most have showed some of them are very staggering. Every day, you have 685,000 incidents. Every minute, 475 accidents causing absence from work. And all these statistics impact on the bottom line, which is the productivity of the company. And so behavioral safety helps to manage optimal the human behaviors for better performance. And really the need why we should go for that. We looked at the safety triangle, this traditional, according to Batmos, these are traditional things, but we know that when you're looking at the leading indicators, they help you to plan and to be proactive to ensure that you will not allow the lacking indicators of fatalities and lost time injuries to take place. And so behavioral safety is designed to influence employee to action, in which the end result will be several outcomes, less injury, accident, or damage to facility. Human failure. Human will always fail. There is no two ways about it. But what do you put in place to help when you fail? How do you fail safe? And so human failure can come from error, genuine one. It can come from violation, just don't want to adhere to precautions and so on. And mistakes, skill build errors, and all that. How will you be able to mitigate this? Look at education. We've heard that a lot today. Development, you develop your people. People first culture says, develop your staff even when you know he will leave your organization. Because the impact of you not developing them will have a very serious effect on your bottom line. So what benefit will we derive from having these BBS in our organization? The benefits of initiating the BBF scheme within provides an opportunity for the workforce to work together to continuously improve health and safety. Yes, it shouldn't be just management, but the workforce should be part of it. Behavioral safety for the employees. So we'll look at the ideal model, which is identify the unwanted behaviors, develop observation checklists targeting unwanted behaviors. I've heard somebody say some years ago, there was nothing like a checklist when they used to go for inspection. The checklist help you to put you in due bounds. Educate everyone by briefing everyone, train facilitators, champions, and observers. How many companies have safety champions? How many have trained BPS experts? These are things we need to do. Assess and monitor behavior through regular observation. Yeah. Do you really go out to observe? How do you engage your workforce? What are your plans in checking the work environment? These are things we need to do. Then you should have a feedback system. You should be able to have a 360 feedback system. You should also encourage your people to be able to be open. Like in my company, we say, if you see something, say something so that somebody will do something. And so it gives everybody the opportunity to be open, to say what they see, and by so doing, we'll be able to do something that will help protect and help the bottom line. Human factor will always be there. My friend spoke about human factor engineering. So there is nowhere machines will do everything. Even as we go smart, even when you're using the smart wearables, even when you're using the smart helmet, it is the human beings that still will wear it, and they are the ones who will go out there to do the work. And so human factor refers to the environmental, organizational, and job factors, including individual characteristics which influence behavior at work in a way which can affect health and safety. So the human factor engineering, which we heard earlier, help us to ensure that these will not be an impediment, obstacle to having a very safe and healthy environment and workforce. Human factors can be viewed in three aspects: the jobs, the individual, and the organization. And on the job aspect of it, yeah, taking an example from the earlier presentation, where a plant was designed for a valve which will come to turn, and you're stretching your hands to go and turn the valve. Definitely that would not help the job to do the job well. From the organization's point of view, are there the procedures? Do we have the management system? What are the self-operating procedures? What are those things that you put in place that will help the people to do the work safely? And from the people, how do you impact the behavior, the positive behaviors that will help to do the work well? In some organizations, they introduce safety leadership journey. And the safety leadership journey is to take the organization from one aspect of the safety culture ladder to the other. Some organizations use safety champions. Some others, like my organization, we use the family size unit because family is close to us in Africa. So through these small groups, we bring the safety culture to the people. Part of the human factor uh, and the impact on the behavioral safety is to look at some of these factors as we see. Shift work and fatigue. If accidents are caused by humans, how then do you help the human to overcome this, to remove some of these issues that causes the accident? Shift work, fatigue. Shift work, we know for those who run shift, moving from afternoon job to morning to night definitely have an impact. Night is for sleep. And so if you did not sleep in the night and you come to work in the day, definitely the fatigue will come in and then accident is bound to happen. Effective communication cannot be overemphasized. What do you communicate to your people? What do you want them to learn? How do you pass the learning from incident to them? And how effective is that communication? Do you have a feedback mechanism in them also telling you what they need to know? Focus on safe behaviors. Some companies say no horseplay, no drinking while in the office, no drug, no alcohol. Those are some of the things that will help us to have a safe environment. So what is the health and safety culture? At what point or where in the safety culture ladder is your organization? And how are you going to move that organization from where the present safety culture to the next? And when you do this, how do you really check to see that there is real improvement in the safety culture? So you use the plan, check, do, act management cycle to be able to gauge what you have done and the impact is making. I would not want to waste time on plan, check, do, and act because this is universally known as a symbol of continuous improvement. But when you plan and you put the plan in place, you always need to check it. How do you check it? People do simple survey. It might be questionnaire and all that, and then come back to see the impact of what they have done on the workforce. And if you didn't have the desired impact, then you act by checking and knowing what was not done before and what is ideal to do and put that in place. Like I said, I would like to give back some time because of what we have. So in concluding, so a safe production is the #1 priority of most companies. I say carefully most companies because not all companies take self-production as #1. And so a well-designed BBS procedure which fully engage both management and staff the workforce within a mutual and supportive environment will improve safety. Thank you for your time.
Please, can we give him a round of applause again? That was very timely and very educative also. Thank you very much. I want to call on Alhaji Waziri. Please, can you help us come and present this certificate to... Okay, they're from the same organization. I was actually looking for a lady to present this certificate. Monica, please, can you help us present the certificate? Yes, please. Because this is well taken, well delivered. Thank you very much. Certificate of appreciation.
On behalf of the American Society of Safety Professional Nigerian chapter, we want to thank you so much, sir, and appreciate you for taking our time to put this together and sharing with us. It was a time well spent with you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. When we call on you next time, we don't have any doubt you answer us. Thank you so much, sir. God bless you.
They say never say late, never say it's finished. I've also learned also that in the HSC profession that there are no stupid questions. All right, the stupid question is the question you're failing to ask. If you ask, you want proper direction, and you get good direction. So thank you for your patience. We'll call on Mr. Andrew M. Abanu to come and do justice to factors associated with workers' knowledge of safety rules and procedures in the workplace. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew.
Right. A very good evening to our distinguished guest, the president, and all members here. I'd like to also bring you greetings from brother institution, that is the institution of the Nigerian Institution of Safety Engineers and Safety. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like to start by saying I'm really delighted to bring to us this study. Since yesterday, we've been dealing on papers, review papers, but today, at this time, this is a research paper. It's going to be quite different from all we have been seeing since yesterday. So I'd like to welcome you to this section and appreciate the ASSP Nigerian Council for this opportunity. Briefly, I'll be talking on factors associated with workers' knowledge of safety rules and procedures. And I want to quickly take us back to the theme of this conference, talking about public safety, making a difference. Who's going to make that difference? It's you and I. Through awareness, interventions, and compliance. Once again, I would like to appreciate all the speakers that have done justice to their various topics. And I'd like to state here that they've made my work very easy, because 95% of all the speakers, they've touched virtually the things we are going to find in this presentation. And they've talked about knowledge, distinguished professionals. I like to say that if you don't have the adequate knowledge, you won't be able to exercise your role, to play your role in advocacy. Without adequate knowledge, you can't talk about awareness. You cannot create awareness on any subject. And if you're not knowledgeable in any subject, you can't effectively intervene. And without adequate knowledge in any discipline, compliance will just be a mirage. So it's very important. Why all the speakers have established the fact that knowledge is very critical. We quickly run through our outline, that is the abstract definition of terms, but very importantly, I will share with you what this research findings is all about on the effect or the factors that has to do with compliance, workers' compliance. How does those factors affect compliance? That is the abstract, and I believe you are going to go through it by the time you get the material and the definition of terms. By way of opening, if I ask this question, can safety rules and procedures prevent incidents? I know if I give you time, we're going to have diverse opinions. Okay, but can you just imagine a workplace where there is no safety rule? How is it going to be? I bet you it's going to be worse like the then Ujuelekba. Right? So safety rules, by the time we get through the presentation, you'll be able to answer the question whether safety rules would prevent accident in the workplace or not. By way of introduction, following the lectures we have had so far, it's also been established that there is increase in the rate of incidents across so many industries. The petroleum industry is not an exception to this. And if we go through incident investigations, we find out that there is an issue with the knowledge of safety rules and procedures due to non-compliance. This is data from ILO in 2018, where accident rates and fatality rates were recorded. And in 2019, it's also seen that there's a surge. What does it tell us? It gives credence to the fact that incident rate is increasing. But very quickly, I'd like to mention here that I've had two speakers say in Nigeria there is no data. I don't totally agree with them, not that there is no data, but if you talk about access to the data, then I will listen, I will agree. Because if you visit the FRCN, the FRC, Road Safety Database, they have incident data. If you visit DPR, just that this data that we may need to access for analysis is not coordinated or is not accessible, quickly accessible. So what I would like ASSP and other sister institutions to do is to look for to see how this data can be accessible whenever it's needed. That was a result of incident investigation over a year period. And it was related to failures that has to do with what we call mirrors. 376 fatalities were recorded over that period. And that is why this subject is very important. That is the problem. Increase in incidence rates across all industries. And we have to understand the roles of these three E's in that figure: the employer, the employee, and the environment. Under that environment, a lot of things are encompassed in that box. Safety culture has been dealt with well in this conference, and that is where it falls in. We'll look at Thomas Legg's aphorism. What does it tell us? The first aphorism tells us that the employer has a big role to play in ensuring the workplace is safe for the worker. And it needs to do everything to enable the worker to work in a safe environment. In instances where that provision is not made, naturally, the worker will want to protect himself. And in the fourth aphorism, it tells us that all workmen should be told what to do. This also talks about knowledge. Providing that knowledge that the workers need to work safely is very important. All right, so this is a set of those life-saving rules. But this is a template from the International Association of Oil and Gas Producers, which happens to be the mouthpiece of the oil and gas producers. And if you look at one, is talking about bypassing safety controls. If we look at the incident that happened in Piper Alpha, one of the failures that attributed to the escalation of the event was that the pumps, the fire pumps were bypassed. They were put on manual. And one of those rules also talks about work authorization, which is the permit to work system. And in that same incident, which is adjudged the worst incident in the oil and gas, was also there was an issue of failure in the permit to work system. So that is why the International Association of Oil and Gas Producers have these life-saving rules as a minimum to ensure both personal and process safety in the oil and gas. In other companies, as we have it, international oil and gas companies, and in the national oil and gas companies in Nigeria, you have a template of it when you walk across. And this research aims to elicit these factors that affect the knowledge of workers on safety rules and procedures, and to check their effect. This study was done in Delta State with 4 oil and gas companies. And it's adopted the cross-sectional descriptive design study. I will go quickly. Those are the material. And being that a similar research has been done in the downstream, this was done in the upstream, and it was quite responsive. And here is the meat of the research, because we are talking about those factors that can affect workers' knowledge. And top on the list there, under the social demographics, we found out that age was a factor. It was very significant in the research. And it was seen that older workers who are in this industry are about 6 times more likely to have a better knowledge of safety rules and procedures in the organization. And again, we see that educational level. So people who are acquired higher degrees, they were more knowledgeable in these safety rules and procedures, up to the tune of about three times better than those who just acquired elementary certificates. And again, also look at other factors that were significant in the study as factors that may affect workers' knowledge, and we saw that previous work experience. So you can understand sometimes when recruiters begin to look for cognate experience and all that, is because there is a relationship between what they want and those who have had previous work experience. Very importantly, also significant was the issue of location. So workers' location, because it's in the oil and gas industry, we found out as those that work offshore, they had better knowledge of safety rules and procedures than those that are working onshore. Work rotation was a factor as well. Last presenter just mentioned about shift working. Of course, shift working has a way of affecting workers. Shift working has a way of affecting workers, and we found out that those who are involved in shift working, they have less knowledge than those who work on the normal day-to-day activities. All right, so further factors that were elicited were formal safety training. Of course, knowledge is obtained through training, formal and informal training. and those who are safety training previously demonstrated better knowledge of these safety rules. Again, whether they had the refresher training was also another factor. So the refresher training also came out very clear. Those who had refresher training were 3 times more knowledgeable on these safety rules and procedures. And in terms of other factors, we also find that management commitments came out very clear. Of course, in any safety program, for any safety performance to thrive, there must be management commitment. And I wouldn't want to spend time on that. A lot of us have discussed and talked more on management commitment. So management commitment was there. And it was observed that companies with poor management commitment or companies with better management commitment had about 2 times better knowledge than those with poor management commitment. And safety culture, a lot has been said about safety culture. So you can understand this is data that was analyzed, and these results you are seeing, they are statistical results, not based on theories and all that. So you can see that safety culture is also a factor. In summary, these factors that affect workers' knowledge of safety rules and procedures in the workplace, they have been categorized under 3 subjects. We have the social-demographic factors, the organizational factors, and the occupational factors. So if we go back to our earlier slide, we see how these factors interact. For example, under social-demographic factors, we saw age, we saw educational level, even marital status was also a factor, because we found out that those who are who are married had a better knowledge. I don't know how it came out like that, but that is what it came out with. So, so my apologies. I had to present it the way it is. All right. So then under organizational factors, we saw safety culture is there. So that point is still making waves. So if you are not married, please try and get married, because it keeps you, I want to believe you are more balanced when you are married. All right. So safety culture came out very clear as a fact. Management commitment, formal safety training and retraining. This came out very clear as factors that can affect the knowledge of workers on safety rules and procedures. On occupational factor, we have role. So those who are at a higher level tend to have better knowledge of these rules. So that is why they are regarded as supervisors, coaches, and all that. Work experience, I've also mentioned that. Current work location, those who work offshore and those who are working onshore. There are different conditions, and I believe in the offshore area is where much more regimented. So that is why they could have better knowledge. Shift working and the work location as well. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the knowledge of safety rules and procedures in the workplace, is very critical to compliance. And like I started by saying, that without good knowledge, you can't exercise your role, to play your role in advocacy. If you want to carry out an awareness session in the society, we're talking about public safety. So you need a very good knowledge of what you want to talk about. If you must intervene, you must have a good knowledge of the subject you are intervening on. And without this adequate knowledge, compliance will continue to be a mirage. And in order to make the workplace safer, it's a collaborative effort of both the employer, the employee. Even if we're talking about positive safety culture, positive safety culture is not only done by the management, it's a bottom-top approach and a top-bottom approach. That is why we say it's a collaborative effort. And this research with these factors that has been identified, they also they are in line with other researchers that have done work outside the country. And just few of those researchers did work in the downstream industry, not in the upstream this time. One was at the Kaduna refinery by Aliyu, and the other at in a depot in Lagos. And we'd like to, by this study, it's now recommended that management of organizations should first comply with its obligation to ensure that the workers understand the rules in their own environment. And that is what Thomas Legg's aphorism 4 says. It's an obligation. The employer should ensure this. Why employees as well, because we have said it's a collaborative effort, they have the right to request if they have not been trained. Our sister, Deseye, also mentioned it, narrating her experience. Every person that comes into an organization, it is the responsibility of the employer to ensure that they undergo the required training. And again, safety training and retraining it should be considered as a critical business improvement. Other recommendations that I want us to take from here is that leadership should pursue and develop a positive culture. They should lead by example. And as well as we have seen from the research and the study that experienced workers, they are more knowledgeable. So what are we trying to say? We now recommend that those workers should be recognized. There should be an award and recognition scheme for older workers who have displayed good positive culture. And this will help the organization to nurture other younger workers, and they will provide the mentorship required and unbiased tutelage. Right? So in all these things, everything we are discussing in this conference, if we do not operationalize it, if we do not practice it, it will amount to nothing. So what does it mean? It is therefore expected that everything that we have learned, let us try to operationalize it and ensure we move health and safety to greater heights in Nigeria. With this knowledge, I believe we'll be able to properly increase public safety in Nigeria. We'll take it beyond Nigeria. We should be able to do our individual corporate responsibility, individual responsibility, all right? And also intervene. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
We just have some questions online. We have some questions online. We'll just take them very quickly.
Okay, so we have a question online, and she's asking, what demographic was this study done on? Nigerian? If so, what ethnicity factor that was checked? What ethnicity factor was checked? That's the first question.
All right, thank you very much. Of course, it is not in ethnicity. Like I said, the study was done using workers in the oil and gas industry. So the demographics did not consider ethnicity, but the location where the study took place is what was included. And we didn't look at ethnicity because we are looking at a workplace with a common understanding, common safety rules, common knowledge. I hope that answers the question. The study was done in Delta State, 4 oil companies, workers from 4 oil companies in Delta State.
Okay. The other question that came with you, though I think you've already answered it, was also asking also the sample space. Was it upstream, downstream, etc.?
All right, so like I mentioned, that this study was done in the upstream sector of the oil and gas industries, because studies have been done in the downstream, where I mentioned a similar study done in Kaduna refinery. So upstream sector, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other question we take quickly? Okay.
Good evening, colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Wonderful presentation. My question is now, I don't know whether those figures for the downstream compared well with what we have in the upstream, whether there's any difference or maybe there's uniformity in what you find. Thank you.
All right. So with respect to the data and the figures, there was a corroboration. Right. So if we want to use the bivariate analysis, we say it's either high or low. All right. So the knowledge of safety rules and procedures that we saw in the downstream sector as compared to what we have in the upstream, what we have in the upstream is higher, all right, but it also falls in the high range. For example, on the knowledge we had 76 point a figure in the downstream, whereas in the upstream it was about 86, right? So that's why I said it is higher, but by analysis they are both on the high side, all right? They are both on the high side, not on the high and the low. All right? So there is a corroboration between the knowledge of workers in the downstream sector and the upstream sector, but it is higher in figure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Andrew. You have done justice to this. We want to appreciate you so much. Please, I want to call on our president. Chapter President, ASSP Nigerian Chapter, Mrs. Mercy Mwefe Refo, to please come and help us present this certificate to Engineer Andrew Abanu.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the PDC team and the entire ASSP Nigerian chapter, we congratulate you for this presentation and thank you for doing wonderfully well. Thank you.
Thank you, our president. There is this adage that says everything that is good must have a conclusion. I'm not saying comes to an end, must have a conclusion. And in safety, this is a better way to conclude. I know we have had a real wonderful time today with all the fantastic and very educative lectures that we have received. I want to thank you all for your patience. I want to thank you all for your understanding. I also want to especially thank those that actually took time to actually sit throughout these lectures. You have gained so much. You will not realize what you have gained, but when you get back to your place of work and you start implementing some of these things that we learned here, you'll be shocked the kind of knowledge that has been impacted in you. Thank you very much, and God bless you. So I'm not saying this occasion has ended. Remember, we still have our award night that is coming up immediately after this session. So please permit me to call on our president-elect, to actually give us a vote of thanks. A vote of thanks. Then after that, I'll call on the chairman of the planning committee of this PDC to actually give us his. Yes, our incoming president.
All protocol observed. I am honored and delighted to deliver these concluded remarks of the last day of this conference. On behalf of all the executive and president, we say a big thank you to the PDC chairman in person of Mr. Daniel Osadi and the PDC team members, to which I am part of it. Special thanks goes to the GMD NNPC for accepting to chair this PDC event for this year. Alhaji Engineer Mele Kari. And also, we also thank most of, especially our own GM HSC, NNPC, in person of Alaji Husseini Ali and the team for helping to facilitate the sponsorship of the conference. Material for all this was from NNPC. We thank you, sir. Sir, we are deeply grateful for all this that you have done to us. Our profound gratitude to the Managing Director and CEO, Nigerian LNG, Ms. and Tony Atta, and the entire members of NLNG for co-sponsoring the PDC 2021. We thank you, sir. We extend our special thanks to the EDS KRPC in person of Alhaji Dr. Abdullahi Idris for their support in co-sponsoring the PDC event as well. We thank the exhibitors, media, then all the vendors, and also the entire ASSP members, and also all the participants for their contribution and participation in making this PDC 2021 a successful event. It is my hope that based on this face-to-face relationship established through this conference, in the future, we will be able to respond together to issues that we have in common and achieve our common objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, you have had a long period and have participated actively, and I am sure you are all looking forward to getting back to your respective destination. So I thank you once again for your participation and wish you all safe journey home. Stay safe. I would like to close this with the ever so fitting word of former Secretary General Kofi Annan, which said, more than ever before in human history, we share a common destination. We can master it only if we face it together. And that's, my friends, is why we have American Society of Safety Professional Nigerian chapter. I wish you all safe journey home and look forward to meeting you in our next PDC exhibition, which shall hold. Please stay safe, and I wish you safe journey back to your destination. Thank you very much.
So all hail Abuja 2022. Whoa! So please let me quickly call on the chairman of the PDC Planning Committee, my brother, my friend, Mr. Daniel Osadeye. Please come and give your. You have done wonderfully well. Looking very handsome, this man.
Hello.
Please,
Let
us give this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All protocol duly observed. I want to call on all planning committee members to please step to the stage. All
So planning committee members, you're wanted at the stage right now.
Please,
all planning committee members, Dr. Kondo.
Can we come?
President Stephen Udezi, my regional vice president, Kamil Abiodun.
FK
Jamila,
the president, Fatima Yusuf.
Fatima Jubin.
Please.
Fatima Jubin.
Yeah, Fatima Zubarai. Where is Justina Okoro?
Justina, President Justina Okoro, your presence is needed right here.
Okay. My powerful ladies are here. Yeah, thank you very much. Please, on behalf of the planning committee, it has not been easy to put this 2021 PDC together. I want to thank everybody for their personal sacrifice, for the time, for everything. I know we've received a lot of criticism. We are going to improve. The president-elect just said that Abuja 2022 here we come. We will try and look into all our mistakes and make sure that we correct all the anomalies and look for a better team. So thank you very much for all the great job. These are the men and women behind the scene that did the great job. It was not me alone. We all quarreled, we all smiled, we all did everything. It was for the success of this gathering. So thank you very much, my team members. Thank you, everybody. But before you all go, I have a little token just to show my appreciation to this team for what they did wonderfully.
Angalin da karin ban najin da furfura yawa. Karin bul angalin.
Yes. Although, if I call your name, if you are not here, please, just Engineer Green, you are supposed to be with us because we are part of the security advisor team. Jeff is not here. That is our
Engineer Green,
international,
please, your presence is highly needed here.
strategic officer. Engineer John J, also our advisor. Engineer Green, this is our strategic person that actually was giving us all the background information. Abatuanka could not make it because of
not the background, overhead information.
Yes,
Will come in.
so we have our ambassador, please.
Velimon.
Yes, Velimon. Yeah. Thank you. Engineer John J, please. Oh, sorry.
That's Velimon. Always looking young.
Thank you for all your advice.
To represent Herbert Waka.
Okay, Engineer Olajimejo Kami can collect on his behalf. This is our chief security advisor.
Yo dinan magana ban ne da urna da farafarazen.
Yeah, Justina
Farafarazen
Okoro.
Oh, my president.
Yeah. Fatima Jibril. Thank you very much.
Yes. That's the running contract.
Love Oyedili, she's not here. Dr. Okandu Ugechi, please.
Wonderful man. Yes. He did so much today.
Yusuf Abdul Kadir is not here.
Okay. Yusuf. Thank you very much.
My CSP, my regional vice director, Kamil, is supposed to be our external strategist, but he did well. We thank him for all the time and support. Thank you. Bumi Bankole, that's our media chief. Thank you very much. You know, she's also part of the team, but she's not yet. President-elect will speak on it. Chigoze, that's our delegate one. Chigoze is not here. My powerful lady, Jamila. Please, in a round of applause.
I don't understand.
You never understood.
James Coker. Yes, James Coker. James Coker. Okay.
I don't understand. You never understand.
Sorry, the next person is our able secretary, Daniel Monoba. Unfortunately, he's lost his dad. He could not be here. So that was just the only reason. But he was with us online throughout the proceeding. Where we were having difficulties on our online system. It was giving us the technical input on what to do. Please, yeah, thank you. I will skip this for personal reason. The next person is my friend, my brother. We started all the way back here in Lagos. Today is Stephen.
Thank you very much. That's people should clap now.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Engineer Jamu. See if there are people. Please, can you help me to call Engineer Jamu outside? He's in the hybrid booth. This is a guy that out of nowhere, he called me from behind. What can I do to help? What can you do to help? That is where the power or the spirit of volunteerism come in. So if you are doing something and people come out of the blues to help you, you see all those pictures that we were setting and presenting. I'm doing that, I'm doing this. He was the one in charge. So please help me to applaud him and appreciate him for coming out of the blues. So I just needed to appreciate him. Thank you very much, Engineer Jamu. Okay. Okay, the last person that I will call is actually, she's the head of the planning committee. Without her, I will not be standing here. She personally nominated me. The Jagaban has come. Please help me to give him a round of applause for his personal volunteering to help us during our planning this thing. Thank you. The last person is the head of the planning committee.
How
Was
about
just the
one,
chair. So without her giving the approval or anything, I have no power of my own. So I call
The
on
engine room, the engine room.
Yes, Mercy Osato Omoifo Irefo. Thank you very much.
Our president 2021.
No. As the servant of the people, I take the lead and everything. Thank you very much. And just like sorry, I missed that. So Sheikh Kabi, he has told us that Abuja here we come. Hope everybody is prepared. The dancing shoe,
Jamila just told me that the
everything is
president will
going
be
to
there.
be very wonderful. Thank
President
you
of the
very
Federal
much.
Republic of Nigeria.
For those special speaker that could not continue or do their final presentation, please, because of the timing and everything.
Thank you very
Please, Dr. Kemi, my apology. The team say that they are very sorry. And Mr. Joseph, please, we apologize. Actually, something happened yesterday. We have timing because somebody was actually robbed on his way when he was going. Please, thank you.
So thank you very much. DJ, just hit us something there. Hit us something there so that we can.
I thank you, Lord, for the life where I believe in, where you give. You gave me life and you gave me the energy to live. And maybe you were giving me all these melodies where I used to sing. And Baba God, you blessed and all of my family. And all my guys don't hammer. And nobody broke and nobody suffer. Even for country where things no proper. Nobody don't die, nobody don't pay me. Yeah. All my guys don't hammer. And nobody broke and nobody suffer. Even for country where things no proper. Nobody sick and nobody don't pay me. Yeah.
No, yeah. Give me another chance, baby. Give me another chance, girl. Another try, just one blind, one more night. Give me just one.
Please, we are expecting everyone. If you can't go and come back, just stay around because we are starting anytime soon. Please, the award night is starting exactly 6 o'clock. They need to bring in tables for the dinner. It's going to be a buffet setting. We are all going to relax and shake our bodies and rest. So please don't go. It's busy that we need to appreciate. Let's join them and celebrate with them, network and have a good time to be able to close out. So on behalf of the award committee chair, I am indulging you to please stay behind to enjoy the last section of the conference. Thank you.
Please don't go. If you know your place is actually far from here, don't leave the hall. Just sit down. We want to rearrange this hall to actually have a better setting for a buffet so that we can actually have wine. We want to wine up, please. Let's wine up and wine down. So please don't go, but just stay around so that we can get this place set for the buffet. Thank you very much for attending TDC 2021. It's been great.
Alright, cause every day me say me want to know me life. Come in now off to wake if you know the day by my side. I beg you apply. Swallow me pride, girl. Me world so cold without you and me feelings can't hide then. Me remember when you say you feed me all day. Make love
hang around.
The
award night is going to be exciting. You have your tickets with you. That ticket will be used for a raffle draw. We're going to use it for a raffle or lucky dip draw. There are fantastic prizes that you will win at this lucky dip. So please just hang around while we reset this hall. We have the ticketing status for the buffet. Please, Jamila.
Remember when you miss me, call me and tell me say you want see me. Me never reach in time and you a ball for me. But soon as me reach your doorway, big smile by your face, you lock me down for the whole day. Y'all me no want you to stray, me no want you to leave, me no want you to leave. Baby girl, don't leave me in dismay. Me need you by my side like how the hive need the bees. At least one more night, give me just one more night. Girl, one more night, cause I can't live without you. One more night, baby, give me one more night, girl. A million more nights, cause I can't sleep without you. More night, yeah, give me just one more night. Me need you one more night, cause I can't live without you. One more night, baby, give me one more night, girl. A million more nights, cause I can't sleep without you. Alright, cause every day me say me want to know me life. Come in now off to wake if you know the day by the side.